I blinked. I stared in silence as Tochiji-san placed another bowl of ramen in front of me. Slowly, carefully, I lifted the bowl and moved it to one side, placing it reverently on the counter far out of the way. Then I slammed my head down as hard as I could. "Naruto," came the shocked gasp from Ayame-chan. "I fucking died again," I growled. "How the hell did I get through that fight with the snake bastard the first time?" "Naruto," Ayame-chan said again, placing one hesitant hand on my shoulder. "Are you okay?" I sighed, wiping one hand over my face before turning a smile to Ayame. Even if this was the 5th time I was living out this particular scene, and the 3rd time Ayame-chan had asked that exact same question, I didn't want to do anything to truly upset her. "I'm doing great, thanks, Ne-chan." "What did you mean you died again?" asked Tochiji-san. Just thinking out loud, I said, moving the bowl back in front of me and picking up my chopsticks. "Itadakamasu." Later that night, I returned to my apartment and walked into my kitchen. As always, floating in the air above the counter were 3 words that apparently only I could see: characters, inventory, and log. Then I let out a loud whoop as I noticed the rare, but always welcome addition to that list: level up. "Hell yes, level up!" I exclaimed. The world turned gray around me, and my view shifted until I was looking at myself from a spot somewhere in front of myself. This whole thing made my head hurt sometimes. Congratulations. Naruto Uzumaki has achieved level 5. No, that made my head hurt all the time. It was like someone took the words, chiseled them into rock, and shoved the whole thing into my skull. That makes it sound like it was actually painful, though, and it wasn't. It just felt like it should be painful, which is like pain, but, just never mind. Naruto Uzumaki has 5 skill points to assign. Naruto Uzumaki may select one new ability. Naruto Uzumaki may select one new trait. I blinked, scratching my chin thoughtfully as I considered the words shoved into my head. Trait. I muttered to myself. That's new. Choose one of the following traits. Chakra Battery. Fuinjutsu Affinity. Jinjutsu Affinity. Hidden Blade. Kami-S Luck. Ninjutsu Affinity. Silver Tongue. Taijutsu Affinity. Oh, come on. You aren't going to explain any of this crap either. I asked out loud. As always, there was no reply. I know some asshole is listening to me, though, and I'm going to use my Shikaka special on him just as soon as I find the bastard. What the hell does Hidden Blade mean? Not like an actual kunai, right? I asked. Naruto Uzumaki has selected Hidden Blade. Is that correct? Arg. No. Make that 2 Shikaku specials. Choose one of the following traits. Chakra Battery. Fuinjutsu Affinity. Jinjutsu Affinity. Hidden Blade. Kami-S Luck. Ninjutsu Affinity. Silver Tongue. Taijutsu Affinity. Kami, I hate you so much. Naruto Uzumaki has selected Kami's luck. Is that correct? My entire body twitched, my hands grasping at imaginary kunai and making rude gestures with them. Fuck it. Yes, I said out loud. I could definitely use some luck the way things have been going lately. Stupid hickey-giving snake bastard and his stupid sword. Naruto Uzumaki has 5 skill points to assign. Naruto Uzumaki may select one new ability. Abilities, I stated. It didn't take long to figure out how to get this thing to respond how I wanted it to, even if I did do that unintentionally sometimes. Choose one of the following abilities. Dodge 0/5. Link 0 out of 5. Overpower 0/5. Restore 0/5. Unique Kage Bunshin Barrage 4/5. Kage Bunshin Barrage, of course. That was definitely my best move, aside from my Kage Killer Sexy Jutsu. That never showed up in any of the lists, though, or I would be boosting the hell out of that instead. Although I can't tell that it's actually doing anything, I mumbled to myself. I could still use the shadow clones just as well as ever, but it really seemed like Kage Bunshin Barrage should be more than what I was doing before. Naruto Uzumaki has selected Kage Bunshin Barrage. Is that correct? Yes. Congratulations. Naruto Uzumaki has unlocked the following abilities. Unique. Army of 1, 0/5. Unique. One-man army, 0/5. Huh, aren't those the same thing? And what the hell does the never mind. Naruto Uzumaki has 5 skill points to assign. Fuinjutsu 1, Jinjutsu 5, Ninjutsu 25, Taijutsu 5, Ninjutsu, yes, Ninjutsu, yes, Ninjutsu, yes, Ninjutsu, yes, Ninjutsu, yes. I droned out. I had to do this every time I got to level up, and it just got more annoying every time. Oddly, Jinjutsu and Taijutsu kept going up even though I never assigned points to them. I guess I was just awesome like that. Level up complete. You need 5,843 experience points to achieve level 6. Saving progress. And with that, the world faded back into focus. As always, I felt a warm sensation start in the middle of my stomach and then rush over my body before quickly fading. I grinned, punching my left hand with my fist. I actually felt stronger. Then my enthusiasm faded as quickly as it had come. And now I get to go through Kakashi-sensei's stupid-ass bell test tomorrow. Again, yay, I muttered to myself. Naruto, Sakura yelled, stalking up to me as I entered the clearing 2.5 hours after the time Kakashi had designated. Where have you been? Eating breakfast, I replied casually. Hey, Sakura-chan, I asked, cutting her off before she could launch into a tirade I'd already heard twice before. What's the difference between an army of 1 and a one-man army? Sakura allowed herself to get distracted, though she still huffed indignantly. Is that supposed to be a riddle or something? They mean the same thing, idiot. That's what I thought too, I said, ignoring the insult with practiced ease. When Sakura said it, it sounded almost affectionate. HN, Sasuke grunted. The bastard speaks, I exclaimed. I stepped to the side, deftly avoiding the expected punch from Sakura-chan while maintaining my focus on Sasuke. I'd ended up dying first this time around, but the time before that he'd let Sakura-chan get killed by the snake bastard, I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to forgive him for that, even if it technically hadn't happened anymore. I wasn't really being fair, since it was just as much my fault as it was his, I suppose, but then again it was his fault the snake bastard even attacked our group in the first place. Naruto, Sakura growled. I noted that she looked vaguely surprised, though was quickly subsumed in her anger. Stop insulting Sasuke-kun. Okay, Sakura-chan, I said, waving my hands in surrender. I moved to a tree across the clearing from Sasuke and began practicing another version of the tree-walking exercise. Rather than using my feet to walk up the tree, I stuck my foot to the ground and tried to lift it. As soon as I felt the earth start to give, I tamped it down and switched to the other foot. That closet pervert Ebisu had explained the concept behind this one, something about reducing my chakra expenditure and resistance training. All I knew was that I could do this exercise without Sasuke bothering me. He'd been more of a bastard than usual when he found out that I already knew the tree-walking exercise, and I didn't want to deal with that right now. Exactly 3 hours after he was supposed to show up, Kakashi-sensei poofed into the training ground and said, Yo, 2 bells, no lunch, sent back to the academy, blah blah blah. He'd apparently rehearsed his presentation, because it was one of the few things that always happened exactly the same way every time. After Sakura-chan and Sasuke team had vanished into the forest, and I smirked to myself, because I could totally see where both of them were hiding, which certainly hadn't been true the first time around. I turned to face Kakashi-sensei. Even more than defeating the snake bastard, I was determined to get an actual, honest to Kami clean hit against Kakashi-sensei during this bell test. I wasn't about to forget about his 1,000 years of pain, and I certainly wasn't going to forgive him for using it again, and again, and again. The test has started, Kakashi-sensei said, pulling out his perverted book. I knew who had written it now, but that just made it worse. Closet pervert and Kakashi-sensei had nothing on Ero Senin. Don't think it's going to be easy, Kakashi-sensei, I proclaimed, pointing at him. I'm much stronger than I used to be. I did just add another point to my Kagabunshin barrage, so that should be even more effective this time. He didn't seem all that impressed. And honestly, I wasn't either, because he seemed to be dodging me just as easily as the first time around. Even when I pulled out my awesome jutsu I had him the first time and swarmed him with shadow clones, he just cut through them like a buzzsaw. I felt vaguely ill watching it, actually, as it reminded me far too much of my recent encounter with the snake bastard. Fortunately, Kakashi-sensei didn't decide to separate my head from my shoulders. He did, however, finish off the last of my clones without even bothering to put his book down. Just spamming clones isn't going to get you anywhere, Naruto, he chided. You're just wasting chakra like this. Arg, I yelled, grabbing my head in frustration. What the hell is it going to take? I just hit level 5, my ninjutsu should be even stronger now, and I've got all the points I can in Kagebunshin Barrage Dash. I felt like cold water had been dumped over me for a moment, but the sensation faded as quickly as it had come. My jaw dropped open as I watched a series of clones seemingly pop out of nowhere and launch Kakashi into the air. Uzumaki Naruto combo, they announced as they smashed Kakashi-sensei into the ground. I stared at his fallen form, my brain slowly processing what had just happened. My mouth opened and closed a few times before I choked out. I have to say it? That's it. It doesn't actually do anything unless I say Kagebunshin Barrage. I felt the same bucket of water sensation again, and a moment later, I turned around to see a visibly startled Kakashi-sensei get whipped through the air by a chain of clones holding on to one another's feet. They slammed him into a tree, hard, and then dispersed. That's a neat trick, Kakashi-sensei said from behind me. I felt a wave of disappointment wash over me as I saw the Kakashi-sensei, who had been slammed into the tree, burst into smoke before revealing a slightly broken log. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see a log lying in the small crater where the first Kakashi-sensei had landed. It looks like you've been practicing quite a lot with the Kagebunshin jutsu. I twisted around, trying to catch him with a backhand, but he just leaned out of the way, his eye contorted into a smile the whole time. Despite missing, I was grinning widely. I'll get you this time. Kagebunshin Bear Arc. Konoha Taijutsu Ultimate Art. 1,000 Years of Pain, Kakashi-sensei called out from behind me as I arced through the air and landed in the nearby lake with a splash. Bastard. Roughly an hour later, we were all gathered around the training post in the middle of Training Ground 7. Sakura was currently tied to the post, as she had been every time we went through this since I died the first time. Somehow Sasuke never ended up tied to the post, which I thought was extremely unfair. You all passed, Kakashi-sensei exclaimed after finishing his doom and gloom routine. Yay, I muttered, not even bothering trying to fake enthusiasm this time. The first time it had all been amazing and exciting, but this was the 5th time through. Can I untie Sakura-chan now? Of course, Kakashi-sensei said. It's good that you're looking out for your teammates. Naruto, Sasuke. Those who can't follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. He always managed to work that into his speech somehow, I'd noticed. Naruto, hurry up and untie me. On it, Sakura-chan, I said, pulling out a kunai and slicing through the ropes. The moment she was free, she jumped toward Sasuke's team, squealing happily. Isn't it great that we passed, Sasuke-kun? She chattered. We should go get lunch to celebrate. Ancient, Sasuke's team grunted, stalking out of the clearing. He always looked pissed after the bell test for some reason that I still hadn't figured out. You got to be on a team with me and Sakura-chan. What could be more awesome than that? Sakura-chan looked hurt at being ignored, so I immediately tried to cheer her up. We definitely should go celebrate, I said. Our first lunch as official genin of Konoha. That offer hadn't worked out so well last time, though, so I added, we should invite the other teams too, assuming they passed. Sakura-chan looked thoughtful for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, we should. I can't wait to see the look on Ino Pig's face now that it's official. Since it wasn't going to be just the two of us, I didn't want to go to Ichiraku's. I was saving that for something special, like our first date. How does yakiniku Q sound? Everyone likes to eat there, right? Sure, Sakura-chan said, nodding. She paused then, an odd look passing over her face. Her mouth opened and closed a couple of times before she said, "You aren't nearly as annoying as I thought you'd be. You haven't mentioned that ramen place even once. We could go there if you dash." "No, barbecue is good. I'll go tell Sasuke and then Ino's team, so you go tell the others, all right?" She then ran out of the clearing without waiting for my reply. I scratched my cheek, feeling a little embarrassed. This was the first time Sakura-chan complimented me like that, and anyway, it felt good to know that all my efforts were paying off. I turned and headed towards Team Kurenai's usual training ground. It wasn't that far away, and I'd been there a few times in the past, future, whatever. I'd been there. I stopped at the edge of the clearing and watched as Kiba and Shino sparred. I saw Hinata sitting off to the side, panting slightly and looking like she had just finished sparring herself. "Can I help you, Uzumaki-san?" came a voice from behind me. I spun around, pointing at the team's jounin instructor. "Gah, don't do that," I yelled. The black-haired jounin just raised one delicate eyebrow. "Is there something you needed with my team?" "Oh yeah, all of us are getting together for lunch to celebrate becoming genin, and I'm here to invite you guys." "I see," Kurenai responded coolly. "Well, we were just about to break for lunch, so I suppose we can attend." It would have been nice to receive more notice than this, however. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. Well, we kind of just passed and decided this, so... "Lunch sounds awesome," Kiba said as he bounced over. "Where are we going?" "Yakiniku Irabiya." "That is acceptable," Shino said stoically. I turned to get Hinata's reply, only to find her standing about 20 feet away, ducking her head and pressing the tips of her index fingers together. Hinata could be awesome sometimes. She had the same nindo as me, so how could she not? But then there were times like this where she just got weird. "Hey, Hinata, how does lunch sound?" I called out. Hinata just swayed slightly before pitching over backwards, her face bright red. I heard Kurenai let out a quiet sigh while Kiba muttered something under his breath. "Is she okay?" I asked, concerned. "She did that an awful lot." "Hinata-san will be attending," Shino replied stoically. Okay," I said. Our group ended up taking 3 booths once we reached Yakiniku Asuma, and Kurenai were in one booth, Team Asuma and Sakura were in another, and I was sitting in a third with Team Kurenai. Sasuke, in a development that didn't surprise me in the least, had chosen not to attend. I wasn't sure if anyone managed to let Kakashi-sensei know about the whole lunch thing, because he wasn't here either. I was sitting next to Kiba and Akamaru. Can't forget Akamaru, while Shino sat across from me and Hinata sat next to him. I would swear that she kept looking at me, but every time I looked directly at her, she was staring at her plate, her face bright red. I could hear Sakura-chan and Ino getting into another argument already, but it sounded like just another variation on who Sasuke team liked more. "Hey," I said suddenly, "what do you think the difference between an army of one and a one-man army is?" "What kind of question is that?" Kiba asked. Akamaru barked, and I'd spent enough time around the pair to interpret that as an agreeing bark. Shino stoically adjusted his sunglasses slightly before responding. "My first thought is that they mean essentially the same thing. Is this a riddle, or perhaps a saying I'm not familiar with?" "Nah, nothing like that," I said, disappointed. Came a quiet voice, as since they are C-contrasted like that. Maybe army of one means a single P person who is as strong as an army, while the other I is an A army made of a single person. "Oh," Kiba said suddenly. "You mean like someone who made a lot of clones or something, right?" I just stared at Hinata for a long moment before grinning widely. "That makes a lot of sense, Hinata-chan. You're awesome." Even Sakura-chan didn't figure that out. I felt a jolt of concern as Hinata swayed in her seat, but Shino's hand shot out and grasped her shoulder stoically, steadying her. "Are you all right?" That's the second time you almost fainted, I said. Awesome, Hinata squeaked, ducking her head and pressing her fingers together. She'll be fine, Uzumaki-san, Shino said stoically, cautiously removing his hand from her shoulder. She is perfectly healthy. All right, I said slowly, settling back into my seat. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully, pondering what Hinata had said. I get one-man army then, but what would army of one do? What are you talking about? Kiba asked, a confused look on his face. Oh, sorry, I said, just thinking out loud. Naruto, Sakura-chan screamed, looking horrified. How could you do that to that poor cat? Poor cat? Poor cat. I pointed to the small crater that had formed nearby and the feline that was wobbling drunkenly out of it while mewling piteously. I had just used Kagebunshin Barrage on Tora to cut down on the risk this mission carried considerably, but Sakura-chan didn't seem to understand that. Yep, even as I watched, she rushed over and picked up the monstrous thing, cooing gently to it as she did so. Damn, but she looked so cute doing that. No, focus. That poor cat is a menace to society, I exclaimed. It tried to claw my eyes out. Twice. Quit lying, Naruto, Sakura-chan said. It didn't even touch you before you slammed it into the ground. Oh, right. That hadn't actually happened this time around. Hey, I said, blushing and rubbing the back of my head. Saw the... Sakura just sniffed and stalked past me, cradling the cat in her arms. Sasuke followed along behind her, his hands stuffed in his pockets and brooding silently. I stiffened when I felt a hand drop on my shoulder. Naruto, Kakashi said slowly. I turned to look at him, expecting him to be just as upset as Sakura. He stared at me several seconds, then his eye crinkled into a smile. Good job, he said, giving me a thumbs up. Once we get back, we'll have beaten Guy's record by a good 20 minutes. And I agree, that cat is an absolute menace. I relaxed and smiled back, grinning widely. No problem, Kakashi-sensei. I wandered into my kitchen, reflexively checking to see if the words level up had appeared yet, but no such luck. Feeling bored, I decided to see if any of the other options had changed. Inventory, I said as I shoved a cup of ramen into the microwave. It sucked that there wasn't a cook ramen faster ability that would actually be useful all the time. Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, come on, I yelled. Naruto Uzumaki, I said through gritted teeth. Naruto Uzumaki currently has Rio 132, black shirt, cup ramen X37, Kanai pouch X2, orange jacket, orange pants, key item, Kanoa headband. I'm running low on ramen again, I mused. Still, other than letting me know that there was nothing new there. Log, I said next. Active mission, none. Active mission details, not applicable. Arc, Team 7. You have completed. D ranks, 7. C ranks, 0. B ranks, 0. A ranks, 0. S ranks, 0. Special events, 1. I jumped at that last one. Special events? What the hell? I waited for it to explain, but no new words got shoved into my head. Screw you, I mumbled. I pulled my ramen out of the microwave and added another mechanically as I pondered what that special mission could be. Obviously, none of the stuff I had done in a previous life counted, or I would have a lot more D ranks, not to mention that A rank mission a wave. That had been 0 the first time I checked the log, which was, once? The very first time I saw it? Crap. What the hell did I do between the night before the bell test and now that counted as a special event? Characters, I muttered around a mouthful of ramen. Naruto Uzumaki. You are such an ass, I growled. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, Genin. Level 5. Honk, D. Experience points, 542/6000. Teacher, Kakashi Hitaki. Statistics. Power, 7. Precision, 3. Toughness, 4. Vitality, 10-15. Skills, Fuinjutsu 1. Jinjutsu 5. Ninjutsu 30. Taijutsu 5. Abilities. Kage Bunshin Barrage, asterisk. Traits. Gami S Luck. Jinchuriki. Will of Fire. Will of Fire. I would have sworn that those statistics were different the first time I looked. I muttered to myself, struggling to remember what they had been. I'm sure that Vitality was 8 and 12 before because it stood out so much. And the other numbers had been 2, 4, and 6, maybe? And I still don't understand why Will of Fire shows up twice. Gah, I should have been checking that more often. Naruto, Sakura-chan asked, how are you doing that? I had been so focused on the water walking exercise that I had not noticed her approach at all. Startled, I lost concentration and fell into the lake I had been standing on top of with a loud splash. When I pulled myself out of the water a moment later, I noticed that Sakura-chan was staring at me curiously. It's a chakra control exercise, I explained, grinning proudly. I finally got to show off some of my skills. Even better, Sasuke team wasn't around to complain about me knowing stuff that he didn't. You have to change how much chakra you push from your feet based on the changes in the water, and then you float. When did you learn how to do that? She asked again, an odd expression on her face. During the break between the second and third part of the Chunin exams, obviously wasn't going to work, even if it was the truth. Araka-sensei, show me how, I said instead. That much at least was partially true. He had given me some pointers when I approached him. 2 deaths ago. 3. At some point, anyway. Oh, Sakura said slowly, a contemplative look on her face. Do you think you could show me how? Absolutely, Sakura-chan. I said, huh, take that, bastard. Then my face fell. There's another exercise you have to do first, though, I admitted, scratching my head sheepishly. What is it? She asked suspiciously. I swear to Cammy if you say eating ramen. What? No, nothing like that, I said, waving my hands in the air. That's not a bad idea. Actually, but I guess she'd never go for that. You have to climb a tree first. Sakura-chan's face looked kind of scary, and she was raising one fist in the air menacingly, so I hurried to explain. No, seriously. Here, watch. I rushed over to the nearest tree and quickly ran up the side, pausing when I was standing horizontally roughly a dozen feet off the ground. I took a moment to note how much easier this was now, grinning all the while. This whole traveling back in time thing was actually kind of awesome. I was getting way stronger. Kakashi-sensei kept complimenting me about how hard I was practicing, and Sakura-chan was paying more attention to me. Sasuke team looked pissed as usual, but I'd take Sakura-chan over him any day. I turned to face Sakura-chan, noting the stunned look on her face. It quickly settled into a mask of determination, though, and she marched up to the tree. What you have to do is push chakra out of your feet. I trailed off, watching as Sakura-chan took 2 hesitant steps before walking up the tree like she'd been doing this for years. This is pretty easy, she said, grinning brightly at me. My stomach did a little flip-flop, and I almost lost my grip on the tree, but I recovered and turned away, hiding my blush. She'd been the first one to pick it up back in Wave 2, but Sasuke team had been there to hog all the attention. This was way more awesome. It was much harder for me, I said, turning back to Sakura. I guess you're just that awesome. Sakura-chan turned abruptly and marched back down the tree, moving as easily as if she were on the ground. So next is the water walking, right? She said, not turning her head. Yeah, I said as I followed after her. I almost expected her to just keep walking out onto the water, but her feet splashed into the edge of the lake, and she stumbled to a halt. She said to herself. She stood there a minute, just pushing one foot into the water over and over before she placed it on top of the water firmly and lifted her other foot out. She dropped back a moment later, but she had that bright, glowing smile that did funny things to my stomach again. I think I'm getting the hang of this, she said, before turning her attention back to the water. Awesome, Sakura-chan, I said. I moved about 50 feet away so I wouldn't disturb her, then stepped back onto the water to resume my practice. 10 minutes passed like that, both of us focused on training and not saying anything, but it was pleasant in a way our team training sessions had never been. Finally, I noticed her stepping out of the water, panting, and slowly make her way over to me. "How long have you been doing that?" she asked, sounding slightly out of breath. Since lunch, I guess," I replied. I hadn't really noticed the time passing, come to think of it. Now that I was thinking about the time, I noticed that the sun was starting to set. I must have been doing this for 5 or 6 hours now. Time to call it a day, I suppose. I turned back to Sakura-chan, who was staring at me with her mouth hanging open. "What?" I asked. I turned to look behind me, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Sakura-chan's jaw snapped shut with an audible click, and she shook herself. "Nothing," she replied, her voice sounding slightly strained. "You okay, Sakura-chan?" I asked. "Fine. Perfectly fine," she said. She turned and began to walk out of the clearing, though she did yell, "I'll see you tomorrow," over her shoulder. I thought I heard her mutter something about something being impossible under her breath, but I wasn't sure. "I can't believe the Hokage actually gave in like that," Sakura-chan complained. "You've been doing that every single day we get a mission, and he always turned you down before." "HN. Don't worry, Sakura-chan," I said. "It just took the old man a little while to recognize our awesomeness. I still didn't understand why it always took the Hokage so long to give us this mission, or why it was always Tsunaji-san's mission, come to think of it, but I knew complaining worked the first time, so I just kept it up until it worked again. Problem solved." Sakura-chan made her really cute, annoyed sound and stomped ahead, muttering under her breath. I pulled my attention away from her, however, when I noticed the puddle she had just walked by. It was that puddle. I eyed the water warily as we approached. The bastards hiding inside were nothing compared to what we would be fighting in the future, but they were still the very first enemy ninja I had ever faced, if you didn't count Mizuki team. They would also be a useful way to measure just how much I had grown since the last time. I walked past, doing my best not to stare at the puddle, and waited for them to emerge. The moment they came out of the water and began to attack Kakashi-sensei, I acted. "Kage Bunshin Barrage! Kage Bunshin Barrage!" I shouted. I watched in satisfaction as one of the missing nin, I could never remember their names, and they wore masks anyway, was launched into the air with a Naruto Uzumaki combo, while the other was buried under a horde of clones. I struck a heroic pose and turned to Sakura-chan, smiling widely. You have nothing to fear while Naruto is here." Hey, that even rhymed. Double awesome. "You'll pay for that, you little shit," one of the missing nin muttered as he picked himself up off of the ground. "You want some more, huh?" I said, laughing. I pointed imperiously at them, but before I could say anything, Sasuke team darted past me and kicked one of them in the face before using the guy's head as a springboard and backflipping onto the other one, crushing him to the ground. "Go Sasuke-kun!" Sakura-chan cheered. "HN." Sasuke team grunted, looking smug. "Bah, he couldn't have done that if I hadn't softened them up first," I muttered. "Good job, team," Kakashi-sensei said as he tied up the enemy ninja. "Although, Naruto," he said slowly, "you might want to consider learning some other techniques. That move isn't going to work on everyone, and the more you use it, the more likely an enemy will be prepared for it." "Yeah, Naruto," Sakura-chan said, nodding sagely. "You can't just use the same move all the time. I bet Sasuke-kun knows lots of moves." I would have sworn I just heard Kakashi say to himself, but when I looked over suspiciously, he was still busy tying up the ninja. A moment later, he turned to Tsunaji and started grilling him about why ninja were here. I could have told them all of this. I even tried the first time, but they never believed me. I wouldn't have either if I wasn't living it, though, so I didn't hold it against them. Besides, this time I was going to make damn sure Haku didn't die again. Believe it. "Naruto," Sakura-chan whispered, "stop moving. You're rocking the boat." "Sorry, Sakura-chan," I whispered back. I settled down into my seat on the boat that was carrying us across the sea to the island of Wave. I was filled with nervous energy, though, and my hands and legs kept shifting around. Very soon now, we would be encountering Zabuza for the first time, and I would finally get a chance to see what I could do against an opponent of his caliber. The very first battle with him was still burned into my mind. From a moment his sword impacted against a tree trunk, and he appeared at the climactic clash between him and Kakashi-sensei. The specifics of the battle changed a great deal in one case, but it always started like that, and always ended with Haku transporting Zabuza away. Not this time. This time I was ready with my super awesome Kagabunshin barrage, and I was going to stop Haku right then and there. If we didn't have to do that fight on the bridge, and that midget bastard Gato didn't interfere, I could save Haku this time. Before I knew it, we had completed the trip and were getting out of the boat. Our guide wished us luck and then hurried on his way, looking relieved to be leaving. My tension just kept getting higher and higher as we walked through the woods, and eventually I was visibly shaking and jumping at every sound, wondering if that was finally Zabuza showing up. "Naruto, you don't need to be so nervous," Kakashi-sensei said quietly. "You guys are doing well as a team, and I'm here to protect you if anything goes wrong." "I'm not nervous, Kakashi-sensei," I replied, scoffing. "I am excited. I just know something awesome is going to happen soon." "Stop trying to act cool, Naruto," Sakura-chan said, rolling her eyes. "The only awesome thing that's going to happen is finally getting to sleep inside." I heard a small rustle in the bush nearby and flung my kunai at it instinctively. A moment later, a white rabbit scampered out, looking terrified. That was it. That was what happened just before. "Everyone get down," Kakashi-sensei yelled as I registered a heavy whooshing sound. I dove to the ground, noting that Sakura-chan and Sasuke team were doing so as well, and that Kakashi-sensei had pulled Tsunejiji down with him. Zabuza's sword slammed into the side of a tree a moment later with a loud thunk, and then Zabuza himself appeared, standing on top of the sword with his back to us and looking totally badass. "Well, well, if it isn't the hidden missing nin Zabuza Momochikan," Kakashi-sensei said, just like he always did. This was another one of those weird things that always happen the same way. "Everybody get back," he continued. "This one's on a whole other level. It will be a little tough, unless I do this." Kakashi-sensei then raised his hand and adjusted his headband, revealing his Sharingan for the first time. This life, anyway. "You appear to be Sharingan Kakashi," Zabuza said, looking over his shoulder. "Sorry, but the old man is mine. Surround and protect Tazuna-san. Do not enter the fight. That is the teamwork here," Kakashi-sensei said. He said that every time, too, despite the fact that we had to save his, but every time. Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza kept on talking, chatting back and forth about the Sharingan this, Sharingan that. I didn't see what was so great about it, honestly. It didn't keep Sasuke team from getting his ass kicked in the Chunin exams, and Kakashi-sensei still had trouble against Zabuza even when he was using it the whole time. Meh, whatever. Zabuza finally jumped onto the water and used his hidden mist technique. Finally, the fight was starting. Sakura-chan, Sasuke team, and I were all gathered around Tsunejiji, watching for any sign of movement in the thick mist. Liver, lungs, spine, jugular, carotid, brain, kidneys, heart. Which one should I go after? Came Zabuza's disembodied voice from the mist. It was kind of freaky the first time, and was still a little bit freaky, but repetition had dulled the fear. Sasuke team was still as freaked out as ever, though, and Kakashi-sensei had to calm him down just like he always did. Sakura-chan handled it much better, but she was awesome like that. Then Zabuza appeared in the middle of our group again, and he and Kakashi-sensei started fighting for real. As always, Kakashi-sensei ended up in the water trapped in that bubble prison thing, and Zabuza made some water clones to attack us. Normally, I had to work with Sasuke team at this point, but not this time. Only when you're listed in my bingo book can you start calling yourselves ninjas. You are not ninjas. Zabuza's water clone called out mockingly. Kage-bunshin barrage. I snapped. He said that every time, but it still pissed me off to be insulted like that. My clones swarmed over the water clone, kicking and punching with abandon. The Zabu clone whipped its sword around and took out a good chunk of them, but one landed a solid hit with a kunai, and the Zabu clone collapsed into water again. "Ah, take that, no brows," I yelled. "Oh, it looks like you've taught your brats a thing or two, Kakashi," Zabuza said. "You ain't seen nothing yet. Kage Bunshin Barrage." I called out again. More clones popped into existence, beginning a familiar battle cry. Zoo dash, they started as they kicked Zabuza, but that was as far as they got. Zabuza's sword whipped through the air, moving far faster than seemed possible for what was essentially a sharpened slab of metal, and took out each clone in turn. The first kick had landed, but Zabuza had barely even shifted and didn't act like he even felt it. Damn it, at this rate, he was going to destroy them all. Kage Bunshin Barrage. I called again, desperately. I never actually tried to use the ability twice against the same person before, though, and I wasn't sure what would happen. At first, I thought nothing happened, as I didn't see any of the clones appearing, but then as Zabuza destroyed the last visible clone, the water underneath his feet erupted and my clones poured out, each latching onto him with all their strength. His sword kept whipping around and taking out my clones left and right, but his footing on the water was destroyed, and he lost control of his bubble thing, freeing Kakashi-sensei. "Fuck yeah," I yelled as Kakashi-sensei landed on the water and began his water dragon duel thingy. I didn't have to rely on Sasuke team at all this time. I was definitely getting stronger. "Did you see that, Sakura-chan?" I asked, turning towards my teammate. Her eyes were fixed on the show Kakashi-sensei was putting on, though. I was kind of disappointed, but the whole making a dragon out of water thing was more awesome, I guess. I shook that off, though, because Haku would be showing up at any second and I needed to be ready. Two needles flew out of nowhere and nailed Zabuza in the neck. He collapsed bonelessly to the ground a moment later, and then Haku was there. Kakashi-sensei was next to Zabuza's body, checking his pulse. It still seemed kind of odd that he didn't figure out the ruse immediately, but whatever. Kakashi-sensei went through his bit about Hunter Nin and all that, and then Haku used a shunshin to move next to Zabuza's corpse. I had to act now, before Haku disappeared. "Kage Bunshin Barrage," I yelled, pointing at Haku. Nothing happened. "Naruto," Sakura-chan hissed, punching me to the ground. "Don't attack ninja from another village." "What the hell?" I cried as I leapt back to my feet. "Kage Bunshin Barrage. Kage Bunshin Barrage." Nothing. "Naruto," Kakashi-sensei barked angrily. "Stand down." "But he's not a real Hunter Nin," I exclaimed. "Real Hunter Nin do the head-chopping thing. You told us that." Kakashi's eyes widened and he whipped around, but Haku had already disappeared with Zabuza. Damn it. Shortly after that, Kakashi-sensei passed out from using his Sharingan too much, and I ended up carrying him all the way to Tazuna's house. I didn't want to make Sakura-chan do it. Tazuna-Gigi was too old, and Sasuke team was too broody, so it was Kage Bunshin to the rescue. We got introduced to Tsunami-ne-chan and Inari. Tsunami-ne-chan was still as nice as ever, but Inari was stuck in his Sasuke wannabe mode. I tried to snap him out of it early before, but it never seemed to work until that fight on the bridge. Oh well, I knew he'd turn out awesome, so I could handle it for a little while. The next day dawned bright and clear, and Kakashi-sensei finally woke up. First off, he said, "Good job on noticing that it was a fake Hunter Nin, Naruto." Even I overlooked that one. I blushed and rubbed the back of my head, embarrassed. Now, the bad news is that means Zabuza isn't dead, and he'll be back with his friend. I'd estimate we've got a week before he is fully recovered, and we're going to spend that time preparing as much as possible. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei?" "Yes, Naruto." "Do we have to wait a week? Couldn't we go find them now?" Kakashi-sensei said, rubbing his chin. "Well, let's think about that. Sakura, what do we know about the enemy forces?" Sakura-chan looked startled at first, but she quickly adopted her thoughtful look. "Well, we know that there were at least 4 of them. Those 2 guys we fought on the road, Zabuza and the fake Hunter Nin. We took out the first 2. Zabuza is out for a week, but the Hunter Nin is completely fine." "Good so far. Sasuke, what else?" "HN," Sasuke team grunted. The Hunter Nin probably spent the whole fight watching us and knows at least some of what we can do. They also have Gado's resources backing them, so we could expect a large number of hired bandits and thugs, possibly even additional ninja. Also good. Naruto, what do we have on our side? 3 awesome ninja and a bastard. Hey, Sakura-chan said. Quit talking about Sasuke-kun like that. Ah, so even you think he's a bastard? I crowed triumphantly. Sakura-chan recoiled, looking shocked, and began frantically waving her arms in denial. Sasuke team just grunted, giving me a weird look. Kakashi-sensei coughed suspiciously before he replied. I was looking for something a bit more objective than that, Naruto. All right, I grumbled. We've got an exhausted Jounin and 3 genin. Better, he said. Back to Sakura. What is our mission? To protect Tazuna-san while he finishes building his bridge. Correct, Kakashi-sensei said, doing his smiling eye thing. With all of that in mind, what would you do, Naruto? I sighed, dejected. Focus on protecting the client while preparing as best we can to fend off any attacks, I said. Kakashi nodded. In other circumstances, he said, your idea might have worked, but we don't have the resources to send any of our team into hostile territory. Now then, let's start the training. He stood up, picked up the nearby crutches, and began hobbling out into the woods. He seemed to pick a spot at random. I don't think it was the same clearing every time, anyway, and motioned for us to stop. Before we get into, though, I want to talk to you about the ninja ability, chakra, he began. Arg, can't we just skip that, sensei? We all know this stuff already. I yelled. I really didn't want to suffer through his explanation again. Well, if you're sure. What we're going to be doing today is climbing trees. Sensei, Sakura-chan said slowly. We can already do that. Ah, but you'll be doing this without your hands. I noticed Sasuke team perk up at that, and he eventually asked, how? Well, watch, Kakashi-sensei said. He placed 1 foot on the tree, then raised his crutches and pressed them against the tree. A moment later, he was hobbling up the tree just like he'd been walking on the ground early. Holy shit, I yelled, pointing at him. Yes, it is quite, he began, but trailed off as I ran up the tree and stopped next to him, staring at the crutches. How are you doing that? I asked. I noticed Sakura-chan walking up the tree and stopping next to us, looking curious as to what I was talking about. Sasuke team was still on the ground, glowering at the 3 of us. I wasn't interested in that, though. I see you both already know this exercise, Kakashi-sensei said slowly. I must say, Naruto, I'm very happy with your diligence in training. You too, Sakura. Thanks, sensei, she said, smiling widely. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, how are you doing that? Kakashi-sensei didn't answer immediately, giving me a very strange look. Finally, he said, the same way you are now? No, not that. The thing with the crutches. How are you tree walking with the crutches? He blinked. Oh, that's a much more advanced type of chakra manipulation. I'm not sure if you are Dash. Can you show us, sensei? Sakura asked. We've already learned water walking, and we don't know what to work on next. You have. For once, he actually sounded genuinely surprised. You both have. What about Sasuke? He asked, turning to look at the boy who was still standing at the base of the tree. I'm sure he already knows Dash, Sakura began, before realizing that her crush hadn't joined them. Sakura-chan ran into me while I was practicing, and I showed her how to do it. She picked it up a lot faster than I did, though. I added ruefully. Sasuke team never sticks around to keep training, and I never see him outside of team meetings. Kakashi-sensei said, rubbing the side of his face. Why don't you two head back to Tazuna's house and wait for me? I'll be along shortly. I stared at him for a moment, trying to wrap my head around what he'd said. This had never happened before. I accompanied Sakura-chan back to the house in a daze, trying to figure out why Kakashi-sensei was changing up the training this time, when he always did the same thing before. Even when I showed him that I knew tree walking and water walking, he just told me to keep practicing. The only thing I could think of was because Sakura-chan knew how to do it too. We settled down in the living room to wait, and I quickly noticed that Sakura-chan looked worried. "What's wrong, Sakura-chan?" I asked. "Do you think he's mad at us?" "Huh? For training outside of the team meetings? Or maybe for training without Sasuke-kun?" "No way," I yelled, jumping to my feet. "Kakashi-sensei isn't mad at us. He's probably going to give us a super awesome new jutsu." "Well, you're both right and wrong," Kakashi-sensei said as he entered the house. "I am definitely not mad at you," he said firmly. "In fact, I'm rather happy that you are both taking your ninja careers seriously enough to train on your own time." Sakura-chan calmed down and blushed, and I nodded sagely. "On the other hand, I'm not going to be teaching you a super awesome jutsu either." "Ah," I groaned, disappointed. "Why not?" "Before we continue, let's head out back," he said, ignoring my question. He led us out to the dock behind Tsunagiji's house, stopping when we were at the edge of the pier. "Please demonstrate the water-walking exercise," he directed. With a shrug, both Sakura-chan and I stepped off the pier, smoothly landing on top of the water. Well, Sakura-chan made it look smooth anyway, as she barely made a ripple when she landed. I ended up splashing some water as I landed, but stabilized quickly and turned to face Kakashi-sensei triumphantly. He nodded thoughtfully as he watched me, then turned to look at Sakura-chan. "How long can you stay on top of the water?" he asked her. "Only about 20 minutes, she admitted. "But I've been getting better." "All right," he said. "Here's what we're going to do." "Ninja are weird," Tsunagiji muttered. "Ah, come on, Gigi, cut us a break." IWH asked politely. "Kakashi-sensei is making us do this." Tsunagiji just shook his head and turned back to his work on the bridge. It was a bright, clear day, and the bridge builder was trying to make the most of it, snapping orders to the workers left and right. Large wooden beams were being hefted about, and all kinds of other work that I had no idea what it was going on. "Hey, Sakura-chan," I asked, leaning against the side of the bridge. "I'm not talking to you right now, remember?" I heard her reply. "But Sakura-chan." "Arg, what is it?" "I need another chopstick." She didn't reply immediately, and I leaned out further and looked down. "Hey, Sasuke," I yelped, scrambling backwards to avoid the piece of wood hurtling toward my head like a kunai. It curved through the air and eventually landed on the bridge a few feet away from me. "Thank you," I called out, making sure to stay away from the edge. Kakashi-sensei had decided that Sakura-chan needed to work on her endurance and that I needed to refine my control even further. He had also decided that since we were both much further along in our training than he had expected, that we could take up our duties guarding Tsunagiji while training at the same time. My training exercise was to pick up a kunai by channeling my chakra through a slim piece of wood and making it stick to the kunai. He said I could hold the chopstick normally at first, but eventually he wanted me to do it while making the chopstick stick to my finger as well. Sakura-chan's exercise was a lot simpler. She just had to stand on the side of the bridge. Kakashi-sensei had decided that wasn't enough, though, and so she was also in charge of supplying new chopsticks whenever I broke one. I thought we were going to buy some, but Kakashi had just cut down a convenient tree branch and shoved it into Sakura-chan's hands, telling her to carve off another chopstick whenever I needed one. He'd been very particular about how she was supposed to do it, too, although I hadn't really followed that part very well. I picked up the squared-off piece of wood. Sakura-chan was getting much better at making them, as this one even had a slightly tapered point, and crouched down next to my kunai. I determined early on that the chopsticks lasted a lot longer if I had the kunai on the ground first. They tended to break almost immediately if the kunai was in my other hand, and I let go of it. I focused, trying to feel my chakra moving through the chopstick. Kakashi-sensei said it had to flow in and out evenly, just like the chakra flowed through my body. After a few seconds, it felt like it was working right, so I poked the kunai with the chopstick. I held it there for a second, struggling to feel my chakra entering the kunai, and pulled on the chopstick slightly. I grinned widely when the kunai moved along with it. I was really starting to get this part down. I moved the chopstick a little more, grinning as the kunai kept moving along with it. Now came the hard part, though. I slowly, ever so slowly, started to lift the chopstick into the air. My eyes widened in anticipation as the tip of the kunai tilted. Then the chopstick exploded in my hand. Again, I grumbled to myself quietly, picking more splinters out of my hand, and turned back to the edge of the bridge. "Hey, Sakura-chan." I gulped when I heard loud stomping sounds coming towards me. I cringed when I saw the edges of an angry aura peek over the side. I dodged when Sakura herself hopped onto the railing and threw a small chunk of wood at my head. "How many of those damn things can you go through, Shinaro?" she snarled, panting in rage. She hopped onto the surface of the bridge and took one step towards me. Then her knees suddenly buckled. I sprang forward to catch her, and she ended up leaning on my shoulder as I eased her down to lean against the railing. "Are you all right, Sakura-chan?" I asked worriedly. "I'm fine," she said, still panting. "Just need to rest." I just nodded as I sat back, watching her. Her pink hair was plastered to her forehead with sweat, and her red shirt was drenched. "Hang on a sec," I said, hopping up. I ran over to where Tazunijiji kept the drinkable water and pulled out 2 bottles, one for me and one for Sakura-chan. I rushed back over and handed one to her. She took it gratefully, smiling at me, then chugged half of it in one go. "Thanks, Naruto," she said as she screwed the cap back on. "I needed that." "No problem, Sakura-chan." We sat there in silence for a bit as Sakura-chan recovered, and I just enjoyed sitting this close to her. Eventually, though, I remembered that I was supposed to be training. "Do you have another chopstick?" I asked slowly, cringing when she glared at me. She shot her hand out to point to the block of which she had thrown earlier. "That's all that's left," she growled. "You went through that entire damn branch." "Oh," I said, blushing. "So the—" She gave me another half-hearted glare, but eventually just shrugged it off. We lapsed into silence again, and my mind began to wander back to my problem with the Kagebunshin barrage. "Hey, Sakura-chan, do you think you could help me figure something out?" She eyed me curiously, but nodded. "Sure," she said. "What is it?" "You know that Kagebunshin barrage move I use?" She let out a quick laugh. "It's a little hard to forget since you keep yelling the name all the time. There's something wrong with it." "Really? Like what?" "Well, when I tried to use it last night, it wasn't working." "Is it working now?" "I haven't actually tried it since then," I confessed. "Well, I won't be able to help much if I can't see you using it," she pointed out. "Yeah," I said. I looked around for someone to use it on, but no bandits decided to show up at that moment. The only people around were Tazunijiji and the people working on the bridge, and I didn't want to attack them. And, of course, there was no way I was going to attack Sakura-chan. "Uh-huh," I said, jumping to my feet. I made a quick hand sign and called out, "Kagebunshin no Jutsu." Several puffs of smoke surrounded us, soon clearing away to reveal 4 shadow clones. "Oh, come on, boss, this is just cruel," one cried out. "Yeah, this is clone abuse," another shouted. "Report him to Hokage-jiji," a third yelled. "Better you than me," I yelled. "Kagebunshin barrage." I felt that cold water sensation again, and one of my clones got dogpiled by a new batch of clones that popped out of thin air. I turned to face Sakura-chan and found her giving me a very odd look. "Did you just—" "Never mind," she said, shaking her head. "What's wrong with it? It seemed to work fine to me." "Do you think he's done now?" One of the clones whispered to another. "Don't remind him we're here," the other clone responded. "Hey, I've got an idea," a third clone said quietly. "I know," I said ruefully. "I felt it worked this time, but last night it just stopped working for no reason." "Kagebunshin barrage," one of the clones suddenly shouted, pointing at me. I whirled around, staring at my clone in shock, then cringed as I waited for the oncoming assault. I breathed a sigh of relief when no new clones popped out to pummel me. Then I turned to glare at the mutinous clone. He was slowly backing away, waving his hands in the air. "You would have done the same," he shouted, before turning and making a run for it. "Kagebunshin barrage," I yelled. "No fair," He managed to get out before he was launched into the air and dispelled. I turned back to Sakura-chan, who was now gaping at me with a highly disturbed expression on her face. See what I mean? I said. It doesn't seem to work all the time now. It never did this before. Before she could reply, I heard another of the clones cry out, "Get him!" I whipped back around just in time for the first clone to tackle me. Kage Bunshin Barrage! Kage Bunshin Barrage! I snapped as I grappled with the traitor. The two remaining clones were yanked off of me and slammed onto the bridge, dispelling them. I slowly stood and dusted myself off before turning back to Sakura-chan yet again. Her mouth wasn't hanging open this time, but she was still giving me a really strange look. "What?" I asked. She shook herself, and her expression shifted into a thoughtful look. "Well, it's worked every time you used it so far. It'd be nice if we could test it some more," she said, then winced. "Do you have to use it on a person?" "I think so," I replied. "I can try that, I guess." I turned and spotted a chair nearby. Kage Bunshin Barrage. No cold water sensation, no clones popping out of nowhere. "Looks like it has to be a person," I said. "All right, I guess I need to make some more clones then," she said slowly. "No problem," I said, quickly making the needed hand sign and calling out the name of the technique. "What you need us to do?" Sakura-chan, the first clone, asked. The other three just nodded in agreement, staring at Sakura-chan expectantly. She didn't answer immediately, instead looking back and forth between the clones and me. "You aren't going to attack him or anything?" "Nah," one of them said, shrugging. "You asked for us, so here we are." "Okay then," she said. "First, can one of you try to use that move on the real Naruto?" "Okay," I said, cringing. "Do they have to?" "It's only fair," she replied, looking like she couldn't believe she was actually saying that. "Sure thing," the second clone said, sounding way too happy about it. Kage Bunshin Barrage. I breathed another sigh of relief when the attack failed to happen. "All right, so it can't be turned on the original," Sakura-chan said to herself, her expression starting to light up as she got caught up in the problem. "Now try to use it on one of the other clones." Kage Bunshin Barrage. The third clone snapped quickly, pointing at the second. "Cheater," the second one shouted, cringing. Still nothing happened. "Or maybe the clones can't use it at all," she amended. "Aw man," they all said in unison, "that sucks." "All right," Sakura-chan said, turning to face me. "Now use it on one of the clones again." "Kage Bunshin Barrage," I said, and one of the clones found themselves pummeled out of existence. Sakura-chan said, resting her chin on her fist and tapping one foot on the bridge as she got lost in thought. Again, "Kage Bunshin Barrage." I repeated. Nothing happened. "There you go," Sakura-chan said firmly, nodding in satisfaction. "You can only use it 5 times in a certain time period." "What?" I cried, echoed by my clones. "That's CRO. So that's what the extra points do." "Points? What are you talking about?" Nothing, Sakura-chan," I said quickly. "How did you figure that out anyway?" "Well, the real you used it 5 times just now, and the 6th time didn't work. You also used it 5 times yesterday, once on each of the 2 ninja on the road, once on Zabuza's clone, and then twice on Zabuza himself. You tried to use it a 6th time on the Hunter Nin, and it didn't work just like now." She nodded firmly, then her brow furrowed. "That's a really weird jutsu, though. Never heard of one that had a built-in limit like that," she said to herself, trailing off at the end. I stared at her blankly for a long moment. "Wow, Sakura-chan," I said finally. "I knew you were smart, but you actually remembered all of that? I didn't even remember all of that, and I did it." My clones just nodded silently in agreement, staring at her in awe. She just grinned at me, that wide, beaming grin that did strange things to my stomach. Now that we've got that sorted out, we should get back to training. First thing we need to do is get another branch. /N. Naruto begins the long, arduous journey from newbie to player. I'll give him enough credit to avoid labeling him as a N00B. I was this close to having all of Sasuke's lines be HN. For instance, The scene where the team is talking about hunting down Zabuza was originally like this. Good so far. Sasuke, what else? Sasuke team grunted. A thorough analysis. Naruto, what do we have on our side? Good morning, Naruto-kun, Tsunamine-chan called out as I entered the kitchen. Morning, Tsunamine-chan, I replied, stifling a yawn. The bastard and Sakura-chan were already up, the former brooding and the latter looking slightly tired as they ate breakfast. She'd been so exhausted after all the training she'd done on the bridge that I ended up having to carry her back. When we finally got back to Tsunajiji's house, she'd even thanked me. Best day ever. I shook off my thoughts and focused back on the kitchen. Where's Kakashi-sensei? I asked, noting that our teacher wasn't around. Yo, I heard him say from behind me. I most definitely did not shriek in fright as I jumped into the air and whirled around. Don't do that, I cried, pointing at him indignantly. His mask hit it, but I just knew that he was laughing at me. The bastard just grunted, but Sakura-chan and Tsunamine-chan were both laughing too, although they didn't sound mean about it. So, we're gonna mix things up a little, Kakashi-sensei announced abruptly. Sasuke is going to guard Tazuna while working on his tree climbing today. The bastard just grunted. Sakura-chan pushed herself a little too hard yesterday, and her reserves are still recovering, so she'll join him and work on refining her new chopstick technique. Sakura-chan's entire body twitched, and I instinctively ducked. Kakashi-sensei was doing that I smile thing again, while Tsunamine-chan just looked on, confused. And Naruto will be working with me today. All right, I cheered, jumping out of my chair. Awesome jutsu, here I come. Once everyone had split up to begin their respective tasks for the day, Kakashi-sensei led me outside and started hobbling into the woods. So, Naruto, I just want to say again that I'm very happy that you've been training on your own time. All serious ninja do that, and even the Hokage still has to find time to train to maintain his skill. I grinned, rubbing my nose to hide my embarrassment. Yeah, I'm just awesome like that. That said, I would like you to give me a rundown of what you've been doing so that I can give you some pointers, possibly clear up any questions you might have. You've got the tree climbing down and are well on your way with water walking. How far did you get with your chopstick exercise yesterday? Not very, I admitted. I could move the kunai a little, but then the chopsticks sort of blew up. His pace faltered for a moment. Really, he said flatly. Is that bad? No, not bad, he said as his pace evened out again. Just a little surprising. He broke off a small branch from a nearby tree and handed me a piece of it. I'd like you to demonstrate that, if you don't mind. Sure, I shrugged. I pulled out a kunai and dropped it on the ground. Kakashi-sensei watched silently as the kunai moved slightly before the stick shattered in my hand. Interesting, he said musingly. The only thing that I can tell you at the moment is that you need to use less chakra, a lot less chakra. That's what I thought too, I said, pleased that I had already figured out the problem. Not that I was any closer to fixing it yet, but that's what training is for. Did you have any problems getting the chopstick to stick to the kunai? He asked next. I did the first couple of times, yeah. I figured that part out quickly, though. Well done, he said, but he sounded distracted. After a moment, he asked, what other skills have you been practicing? My Kaga Bunshin. Besides that, I frowned and scratched my head. That's it. Everything was quiet for a long moment, and I started to feel a little uncomfortable with the way Kakashi-sensei was staring at me. He shook his head after a moment, and the tension passed. Normally, I would tell you to keep working on your chakra control, he began, but I think you're doing that very well on your own. Instead, we'll focus on your physical skills. Can I learn a super awesome jutsu instead? Kakashi-sensei sighed and rubbed his face. Tell you what, Naruto, we'll spend the first part of the day working on your physical skills, and if you do a good job, I'll teach you one new jutsu at the end. Yes, I cried, jumping into the air. What I need to do? What followed was a long, grueling session where Kakashi-sensei made me drop into a stance and start running through various attacks and blocks. He kept making me change how I was standing and how I was moving, and he made me start over every time I overextended or lost balance. It was really annoying, but after 2 hours of that I did feel more comfortable with how I was moving. All right, now let's see you actually put that into action. Make a few clones. You mean we're not done yet? Kakashi-sensei just gave me a look, and I sighed and made the clones. All right, now face off one at a time, you against a clone, using what you just practiced. We spent another 2 hours doing that, and I must have gone through 100 clones. Even I could tell that something was different by the end of that, though. Very good, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei said, I smiling again. For a single day, that was some remarkable improvement. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Now, as I promised, I will teach you a new jutsu. Yes, I shouted, leaping into the air. What is it? Is it going to be the Chidori? Oh, what about the 8 gates thing? That would be awesome. No, nothing quite that level, he responded. Today you're going to learn the Kanai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Isn't that just like the normal Kage Bunshin? I asked. I couldn't help but be a little disappointed. The Kage Bunshin was awesome. Yeah, but I did already know it. Not at all, Kakashi-sensei corrected. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, his hand whipped out and threw a kunai. 10 more kunai appeared out of thin air, and all of them struck a nearby tree. A second later, the extra kunai vanished, leaving holes behind where they had been. I stared at the tree, my brain slowly absorbing what I had just seen and connecting it with how I used the normal Kage Bunshin. Yes, I knew you'd teach me an awesome jutsu. I'm glad that you like it, he said, but before I teach it to you, there's something you need to understand. Sure thing, Kakashi-sensei, I agreed. Anything to learn something that awesome. Let's imagine a scenario where you, Sasuke, and Sakura are all fighting a group of enemies. You have managed to defeat your opponent, and you have the chance to throw kunai at the other opponents from afar in order to support Sasuke and Sakura. With me so far? Yep. Now, suppose that the one you aim at is, let's say, as far from Sakura as that tree is from me. You could easily hit the enemy with that kunai, right? Absolutely. All right. Now suppose that there's 10 opponents, just as far away as the one was, all of them about to attack Sakura. If you only have time to throw one kunai, would you use the technique I just showed you to take them out? I opened my mouth to say yes, but paused as the scene played out in my head. If creating kunai was as easy as it was to create full-on shadow clones, then I could make a lot of them. And if I did that, I'm glad to see you understand, Kakashi-sensei said, noting my suddenly pale face. This technique, like all potentially lethal jutsu, is not to be used lightly. Never forget that. I nodded solemnly at my teacher. I'd never be able to forgive myself if I hurt Sakura-chan because I was careless. Now, then, the hand seals are actually quite simple. An hour later, Kakashi-sensei felt I was ready to try out the technique for the first time. He had me create a clone to do the test, though, while both of us watched from nearly 100 meters away and behind the clone. He also made me give the clone my real kunai. Something about it making everything a lot easier. Remember, Kakashi-sensei shouted, use as little chakra as possible. I saw the clone wave and then make a throwing motion. Nothing happened the first time, or the second, but on the third try a wave of black swept through the clearing. My jaw dropped when I realized that those were all kunai. Then I let out a loud whoop, mirrored by my clone who ran back towards us. I said as little chakra as possible, Kakashi-sensei reminded the clone. I did, the clone protested. Kakashi-sensei rubbed his forehead for a moment, then just nodded. All right, let's go see the clearing, maybe get a rough count of the number of kunai you made. The clearing looked like a herd of wildcats had passed through it. The ground was torn up, and all of the trees were shredded. One kunai was sticking out of one of the trees, and 2 more were sitting at the bottom of the tree, thoroughly nicked and scratched. Oh man, I whined as I picked them up. Those were some of my best kunai. They weren't completely ruined, but they were close. I turned to look at Kakashi-sensei, only to find him surveying the clearing with a Sharingan I exposed. He covered it up quickly, but didn't say anything, looking thoughtful. "How many did I make?" I asked curiously. He didn't answer my question, instead turning to look at me with a serious expression. "Until your chakra control greatly improves. Only use that technique when all of your allies are behind you." I nodded just as seriously, horrible flashes of Sakura-chan getting hit by those kunai running through my mind. "I promise," I said firmly. Kakashi-sensei relaxed. "Well, I think that'll be enough for today. You should spend the rest of your time working on your chopstick exercise. I dare say Sakura-chan will have a whole stockpile for you to run through." We turned and started heading back towards Tsunagiji's house. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, how many did I make?" I twitched when he pulled out his perverted book and started reading, somehow managing to use his crutches at the same time. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, seriously, how many did I make?" He said, turning to look at me. "Did you say something?" The next day, Kakashi-sensei took Sakura-chan off to train while I was stuck guarding the bridge with the bastard. I tried to start a conversation with him, though I'm struggling to remember why I bothered, but he just grunted and brushed me off. Fine with me. Once we reached the bridge, the bastard just started running up and down the side of the bridge, still not actually saying anything to me. I stuck to the top of the bridge with Tsunejiji and practiced the exercise Kakashi-sensei had assigned me. I ran through the rest of Sakura-chan's awesome chopsticks before noon, though, and started looking for something to do. "Hey, Tsunejiji," I called out. "What is it, kid? You see something?" he asked, distracted. "Nah, nothing like that. I knew nothing was going to happen for another 4 days now. You got anything you need help with? I'm out of chopsticks." "Not unless you got a dozen workers hiding somewhere. One scrawny runt like you isn't going to help much," he said, smirking. I'd gotten rather mad the first time he'd said that, but I knew that was just how he talked, and that deep down he thought I was awesome. Besides, if it was numbers he wanted, that was definitely something I could provide. "Is that all?" I asked, smirking widely. "Gafebunsin no Jutsu," I called out, summoning up over 20 clones. All of the other workers stopped, their attention drawn to the small horde of me that had appeared. Tsunejiji just stared at me for a moment before he grinned. "You know what, kid? You're all right," he said, giving me a thumbs up. "Now, how many more of those can you make?" I wandered into the kitchen, yawning widely as I shook off my sleep. Kakashi-sensei had spent most of our second one-on-one session focusing on my taijutsu again, but I couldn't complain too much. The changes were small, but I was definitely improving a lot under his guidance. I just wish he'd done this sort of thing before. Sakura-chan was already at the table, having once again gotten up before the rest of the team. She shot me a smile and a wave as I entered the room, and I waved back. "Mornin', Sakura-chan," I called out happily. "Thanks again, Tsunamine-chan," I said as she placed a plate in front of me. There wasn't a whole lot of food, but whatever she made tasted almost as good as ramen. "You're welcome, Naruto-kun," she replied. Like I keep saying, this is the least I can do for the ninja who are protecting my father. I began to eat, my gaze wandering over the neatly organized and clean kitchen. Tsunamine-chan had returned to the stove, humming some nameless tune and smiling softly as she continued cooking, her movements deft and sure. Watching her reminded me of Ayame-chan and Tochijiji in more ways than one. I looked out the window next, noting the sunlight playing off the water of the small lake situated near the house. The weather was going to be pleasant today, it looked like, but then the weather didn't really change whenever we ended up going to wave, did it? I then turned my attention back to Sakura-chan, who was currently finishing off her breakfast. Her motions were neat as she divided the meal into small bites and ate each bite slowly, almost daintily. My mind wandered a bit, imagining that this scene was happening back in Konoha and that it was just the two of us. I would make breakfast. No, my one attempt hadn't turned out so well. Sakura-chan would make breakfast. Yeah, she was certain to be awesome like that. And then we'd both sit down and eat, just talking and enjoying spending time with each other. It's been almost a week now, Sakura-chan said suddenly, pulling me out of my daydream. "When do you think Zabuza is going to try again?" I bet it would take him the full week to recover from his wounds. I replied, knowing that what I was saying was less a guess and more an absolute certainty. So, maybe tomorrow? Yeah, it would happen tomorrow. Despite the repetition, I still remembered the details of the first time vividly. Zabuza had killed a lot of the workers before the rest of my team got to the bridge, and by the time I arrived, Haku had... Shit. Shit. Naruto. I heard Sakura-chan's concerned voice call out from behind me, but I was already bolting out of the house and running into the woods at full speed. I can't believe I forgot about Haku. Stupid Kakashi-sensei, changing everything up and throwing off my sense of time. I scrambled through the woods, grateful that I at least remembered the clearing where Haku and I met every repetition. He would be out gathering herbs and stuff to help Zabuza, and we would have our conversation about precious people and true strength. I hadn't yet found a way to convince Haku not to go through with the attack on the bridge, but I just knew I was getting closer. After several minutes, I burst into the clearing, panting lightly with exertion. Haku was there. I wasn't too late. "Are you okay?" Haku asked. One of his hands was holding the basket while the other was concealed inside of it. His body was tense, and even I could tell he was ready to bolt at any moment. "Fine," I said, smiling widely. "I was just, running. Yeah, I make sure I exercise in the morning." I laughed nervously, rubbing the back of my head. "I see," Haku said, giggling softly. "Cammy, but that messed with my head." Haku was a guy, but he was cuter almost as cute as Sakura-chan. "So anyway, what are you doing out this early? Gathering flowers?" I asked, steering the conversation back onto its normal course. We went back and forth, covering my dreams of becoming a ninja and how it was important to protect precious people. I'd had this conversation several times, but it never failed to renew my determination as well as my respect for Haku. Even if he got stuck with a teacher like Zabuza, he was still one of the most awesome ninja I knew, and not just because of that ice stuff either. "So, what do you think about Gato?" I asked smoothly. The direct approach hadn't worked out so well before. Haku just pretended to not know what I was talking about, or fled, so I was going to be sneaky about it this time around. "He's rich and powerful," Haku responded slowly. "He doesn't seem to care about what happens to this country, but I'm sure we'll manage to get by somehow." "Yeah, Naruto Uzumaki is here, so Wave is as good as saved," I said confidently. Well, I'd already saved it 4 times now, after all. But, yeah, Gato is totally evil and stuff," I added. "I hear he even betrays his own people, tossing them aside like garbage just to save himself a few Ryo." My tone was harsh as I finished, my mind remembering the image of Zabuza and Haku laid out side by side, dead because of Gato. "Yes, he is quite greedy," Haku agreed. He stood, smoothing out his kimono and picking up his basket once again. "I need to be getting back, but it was good to meet someone like you. I'm sure that you'll become strong in the future." "You know it, and it was good to meet you too. Let's meet again somewhere," Haku said as he left the clearing. I watched him leave, then sat in silence in the clearing as I wondered if Haku had really believed what I told him about Gato. He hadn't acted all that differently from the prior times, but I refused to believe he was going to end up dying again. "Naruto," Sakura-chan panted out as she burst into the clearing. "What's wrong? Why'd you run off like that?" I jumped to my feet, smiling broadly. "Sakura-chan, nothing's wrong. I just remembered something I had to do." "All the way out here in the woods?" she asked slowly, looking around the clearing. "Yep, but it's taken care of, so we can head back now." Sakura-chan's fist was clenched and trembling, but she just turned on her heel and stalked out of the clearing. "Don't make me worry like that, idiot," she shouted over her shoulder. I left a few clones behind to guard Tsunamine-chan and Inari and joined my team as we all traveled to the bridge the next morning. Kakashi-sensei felt that the odds were very high that Zabuza would show up soon and wanted all of us there to help out. It had only taken one question for me to convince Tazunajiji to have his workers start showing up later in the morning. What would happen if Zabuza showed up before we did? Since I was helping out with clones more often, he was actually a little ahead of schedule now and could afford to lose an hour here and there. Sure, I could only handle the bits that didn't require actual training or experience, but there was actually quite a lot of that to go around, and my presence let all the other workers focus on the complicated bits. We arrived to find the bridge shrouded in mist, like always, but more importantly, there were no dead bodies this time around. Normally, we started fighting immediately, spurred on by Tsunejiji running ahead to check on his friends. He didn't have to do that this time, though, which opened an entirely new path for me to follow, stalling. "Hey, Nobros!" I yelled into the mist. Everyone was silent for a second, and I could feel my team staring at me, but I soldiered on. "Has Gato actually paid you any money yet?" I heard Zabuza chuckling darkly in the mist, and he eventually replied. "Is that how they train ninja in Konoha these days?" he asked. Even for a genin, his skill at mind games is pathetic. Pathetic? Pathetic? Oh, no way was I letting that slide. Pathetic, huh? More pathetic than one of Kiri's 7 swordmen getting hired by a midget to assassinate an old drunk and then failing. "Hey," I heard Tsunejiji protest from behind me. "Who are you calling an old drunk, runt?" "Naruto," Kakashi-sensei said, his voice pitched to Kari. "You shouldn't provoke someone like Zabuza, especially on sensitive subjects like that. It probably took him a long time to work up the courage to face us again after getting humiliated the last time." Kakashi-sensei was trying to steal my thunder. Before I could come up with something to top that, though, Zabuza replied. "You sound awfully confident, copy ninja Kakashi, but your precious Sharingan isn't going to help you this time. You should have made sure I was dead when you had the chance, because I won't be making the same mistake." "No, if this kept up, the fighting would start." "You never did answer my question, no brows," I shouted. "Do you really think a greedy little midget like Gato is going to pay you? I bet he's on his way here right now, with a ton of thugs to try to take us all out, just so he can save some money." "Nice try, kid, but even a little shit like Gato isn't that stupid." No, he was. He really was. Still, Zabuza wasn't taking me seriously, and I could feel the tension rising. I needed something to throw him off for a little while longer. Gato always showed up pretty quickly after the fighting started, so he should be pretty close by now. I just needed a little more time. I didn't have any good ideas, though, so I just went with the first thing that came to mind. "Fuku!" I suddenly shouted. "Your fake Harunin partner is Haku. He has an ice bloodline. He's got this funky ice dome thing where he can move between the mirrors, and he uses Sunbon all the time." My team and Tsunejiji were staring at me like I was crazy, but I was more concerned with Zabuza's reaction. So far, there wasn't one, which could be a good thing. If I'm right about that, then I could be right about Gato too, couldn't I? I called out. More silence. "Naruto," Kakashi-sensei whispered as he crouched next to me. "Are you actually being serious? Is all of that true?" "Of course it is, Kakashi-sensei," I whispered back. "I wouldn't lie in a situation like this." He wiped his hand over his face and let out a sigh, then said, "All right, I believe you. We'll be talking about this later, but for now, just let me take it from here. Don't say anything else, all right?" "But," "All right," he stressed, his voice stern. I didn't like it, but I knew better than to go against Kakashi-sensei when he was being all serious like this. I wouldn't pay too much attention to my genin. "Zabuza-kun," Kakashi-sensei called out. "He's just a little nervous about his first mission. I'm sure his completely random guess as to the abilities of your group has nothing to do with the fact that we knew you would be here in Wave, and that our real mission has nothing to do with the bridge. I'm sure that any large groups of mercenaries entering the battlefield are a complete coincidence, and aren't meant to serve as a distraction so that we could capture a missing Nin operating too close to the Land of Fire. I'm sure that Konoha isn't interested at all in securing another bloodline and possibly acquiring one of Kiri's 7 swords, with or without its wielder, right?" More silence. I guess it was because everything was so quiet that we heard to the shuffling of feet and the clank of metal on metal coming from the far end of the bridge. It sounded like Gato and his group had shown up. Finally! Well, Zabuza's came echoing out of the mist. It looks like the little brat wasn't so full of hot air after all. I'm quite curious why you know so much about us, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. Since my employer has breached the contract, I'll be collecting my severance fee. He let out a dark chuckle, and I felt a chill go down my spine. I'll be seeing you around, copy Ninja Kakashi. Zabuza. Gato's voice came echoing out of the mist. Why haven't you killed the bridge builder yet? I'm not paying you to slack off. There was no answer. Kakashi-sensei said, rubbing his chin. How many mercenaries would you say he brought? Naruto? I muttered, trying to recall. There had been a lot of them, I'm sure, but I honestly never paid attention to the exact number. A few dozen, I answered finally. He nodded, then turned to Tsunejiji. Anything important at the end of the bridge that we can't afford to damage? Tsunejiji shook his head rapidly, looking pale. No, nothing. Are we going to be okay? I mean, that's a lot of people to fight. Kakashi-sensei nodded again. We've got two options, he mused, talking to the team in general. One, we can engage in close combat. One-on-one, any of us could take out a common thug without a problem, but there are a lot of them, and in the confusion you guys will almost certainly end up taking a few hits. What's the other option? Sakura-chan whispered. We use jutsu to take them out at long range. I don't have any jutsu like that, she admitted, but I bet Sasuke-kun does. He's got his fireball. I was actually thinking of something with a longer range than that, Kakashi-sensei said, turning to me. Are you up for this, Naruto? My face hardened as I thought about what those thugs would do, what they had probably already done elsewhere. I looked Kakashi-sensei in the eye and nodded firmly. Yes. He held my gaze for several seconds before he nodded in return. 3 volleys should do it. Zabuza, Gato called out again. Answer me, you worthless ninja. Kakashi-sensei, what dash? Sakura-chan started to ask, but he quieted her as I walked forward to stand between my team and Gato's thugs. Enough of this, I heard Gato say. I should have known better than to rely on someone like that. All right, guys, you know the drill. Just make sure you leave some of the townspeople alive. I pulled out 3 kunai, even as cheering and shouting erupted at the end of the bridge. Through the thinning mist, I could make out swords waving through the air and the group of men standing at the end of the bridge beginning to press forward. I tossed the first kunai, my hands flashing through the seals with practiced ease. Kunai Kagabunshin no jutsu, I said firmly. My eyes watched as the single kunai suddenly turned into a nearly solid wall of black. I threw the second kunai and repeated the technique. This wouldn't be the first time I killed someone, or even the first time I killed some of these thugs, as strange as it sounded, but always before we were actually fighting. This was different. We weren't fighting, and they really didn't even have a chance. The screaming started as the first wave hit. My hands shook slightly as I threw the third kunai as hard as I could and called out the name of the technique one last time. The screaming dropped off sharply as the second wave hit, and nearly stopped entirely once the third wave arrived. I was still holding the last hand seal when Kakashi-sensei's hand settled onto my shoulder. I'll take it from here, he said softly. His grip tightened for a moment. You did the right thing. Then he was walking forward into the too thin mist. I could see movement here and there among the mercenaries, but nearly everything was still. I turned around abruptly, walking back to my team. My eyes scanned their faces, from Tsunejiji's sad and resigned expression to the surprise and respect on Sasuke's. It was Sakura-chan's expression that I focused on the most, though, and also the one that hurt the most. Her hands were covering her mouth, and her eyes were wide as she stared at me. She flinched when we made eye contact, and I gave her a wan smile before looking away. Then I ran to the edge of the bridge and threw up. Things progressed quickly after that. Tsunejiji completed his bridge in a matter of days once all the workers came back, and I even helped out some more. Inari, once he'd heard that I had killed Gato myself, looked even more awed and amazed than he usually did. Kakashi-sensei kept disappearing for hours at a time, and I still didn't know what he was doing even after going through this so many times. Some things were different now, though really different. The bast, Sasuke was acting weird, as he didn't take every opportunity to make me look bad or show off anymore. Not that there were many chances for that at the moment. He didn't glare like he used to, and even though it was odd, I found that I didn't feel like pointing out every mistake he made either. Sakura-chan was still avoiding me. Well, sort of. She didn't run away when I approached, but she kept starting to say something then interrupting himself or looking at me funny. She didn't talk to me like she had been recently, and even the constant corrections and talk about Sasuke-kun this and Sasuke-kun from the old days would have been better than these awkward and uncomfortable silences. So when our triumphant return to Konoha, I returned to my apartment, not even the thrill of completing again my first A-rank mission, this time making me feel any better. I'd even managed to save Haku and Zabuza, which was awesome, but they'd really just run off. In my head, I had imagined that they would join forces with us against Gato, and then Zabuza would realize that becoming a Konoha nin would be much better than running around as a missing nin, and we'd all go back to Konoha together. The moment I closed the door to my apartment, the world turned gray, and I found myself looking at myself again. Only this time I hadn't done anything to cause this. An update is ready to install. Do you wish to continue? An update is ready to install. Do you wish to continue? No. I'm tired of not knowing what the hell is going on. So no and hell no. An update is ready to install. Do you wish to continue? Fuck you. Maybe it was my imagination, but I would swear for just a moment I heard deep, rumbling laughter. An update is ready to install. Do you wish to continue? I let out a scream of frustration before finally giving in and saying, yes, I said tiredly, slumping in defeat. The gray abruptly shifted to black, and for a brief moment I worried that I had gone blind. Then a speck of blue appeared in the distance, gradually growing larger in fits and starts. After a minute, the blue completely filled my vision before everything abruptly shifted into gray once more. Update complete. You may review the change log from within the help menu. The world faded back to normal once again. Help menu? There's a help menu? Where the hell is it? And what the hell is change log supposed to mean? I charged into the kitchen, determined to see if the word help was now listed. It wasn't, but I did see level up. Well, that's something, I guess. Level up. Congratulations. Naruto Uzumaki has achieved level 6. Naruto Uzumaki has 5 skill points to assign. Naruto Uzumaki may select one new ability. Abilities. Choose one of the following abilities. Dodge 0/5. Link 0 out of 5. Overpower 0/5. Restore 0/5. Unique. Army of 1 0/5. Unique. One-man army 0/5. Well, obviously, I was going to pick one of the Kage Bunshin abilities. But, which one was which again? What was it Hinata had said? Oh yeah, Army of 1 was a person as strong as an army, and the other one was a bunch of clones. My recent experiences with Kage Bunshin, Barrage, crapping out on me meant I wasn't all that eager for a repeat of that. The eye-opening session with Kakashi-sensei about my taijutsu skills also showed me that I could really use a personal boost rather than more clones. I mean, the clones were just me anyway, so... Oh, wouldn't that mean that if I got stronger, my clones would be that much stronger too? What was it I had heard someone say? 0 times 100 is still 0. Just because you can make clones doesn't mean you are stronger. Guess, whoever that was knew what they were talking about after all. In that case, the choice was obvious. Army of 1, I declared firmly. Once I was taken care of, I put the rest of my points in ninja weight. Maybe I should put them in taijutsu instead? Kakashi-sensei seemed to think I needed the most work there, but my new jutsu was awesome, and I could make it more awesome. In times like this, there was only one thing to do. I closed my eyes and reached into my pantry, pulling out a random cup of ramen. When I opened them again, I was holding a pork ramen. Pork was meat, and meat was more taijutsu thing. Taijutsu it was. Level up complete. You need 6,998 experience points to achieve level 7. Saving progress. Once I had those points taken care of, I opened up my character profile thing again. Naruto Uzumaki, Genin. Level 6. Threat rank C. Experience points 2/7000. Teacher Kakashi Hitaki. Statistics. Power 7. Precision 3. Toughness 5. Vitality 10/15. Skills. Fuinjutsu 0/1. Jinjutsu 0 out of 6. Kenjutsu 0 out of 1. Ninjutsu 27/31. Taijutsu 6/11. Abilities. Army of 1/1. Kagebunshin Barrage **. Traits. Gami S Luck. Jinchuriki. Will of Fire. Will of Fire. What? What happened to the skills? Why are they different now? And since when do I know Kenjutsu? I don't know why I even bothered asking anymore. I knew no one would answer. Still, if this changed, what else might have changed? I opened up the log next to see what it had to say. Active mission, none. Active mission details, not applicable. Arc, Chunin exams. You have completed. D ranks, 15. C ranks, 0. B ranks, 0. A ranks, 1. S ranks, 0. Special events, 4. You have unlocked. Achievements, 4. Special characters, 0. Special missions, 1. There was new stuff here too, although I still had no clue what it meant. Achievements. I asked curiously. You have earned the following achievements. Diligent student. Fake out. Now that's dedication. Or something. This one's a gimme. Diligent student. During the T**, caret and percent and CV caret R3 D. D45 SDFF caret 5V caret H. I doubled over, clutching my head in pain as the words dissolved into something different and strange and just wrong. What the fuck was that? I asked, my head pounding. I really wanted to know what that achievement stuff meant, not to mention the rest of it, but I don't think my head could take another bout of whatever that was right now. Sighing, I left the kitchen and decided to just call it a day. I paused, looking around suspiciously. For a moment, I could have sworn I heard that laughter again. The next day, I was called in to meet with Hokage Itachi. At first, I thought my whole team would be there, but when I arrived, it was just me, Kakashi-sensei, and the Hokage. Looks like I got to take another shot at convincing them I wasn't just making stuff up. Yay. What's up, Gigi? I asked politely, smiling. He smiled back at me, motioning for me to sit in one of the chairs in front of his desk. I wanted to ask about your mission, Naruto-kun. I heard from Kakashi here that things got somewhat out of hand. Nothing I mean we couldn't handle, I replied. Kakashi also pointed out that you played a vital role in the mission at several points. He is very proud of you, and I am as well. I was grinning so hard my cheeks hurt, and my eyes stung a little as something got in them, but I'd never felt happier than at this moment, except for maybe when I got to carry Sakura-chan back from the bridge that one day. This was a close second, though. He also mentioned that you had acquired some information about your opponents. Zabuza Momochi and his accomplice Haku, I believe it was. I'm quite curious how you managed to do that, and if you might have any other information that could help the village. Crap, I had been hoping this wouldn't come up again after Kakashi-sensei didn't follow up on his promise that we would talk later, but it looks like it just got delayed instead. I said, trying to buy myself some time. My mind didn't come up with anything, though, and I really didn't want to lie to Hokage Gigi anyway. You won't believe me, I said finally, slumping in my chair slightly. He just smiled warmly at me, his eyes crinkling as he chuckled. My boy, I've been around for a very long time, and I've seen and heard some very unbelievable things that were nonetheless true. Whatever it is you have to say, I don't think it will be that strange to me. I drew in a deep breath, glancing over at Kakashi-sensei, who was staring at me curiously. "I've lived through it before," I said. The Hokage blinked at me once. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I didn't quite catch that." "I've lived through that mission before, 4 times, actually. The first time around, we ended up fighting with Zabuza, and I saw what Haku could do." I saw the Hokage glance at Kakashi-sensei, who just shrugged. Well, I suppose I haven't heard something like that before," the Hokage admitted. "Not that I doubt you, Naruto-kun, or think that you would lie to me about something like this," he trailed off, staring at me sternly. I chuckled nervously, recalling my few early attempts to prank the Hokage himself before I realized just how awesome he was, old or not. "But do you perhaps have some way of proving this?" "Nothing I haven't already tried," I admitted. "Every time this topic comes up, even when I have evidence like the stuff with Zabuza, you guys act like nothing happened the next day." The Hokage and Kakashi-sensei exchanged another glance, much longer this time, and I saw a clear frown on Hokage Gigi's face. "Why the next day?" he asked gently. "I don't know. Well, there's the fact that my new jutsu only works 5 times per day, so maybe something happens between today and tomorrow." "Your new jutsu? I assume you mean the Kage Bunshin Barrage, right, Naruto?" Kakashi-sensei asked. "Yeah, that one. Sakura-chan figured out that I could only use it 5 times a day. I think it's because I put 5 points in it." "I'm afraid you've lost me," Naruto-kun, the Hokage said. "Points?" "Yeah, there's these weird floating words in my apartment, and sometimes level up will be there. Every time that happens, I can put 1 point in an ability." I saw the expression on the Hokage's face and just sighed. "You guys can't see them. You've been there before, so that won't work as proof either." "Could you demonstrate this ability for me?" "Well, I could, but I have to actually use it on somebody." "I'm sure Kakashi won't mind, will you?" "Of course, Hokage-sama," Kakashi-sensei replied as he raised his headband to expose his Sharingan eye. I shrugged and pointed at him. "Kage Bunshin Barrage." Clones popped out of nowhere and jumped onto Kakashi, pummeling him into the ground. Despite the small hope that I had actually hit him this time, when the dust settled, he was just sitting on the couch looking completely unruffled. "That is skillful use of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto-kun, the Hokage said, "but I didn't see anything unusual about the technique itself." "Actually, Hokage-sama," Kakashi-sensei interrupted, "I did notice something strange. That technique didn't use any chakra." The Hokage's eyes narrowed. "Really?" Kakashi-sensei nodded firmly. "Absolutely none at all. To my Sharingan, it looked like he just pointed at me and said the words." The Hokage turned his attention back to me. "And you say you gained this ability from floating words in your apartment?" "I think the words are just a part of whatever is going on, but yeah," I nodded. I would have felt hopeful, as this was the farthest I'd ever gotten in convincing them that this was actually happening, but they'd still just forget by tomorrow anyway. Hokage Gigi was silent for a few minutes, a thoughtful look on his face. Kakashi-sensei and I just waited. Eventually, he opened his mouth to reply. Then his eyes glazed over. I sighed, looking over at Kakashi-sensei and noticing that he looked much the same. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Naruto-kun," he said. "I'll be sure to look into it, but for now you are dismissed." I nodded, trudging out of the office. The first time I thought it was kind of weird, but other than confirming for me that something was going on, as if the fact that I kept reliving the same time period wasn't enough, it didn't really help my situation at all. At least that would be the end of the "how did you know that?" questions. After my meeting with the Hokage, I wandered around the village for a bit before deciding to test out my new ability. I wound up back at Training Ground 7, in a tense standoff with the training logs. "Army of 1, I announced. If it worked like the barrage and 1 point meant 1 use, I'd have to make this count. I felt that cold water sensation and eagerly awaited whatever change was about to happen. Would it summon a single badass clone? Would I suddenly get awesome muscles like Lee and Guy? Maybe get as fast as Kakashi-sensei? Maybe it would turn me into a not old Hokage Gigi. I kept waiting for several seconds before I frowned. I didn't feel any different. I didn't see any clones popping up, and I certainly wasn't growing awesome muscles or anything. Maybe it wasn't a physical change, though. I pulled out a kunai and threw it at the log as hard as I could. It landed with a solid thunk, but it didn't sink any deeper into the log than I would have expected. Maybe it was a ninjutsu thing? I threw another kunai, using my kunai clone technique, but while the wall of black showed up, it didn't seem larger or thicker than before. What the hell? I cried out, frustrated. I punched and kicked and sliced and jutsued as hard as I could, but I couldn't tell any difference at all from before I used the new ability. This sucked. The few weeks before the Chunin exams passed in a blur. I was starting to get really wound up for the coming confrontation in the Forest of Death, and that name was a little too appropriate now and didn't pay much attention to what was going on. I managed to run into Gaara and his team again, another of those things that always happen the same way no matter what, and once again thwarted that weird kidnapping attempt on Konohamaru. Through all of that, I kept getting the weird feeling that I was missing something, but it wasn't until we got to the academy to take the first exam that I realized what it was. Lee had once again challenged Sasuke to a match. He never challenged me, even though I was sure I could put up a better fight, and they had moved to a more open area. I kept waiting for the bastard to turn on his stupid eyes, but he never did. I mean, every time he got them fighting Haku. This might be a problem. Even I realized that Sasuke's funky eyes were a major factor in allowing us to survive as long as we did against Orochimaru. I really didn't want to see what would happen if things went even worse this time around. Heck, even his stupid lion combo thing came from this fight against Lee, which he was losing badly, much to my enjoyment, and now he wouldn't have it. I barely noticed moving into one of the classrooms and sitting down to take the test for the first part of the exams. While everyone else was writing answers down frantically, I was focused on trying to figure out how we would manage to make it through the fight with Orochimaru without dying. I was rudely pulled out of my planning when Scarface yelled something about everyone having to make a decision. "Give it a rest, old man." I snapped, annoyed. I felt all eyes in a room focus on me, but I just stood up and slammed my hand on the desk. Like hell, I'm going to back down over something like this. I'm going to get through this test no matter what. Believe it. A few hours later, we were deep in the forest, and I was starting to jump at every gust of wind and creaking branch. The snake bastard was in here somewhere, and he was coming for us. "Naruto," Sakura-chan asked hesitantly. She still wasn't really talking to me, but she hadn't been fawning over Sasuke's team as much as she used to either. I tried to cheer her up, but that just seemed to make things worse for some reason. As much as it hurt, though, I couldn't really afford to worry about it until after we got past Orochimaru. If we got past Orochimaru. "Yeah, Sakura-chan? Are you feeling all right? You seem, really nervous." Normally I would have bragged about how tough I was, but not this time. "I'm nervous," I admitted. "There's someone really dangerous in here, and I just know we're gonna have to fight him." "Like you knew all that stuff about Zabuza and Haku?" she asked quietly. "Yeah." She looked pale, and her hand was shaking a little bit. Even if my heart wasn't really in it, I couldn't just leave her scared like that. "Don't worry, Sakura-chan," I said firmly. "No matter what, I won't let you get hurt." That's a dash. A howling gale tore through the clearing and slammed into me, flinging me through the trees. Stupid snake bastard just had to interrupt my conversation with Sakura-chan. Yet another reason to beat the shit out of him. I took care of the giant snake, something that got easier and easier every time, and rushed back to my team as fast as I could. "Perhaps there's hope for you after all," I heard as I approached. I saw Orochimaru holding Sasuke up by his throat, a sadistic grin on his face. I couldn't see Sakura-chan anywhere. "Get away from him, you bastard," I snarled as I charged forward. I'd barely made it 3 steps before something slammed into my side and tossed me against a tree. I shook my head to clear the ringing and turned to face my attacker, which turned out to be a clone of Orochimaru. "I have no use for you, brat," the bastard hissed. "Stay out of my way." "Like hell I will," I growled. "I'm gonna take your ass down." "Run," I heard Sasuke gasp, and I turned to look into his spinning red eyes. "Huh, I guess he managed to turn them on even without his fight against Haku. No fucking way am I running, so just shut the hell up. You should learn to listen to your teammates. You might live longer. Kage Bunshin Barrage, I yelled, pointing at the Orochimaru holding Sasuke up. The clones jumped at him, but were almost instantly dispelled with absurd ease. I couldn't even see him moving, just clouds of smoke appearing all around him as the clones were destroyed. Then his clone was attacking me again, and I took several strong hits before getting slammed into another tree. I was having a harder time clearing my head now. My vision was getting blurry, and I could barely hear anything over the ringing in my ears. This fight wasn't going any better than the previous ones, even with my usage of Kage Bunshin Barrage. I felt despair washing over me again as I realized that even with all of my effort and all my new abilities, I still hadn't managed to do any better against Orochimaru. I was going to die again, and everything I'd accomplished this time around would be gone. The new respect Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan had for me, even if Sakura-chan was acting a little odd right now. The fact that Zabuza and Haku had managed to survive, even Sasuke team acting a little less like a bastard than he normally did. Naruto Uzumaki is not a coward, I muttered. Orochimaru was staring at me with that smug smirk on his face, but I didn't care. Naruto Uzumaki does not give up. I had another move now, though, didn't I? Barrage wasn't working at all, but maybe that would help. I had no clue what it did, but I was sure it did something. Naruto Uzumaki is an army of one. I shouted, climbing to my feet. I felt that cold water sensation again, so I knew it had worked. There were still things I hadn't tried, plans I hadn't even thought up yet. No way was I going down without a fight. I turned my head to look at the real Orochimaru again, my hands coming up to form the hand seal for the Kage Bunshin, but I froze when my gaze landed on something else. Sakura-chan, lying in a crumpled heap at the base of a tree. She wasn't moving. My world turned red. I found myself outside of my body again, just like when I was in my apartment and using the floating words. This time, though, the world wasn't gray and my body was still moving around. It was also changing. My teeth were getting longer, the marks on my cheeks were turning much darker and thicker, and my eyes were now blood red with black slits in the middle. Hey, what the hell is going on? I asked. No answer. I watched as my body launched itself forward, hands extended in claws. Actually, my hands had claws now, my fingernails changing into something that wouldn't look out of place on a wolf or a fox and aiming for the clone. The clone backhanded me away, or rather, it tried to. The blow passed through my body as if it wasn't even there, and then my claws were ripping through the clone and it collapsed into a pile of dirt. My body landed in a crouch, head swinging from side to side for a moment, then threw its head back and let out a feral roar. I shuddered. That sound was far too bestial to have come out of human mouth, and the fact that it was me just made it worse. Oh, so you can use that power a little. Interesting, Orochimaru said. Then his eyes narrowed. But what was it you just did? Sasuke had managed to turn his head slightly and was staring at me with wide, frightened eyes, his Sharingan spinning madly. When my body heard Orochimaru's voice, it abruptly cut off the roar and then launched itself forward, all its attention focused on the bastard. Even as terrible and disturbing as this was to watch, I found myself hoping that I would manage to actually hurt him, at least a little. Orochimaru jumped to the side, dodging my attack easily while maintaining his grip on Sasuke. He flung a kunai at my back, but the blade just passed through me as if I wasn't even there, hitting the tree branch with a solid thunk. Fascinating, Orochimaru said to himself. I wonder, is this another power from your prisoner? He tilted his head back, reaching down his throat and pulling out his sword. I shuddered, remembering my last encounter with that sword and rubbing my neck at the phantom sensation of pain. As my body leapt towards Orochimaru again, he dodged once more and sliced at me with the blade. It passed through me yet again, but rather than looking put out or annoyed, he just looked delighted. There is no sensation of resistance at all. You are not impeded in the least by any attack. I wonder what the limits are, he muttered to himself. He suddenly tossed Sasuke to the side, and I thought for a moment he was letting Sasuke go before another clone bled out of a tree and caught him. The original Orochimaru suddenly went on the offensive, jabbing and slashing at my body while it tried its hardest to sink its claws into him. I thought this would continue for a while, but a sudden spray of blood spewed into the air and my body jerked backwards as the sword ripped a bloody gash across its torso. It ended so soon. A pity, Orochimaru said. He thrust the sword forward, sliding it through my gut and pinning me to a tree. I watched, horrified, as my body growled and threw itself forward along the sword, swiping at the snake bastard's face. Kukuku, a feisty one, aren't you? Still, as amusing as this is, you aren't what I'm here for. He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. But you may be useful yet. He pulled the sword out with a sharp jerk, then slammed his other hand into my gut. Pain roared through my body, and I let out a scream. I felt unconsciousness creeping up on me, but I managed to raise my head up long enough to stare Orochimaru in the face. Fuck, you, I choked out. He didn't even spare me a glance as he turned and walked back toward Sasuke. My world turned black. I blinked. I stared in silence at tree roots. Wasn't I supposed to be back at Ichiraku Ramen now? They oches. Huh, who was that talking? You made our team, and you gotta pay for that. I blinked again, trying to figure out what was going on. I turned my head to the side, noting that a damp cloth slid off of my head as I did so. Sasuke team was lying next to me, some sort of weird smoke coming off of his neck. I sat up slowly, holding my stomach to ward off the pain. Only there was no pain. If I hadn't died, shouldn't I have a sword wound in my gut? And if I did die again, shouldn't I be back at Ichiraku's? And come to think of it, what was with all the bandages? My stomach and chest were covered in multiple layers, enough that it was actually a little difficult to move. Still no pain, though. I looked to the side, noting that Sasuke team was awake and sitting up too, a harsh glare on his face. If you're going to go any further, I'm going all out, I heard someone say. That voice was familiar, and it kind of ticked me off for some reason. I followed Sasuke's line of sight and saw Sakura-chan alive. The snake bastard didn't kill her after all. Then I took note of her condition. She had blood and bruises all over, and she looked completely exhausted. A snarl found its way onto my face, and I exchanged a quick glance with Sasuke. For once, we were thinking the same thing. If you don't like it so much, then stop acting cool and come down here, I heard someone else say. It seems that won't be necessary. The first voice said. I recognized it now, but I heard more important things to worry about than that asshole cousin of Hinata's. Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun, you guys are awake. I stood completely, stretching my arms and cracking my neck and fists. Beside me, Sasuke slouched forward, those weird markings covering his body. I knew they were supposed to be bad somehow, but I had more important things to worry about than that, too. Sakura, Sasuke said darkly. Who did that to you? Sasuke-kun. Sakura-chan said hesitantly, looking worried. Come on, team. It should be obvious, I interrupted. We've got 3 people from Sound here, and they all look like they're just begging for an ass-kicking. Sasuke glanced at me, smirking. You do say smart things sometimes, Dobe, he said. Yeah, we did it, one of the Sound Nins said, confirming that they really were begging for it. Sasuke-kun, your body, in Naruto. You need a rest. You were. Sakura-chan trailed off, her eyes watering. Don't worry about me, Sakura-chan, I said, smiling widely. It'll take more than one dumbass snake bastard to stop me. Says the one who got nailed to a tree, Sasuke chuckled. Like you were doing any better, I scoffed. At least I managed to hit him. Managed to bleed on him, maybe. I opened my mouth to retort again, then shook myself. We'll finish this later, team. Right now we got idiots to take care of. Fine, he grunted. Now then, it was you guys, right? He muttered, turning back to the Sound team. This is bad. You get caught up. Return to your body. You too, Chuji. We're hiding. Shikamu shouted as he darted out of the way, carrying Ino's limp body with him. Sasuke hunched over, his chakra flaring even higher. He seemed to be focused on the bandaged one, so I decided to go after the other male sounding. Dosu, no need to be afraid of this half-dead freak, my target shouted as he clasped his hands together. I don't think so, I snarled. Kage Bunshin Barrage. I snapped, pointing at him. Ulti dash, he started to say, before my clones appeared before him. One mule kicked him in the jaw, snapping his head back and launching him in the air. The others bounced him back and forth in the air as they called out the name of the technique. The final blow planted him back on the ground. For once, an enemy hit with that move actually stayed down. I guess that means you're mine, Sasuke said lowly, stalking towards the sound Nin covered in bandages. W8, he called out, pulling out a scroll. We know we can't beat you, so just take this and dash. Shut up, Sasuke said as he appeared next to him and backhanded him into a tree. There was a loud cracking sound as the sound Nin bounced off and landed on the ground. I blinked when Sasuke tossed the scroll to me. I hadn't even noticed him take it. Hold on to that, dope, he said, then advanced towards the downed genin again. The sound Nin was staggering to his feet, his movements almost drunken as he listed to one side. We surrender, he managed to get out. Don't care, Sasuke retorted darkly as he pulled out a pair of kunai. Hey, bastard, I shouted. The more I watched this, the more I felt that this was just wrong. I knew what Sasuke was about to do, and something told me that I would regret it if I didn't stop him. I chucked the scroll at his head, and he ducked to the side, blinking in confusion. I'm not your pack mule, I continued. You can carry that yourself. And you know what else? I don't like your face. The entire clearing was silent as everyone stared at me, even Sasuke. I knew it was working, though, because I saw a smirk growing on his face that replaced the scowl that had been there before. Is that so, dead last? He said, turning his attention to me and beginning to stalk forward. While almost, he tossed the kunai he had in his hands at the sound Nin, one sinking into his shoulder and the other into his leg. Man, good enough. He didn't kill the guy, and that was all that I was after. Yeah, and you know what else? I yelled, stalking towards him and grinning widely. Kage Bunch dash. Stop it, Sakura-chan yelled, cutting me off and causing Sasuke team to stumble to a halt. Just stop, she trailed off, panting. My eyes darted back and forth between Sakura-chan and Sasuke team. I slowly relaxed as I saw the weird markings on his body disappearing. As much as I wanted to punch him in the face, not for any particular reason, he just had it coming. Now wasn't the time. Sorry, Sakura-chan, I said sheepishly. Sasuke team just grunted and turned around. The sound Nin whimpered and tried to scramble backwards, but Sasuke just walked past him to pick up the scroll I had thrown earlier. This makes both scrolls, right? Yeah, I said, grinning. We had this exam in the bag. I turned to Sakura-chan, then blinked. I don't know how I'd missed it before, but Sakura-chan's hair was barely hanging down to her shoulders, where before it had fallen partway down her back. Hey, Sakura-chan, did you do something with your hair? The other teams eventually left, even the sound team managing to crawl out of the clearing. I felt a little bad for them, but they did beat up Sakura-chan, so really they should be happy I didn't do anything worse to them. We made pretty good time to the tower after that. Irika-sensei appeared when we opened the summoning scrolls, and he seemed really proud that our team had made such good time. He even promised to treat me to ramen once the second phase was over. Kakashi-sensei appeared out of nowhere right after that and hauled us all off to the part of the tower reserved for Mednin. Even I could tell that he was tense, but he was quickly relaxing as the doctors looked us over. The one helping Sasuke team was focused on his neck for some reason, probably looking at whatever Snake Face had done to him, while the one helping Sakura was giving her pills to swallow while gently moving her head back and forth and looking in her eyes for some reason. The one helping me was gently unwrapping the bandages, but paused when he was finished and just looked at me, a confused expression on his face. Uzumaki-san, the guy said, did you not sustain severe wounds to your torso and abdomen? Abdi what? Stomach. Oh, yeah, Snakeface got me good a couple of times, but I'm fine now. It's like I got healed up overnight. The mezzanine twitched when I said that, and spent the next few minutes poking and prodding me everywhere while muttering to himself. Eventually, they decided that all of us were fine. I could have told them that, and let us leave. Kakashi-sensei took Sasuke team off somewhere right after that, but he did take the time to tell us how proud he was that we were the third team to make it to the tower, which was awesome. If I remembered, right, we'd actually been the last team to show up the first time through. Once they left, Sakura and I made our way to the room that we would be staying in for the next few days. It was kind of on the small side, but it did have 3 decent-sized beds, as well as its own bathroom. Sakura-chan and I claimed our beds and dumped Sasuke team stuff on his, then just kicked back and relaxed. So it was just me and Sakura-chan. Alone. In a room. Naruto, Sakura-chan said slowly. Igriega. I gulped nervously, my heart pounding in my chest. Ow, how did you know? Huh, I asked, feeling my nervousness give way to confusion. Know about what? That Orochimaru would attack us in the forest. Or even that Zabuza and Haku would attack us in wave. How? Oh, gut instincts. She just looked at me, and I felt guilt gnawing in my stomach. Do you not trust me enough to tell me the truth? It's not that, I said immediately, waving my hands in the air. It's just, you won't believe me. Something is going on, she said firmly, staring at me. I just want to know what it is, before one of us ends up dying. It was a little late for that, actually, but I didn't say that out loud. I stared at her, her green eyes boring into my eye, and I finally closed my eyes and sighed in defeat. I know because I've lived through it before, several times. The bell test, the wave mission, the Chunin exams, all of it. That's how. I kept my eyes closed, waiting for her response. Several seconds passed, and she didn't say anything, so I finally opened my eyes. Her head was bowed, and her entire body was trembling. Sakura-chan, I asked hesitantly. Her head snapped up to reveal her angry face. Naruto baka, she snapped. If you're going to lie, at least make up something believable, Shinaro. She stomped past me and towards the door, still muttering under her breath. But I protested, but she had already left. Things managed to get even more awkward with Sakura-chan after that, and Sasuke team seemed to be asleep most of the time, so I took to wandering the tower out of sheer boredom. Of course, I was doing it while walking on the walls and ceilings. Kakashi-sensei said I needed to keep working on my chakra control after all. I really needed it, too, because I seemed to be having a much harder time of it now, for some reason. Maybe I was still recovering from what Snakeface had done to me? I found out Gaara was in the tower quickly. He seemed to be following me around a lot, because every time I turned around there, he was staring at me and muttering to himself. It was fucking creepy as hell. I knew more about why he was like that now, but still. I experimented with Army of One as much as I could, but since I only had 1 point in it, I could only use it once a day. The first thing I tried was to use it with one of my clones, but just like Barrage, it didn't work. After that, I had my clones attack me until they actually managed to hit me, and I found out that it only works for 10 hits. I think. I tried to come up with other things to try like Sakura-chan had, but I only had 1 shot per day, and I didn't know what would actually work or not. I didn't know that every time I tried it stopped exactly 10 hits though, so I'm pretty sure that much at least I got right. I've been worrying about other things at the time, but that seemed like how many times Orochimaru tried to hit me, too. I didn't have any way to check to see if I had leveled up or if anything in the log had changed, either, so I was really on edge when the prelims finally rolled around. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, are these matches really random? I asked as I watched Shikamaru fight the girl from the sound team. Of course they are, Kakashi-sensei replied immediately, not bothering to look up from his book. You can see the names as they are randomly chosen on the board, just like everyone else. I grumbled to myself, crossing my arms and huffing in annoyance. I mean, yeah, I could see the board. I wasn't blind, but I would swear that all of these matches were exactly the same. I didn't mean just the same people fighting, either. It looked like most of them were happening exactly the same way on top of that. The only big difference I'd noticed so far was that Sakura-chan actually won her fight against Ino. I cheered her on like crazy and congratulated her when she won, but she just gave me an odd look before settling down against the wall to rest. So, with nearly everything else the same, if I ended up fighting Kiba again. Next match, Naruto Yuzu *Maki versus Kiba Inuzuka. Guy announced. I'm sure he was a nice guy and all, but they must have realized that he made a bad announcer and replaced him since he wasn't there for the third phase. Good call in my opinion. Haha, we're lucky, boy. This'll be an easy win. Kiba boasted to Akamaru. In your dreams, dog breath, I yelled back. I won't even need to use army or my new jutsu on you. Kiba and I faced off in the arena, Kiba posing arrogantly while I confidently waited for the start of the match. Begin, Guy said. Kage Bunshin Barrage, I said, pointing at Kiba. He was immediately swarmed with clones, all of them punching and kicking away. Kiba was eventually flung out of the mass of them, rolling to a stop a couple of meters away before he climbed back to his feet. I thought you said you weren't going to use your new jutsu, he growled, wiping blood off of his busted lip. My other new jutsu, I said, grinning. This'll be more than enough for you. Like I'm just gonna let you hit me again, Kiba growled, crouching. Your new jutsu won't mean shit if I dodge it. Kage Bunshin Barrage, I said again, smirking. One clone appeared directly in front of Kiba, ready to mule kick him, but it missed? The fuck? That had never happened before. I watched in disbelief as my clones continued to attack empty air while Kiba spun out of the way. I shook that off and prepared to fight him hand to hand as he charged in. Now, he shouted abruptly, and I felt something slam into my back, knocking me forward and off balance. Kiba was on me a moment later, snapping off a quick combo that ended in a roundhouse kick, launching me back towards the wall. And that's why you're the dead last, Kiba mocked, cracking his knuckles. I stood slowly, brushing imaginary dust off of my clothing. I watched as his grin faltered, my own growing in response. Was that supposed to hurt, dog breath? Sasuke team hits harder than you do. It really hadn't hurt, I thought, surprised. Kiba had packed a serious punch the first time around, but for some reason, he was a lot weaker now. Or, I corrected myself, I was a lot stronger. My grin grew even wider as I realized that all those levels and skill points really were doing something. I just had to measure myself against people like Kiba instead of crazy strong people like Zabuza and Orochimaru. I didn't bother using Kage Bunshin Barrage after that. I wanted to see how well my taijutsu was doing after all the training Kakashi-sensei put me through. I kept pushing Kiba, not giving him any room or time to coordinate with Akamaru. He was still more skilled than me, but it was a lot closer than either of us would have expected. He got in 3 or 4 hits for everyone I landed, but I barely felt the blows while he staggered under each of mine. Akamaru kept trying to come in from behind, but he was actually rather predictable, and I swatted him away without too much trouble every time he tried. Kiba went down a minute later, unconscious, and Akamaru just stayed at his side, whining and licking Kiba's face. A few seconds later, Guy called the match. Winner, Naru ** to Uzumaki, he announced. Damn, that felt good. I began walking back to the balcony when I heard the next fight announced. The next match will be Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. In my concern about all the fights turning out the same, and then my battle with Kiba, I'd forgotten about what happened afterward. If this fight turned out the same, then Hinata would spend most of the next month in the hospital because her cousin had tried to kill her. I rushed up the steps, making a beeline for Hinata, who was just starting down. She froze when she saw me approaching, her face burning a bright red and one hand clutching the railing tightly. Hinata, about this fight, I started then trailed off. What was I going to say? He's going to try to kill you? Give up? Don't fight? Why, yes, she asked hesitantly. If someone said that to me, I'd tell them to go fuck themselves. Hinata was way too nice to say something like that, but she'd probably be thinking it really hard. Besides, she had the same Nindo as me. She didn't deserve someone telling her to give up. Kick his ass. I grinned, giving her a thumbs up. "Why, yes," she said, startled, then gasped and clapped her hands over her mouth. I mean dash." I cut her off, laughing. "Go on, Hinata-chan. Show him what you can do." She nodded in response, a small smile on her face, then resumed walking down the stairs. I rejoined my team, Sasuke and Sakura-chan, both giving me strange looks before focusing on the upcoming match. Kakashi-sensei walked up to me and clapped one hand on my shoulder. "Good job, Naruto. I am impressed." I grinned up at him. "No problem, Kakashi-sensei. Kiba didn't have a chance against me." "Ah, yes, that too," he said, grinning at me. "Huh, what else were you talking about?" He chuckled to himself, turning back to reading his book while leaning on the railing. I shook off his odd words and focused on the match down below. Niji was currently telling Hinata to give up, and she was going to say, "Be quiet and fight, Niji and I-san." Hinata yelled suddenly. She looked just as surprised as I felt, but then her face tightened and she stared back at him defiantly. My jaw dropped in shock as I stared down at her, then I burst out laughing. "You tell him, Hinata-chan." I cheered. Niji's face reddened, and he didn't say anything further as he dropped into his stance. I suddenly felt nervous for a reason I didn't fully understand. "Begin," Cough Guy called out. Niji launched himself forward, and I understood the source of that feeling immediately. I remembered the awe-inspiring display they had put on the first time around, appearing to be evenly matched as they traded blows back and forth. It was only after numerous exchanges that Niji revealed that he had been sealing off her tenketsu the entire fight. That didn't happen this time. Instead, Niji's attack slammed through Hinata's guard and into her body, actually knocking her backwards half a step. He didn't ease up, either, each attack blasting through Hinata's attempts to deflect or block. In 15 seconds, he had her backed up against the wall, and 3 seconds after that she was down on the ground, unconscious. I felt something stab into my hand, and looked down to find that the metal railing had crumpled under my grip, one of the edges of the twisted metal slicing into my palm. I clenched my fist as I returned my gaze to the pit, where Niji was frowning and rubbing his arm while staring down at Hinata's fallen form. The entire arena was silent for several seconds before Cough Guy cleared his throat and called out, "Winner, Niji Hyuga." Niji scoffed and walked away, not even bothering to look back at her as he ascended the steps. He glanced in my direction, his pupilless white eyes boring into my own, before he scoffed again and turned to rejoin his team. I think I hated him even more this time around than I did the first time. My attention was pulled back to Hinata, where a medical team was checking her over. They seemed pretty relaxed and unhurried, though nothing like the frantic shouting from when Niji had tried to kill her. One of them used a medical jutsu on her for a few seconds, then they loaded her up on the stretcher and carried her out of the arena. Maybe, despite how brutal that it looked, she was actually in better shape this time. The next fight is between Rockoff, Lee, and Gaara. Oh shit, I'd forgotten about this fight too. I didn't have time to warn Lee, either, because he was already down in the arena. Kakashi-sensei, I said, staring down into the arena as the battle began. He replied. He'd actually put away his book and was watching the fight closely. "You know that Gaara's, not exactly all there, right?" He said. "I may have picked up on that. What with all the death threats and random bursts of killing intent." "Yeah, well, Lee's awesome and all, but there's a chance he could get really hurt in this fight. Like crippled for life hurt." Kakashi-sensei turned to look at me, his expression serious. "Yes, there is," he said. Then, "Naruto," he interrupted me. "This is a lesson that every ninja must learn sometime in their career. People will get hurt. Your friends will get hurt. Maybe even die." He paused for a moment, then continued. "It's a part of life, and an all too common one for ninja. The only thing you can do is learn to deal with it, and get as strong as you possibly can so that you can protect those you care about." My eyes widened, my respect for Kakashi-sensei soaring even higher. He knew about precious people too. Do you understand? He asked quietly. I nodded solemnly. But what can I do to help Lee? Well, you could interrupt the fight. It would cause him to lose, and you would forfeit your own right to continue, but it would keep him safe. I frowned. I'd be pissed if someone did that to me, I replied. He nodded. Yes, I imagine you would. He returned his attention to the fight, where Lee had just dropped his weights and was starting to run rings around Gaara. That's another lesson that you have to learn, he continued. Sometimes trying to keep someone safe just ends up driving them away. But there's got to be another way, I said urgently. Lee had launched Gaara into the air and appeared behind him. It was going to happen soon. Kakashi-sensei nodded. There is. He turned to face me again, smiling. You teach them to be strong on their own. In that moment, I felt as if I really, truly understood Kakashi-sensei. The words resonated through my mind, striking a chord deep within. I could feel the idea taking hold and spawning even more ideas. Then Gaara crushed Lee's arm and leg with his sand. That was pretty rough, even though Guy-sensei saved Lee again. I really hoped someone would be able to fix him up properly. It was after that, though, that things started getting a little weird. Shuji fought against the bandaged sound guy that Sasuke team had done a number on, and he won too. That was pretty awesome, but then I noticed that the random board thingy was selecting another set of names. The next match is between Naru *** to Uzumaki and Shino Aburame. I blinked in confusion. Huh, wasn't that the last fight? Kakashi-sensei shook his head. Only 8 competitors are allowed in the finals, so the matches will continue until only 8 are left. Someone was always going to have to fight twice. But that last time when they argued, forget it, I yelled in frustration as I marched down into the arena. I really wanted to go make sure Lee and Hinata were okay, and this had definitely not happened last time. I set that aside, though, as I faced off across from Shino, grinning at him confidently. After taking out Kiba so easily, I was more than ready to take him on. Stupid rules changes or not, I was more than willing to show everyone what I could do. Begin, Cough Guy announced. Kage Bunshin Barrage. I snapped immediately. The clones swarmed him, kicking and punching at will, and I nodded in satisfaction until they started dispersing a moment later. It wasn't supposed to wear off that fast, was it? The smoke left from the clones cleared away, revealing the beaten and bruised form of no one. All he could make out were a few black specks on the floor. It's always a bad thing when I lose sight of my opponent, so I immediately spun around, finger raised and ready to use Barrage. I was a little slow because Shino was already in my face and punching. He hit much harder than Kiba, but he wasn't quite as fast. He was also better at taijutsu than either me or Kiba because I was having a hard time hitting him. What was worse, every time I would start to say the name of my technique, he would either punch me in the gut or in the face more than hard enough to disrupt my speech. Then, when I finally managed to land a solid blow, he dissolved into a bunch of insects that latched onto me. What the hell? I yelled out as I tried to scrape the bugs off of me. I have seen everything you can do, Uzumaki-sen, Shino said as he appeared in front of me. Your battle with Kiba was most instructive, another Shino said from the side. Your style blends surprise attacks with endurance, said yet another Shino. You have grown stronger, admitted still another Shino. But you cannot win, added the next Shino that appeared. You cannot win. You cannot win. You cannot win. More and more Shinos appeared, all of them repeating that last statement. Soon the whole arena was packed with them, all of them focused on me and constantly repeating themselves. It was pissing me off. You think I'm scared of numbers? I yelled at him. Naruto Uzumaki is an army of one. Believe it. Kakebunsin no Jutsu. I poured a lot more chakra than I normally would into the technique, and dozens of clones appeared standing in the arena. As one, they all turned and attacked the closest Shino clone. A few Shinos dissolved into bugs. Most of them turn out to be basic clones, but a few turn out to be traps. The moment those clones attacked, They found the floor underneath them dropping away as they fell into pits, and then the floor closing over them a moment later, trapping them. So that was your plan, huh? That's not going to stop me. I'll dash. I surrender, one of the Shinos said calmly. I'll hunt. I asked, confused. Even as I stared at him, all the insects clinging to my form detached and flowed back towards him. I didn't mind bugs much normally, but there were a lot of those things. My strategy has failed, and despite my bugs draining your chakra continuously, it does not seem to be affecting you as I predicted it would. Further, in this confined space, I lack the means to counter your numerous solid clones. Winner, not asterisk cough asterisk Ruto Uzumaki. Cough guy announced. All right, I said finally. I slowly made my way back to the balcony where the other teams were waiting. As I did so, I watched the board out of the corner of my eye. I winced in sympathy when I saw the next set of names. The final match is Dash. Forfeit, Kankuro yelled out, actually looking and sounding slightly panicked. I couldn't blame him. I wouldn't want to up against Gaara at all, especially when he looked as pissed off as he did right now. Of course, I would win. I already beat his ass once, after all, but it still sucked, and technically I hadn't survived it, had I? I paused, frowning. Come to think of it, what did kill me? It can't have been Gaara, who was on the ground and screaming at me to stay away like I was going to kill him or something. Sasuke and Sakura were nearby, but neither one of them would have done something like that. Who else was there? Something really sharp had slammed into my back, and then nothing. I was back at Ichiraka's immediately afterward. Whatever it was, I knew to watch out for it now. I shook myself and got in a line with the other genin who had made it past the prelims, and we all took turns drawing lots. The first match will be Naruto Uzumaki versus Niji Hyuga, one of the assistants announced. The second match will be Sasuke Uchiha versus Gaara of the Sand. The third match will be Sakura Haruno versus Chuji Akimichi, and the last match will be Shikamaru Nara versus Temari of the Sand. Everyone who had made it last time were fighting the same people, and Sakura and Chuji, who hadn't made it last time, were facing off against each other. That seemed a little odd. Whatever. I still got to pound Niji's face in, so it was all good. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, I yelled out as I caught up to him. What are we going to do for training between now and the finals? Kakashi sighed, actually closing his book as he turned to face me. Normally, we would continue meeting as a team, but this situation is a little unusual. As such, teachers have been arranged for each of you. Sasuke will be out on a training trip with me, so I can help him master his Sharingan and work on his affinity. As for you, Doodle, this and that, a specialist will be taking over your training for the time being. He suddenly loomed forward, one hand clamping onto my shoulder as he fixed me with a serious gaze. Don't worry too much, Naruto, he said reassuringly. It'll all be over soon. I swallowed nervously, telling myself that I wasn't at all worried about how he'd said that. It doesn't matter who it is, I said as firmly as I could manage. They won't get the best of Naruto Uzumaki. Believe it. That's the way, Naruto, Kakashi said softly, patting my shoulder. Always keep a positive attitude, even in the face of, well, anyway, he said abruptly, straightening up and pulling out his book again. I actually have to leave soon, but Team 7 has no official duties until the end of the Chunin exams. Make the best of what time you have left. What about Sakura-chan? I asked curiously. Oh, I talked to her earlier, and she's decided to study on her own. She may have mentioned that she'd be tracking you down later, though, for some private training sessions, he added, giggling perversely. I didn't know you had it in you. Thanks, I replied, confused. With one last wave and another giggle, he disappeared. I rubbed my chin as I turned and started heading back to my apartment. I wasn't stuck with Closet Pervert this time, which was great, but I'd already checked the bathhouse and Ero Sennin wasn't there yet. So who was I supposed to be training with? I shivered. And why was Kakashi-sensei talking like I was going to die or something? My mind kept running in circles as I opened the door to my apartment and stepped inside. I'd barely gotten the door closed before Kanai were flying out of nowhere and pinning me to the door face first. None of them had hit me dead on, but basically all of them had managed to nick me as they pierced my clothing, and one had even cut a long line down my cheek, just like, oh no, no. Kakashi-sensei wasn't that much of a bastard, was he? We've been bonding lately, right? He wouldn't do something like this to me, right? So, Brat, I hear you managed to hold off that piece of shit Orochimaru for a little while in the forest. Dusted one of his clones. Even Crazy Snake Lady purred in my ear. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be doing a lot more than that. He really was that much of a bastard. So, thanks for the help. That lesson on checking my apartment for intruders was really helpful, but I'm sure you're super busy and everything, so I babbled. Crazy Snake Lady just smirked at me. Nice try, Brat. Now move your ass. She hadn't even given me time to check on my stats or anything. She just pushed me out of my apartment and directed me towards one of the training grounds. The ninja we met along the way gave us wide berth and shot me amused or pitying looks. So, what exactly are we going to be doing? She grinned at me. I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. That didn't make me feel much better. I kept trying to get her to tell me what she had planned, but she just kept laughing at me or shaking her head. Finally, we reached one of the training grounds, and she had me stand across from her in the middle of a clearing. All right, first thing we're going to do is go over every single thing you did against the shithead. Orochimaru, she ground out. What did you do in your fight against him? Oh, there wasn't a whole lot to it, actually, I admitted. I just kind of caught him by surprise. She gave me a flat look that made me feel insulted and stupid at the same time. Right, she said. Now, what did you do? I scratched the back of my head. It wasn't like I hadn't thought about that fight at all, but I'd already used Army of One today, so I couldn't show her what I actually did. I have this new jutsu that lets me, sort of avoid attacks, I tried to explain. I can only use it once a day, though, and I already used it against Shino. She frowned at me, but seemed willing to accept that for the moment. Fine, we'll deal with that tomorrow. That can't be all of it, though. I shuffled uncomfortably. I kind of got angry when I saw Sakura-chan lying at the base of that tree. I thought she had died. Again, I added to myself. Her eyes narrowed as she studied me carefully. How angry exactly? I rubbed my stomach where the seal was, not looking at her directly. Very. Has that happened before? She asked, her eyes boring into me as if she was daring me to try to lie to her. Once or twice, but nothing like this, I admitted. What brought you out of it? She pressed. He stabbed his sword through my stomach. Actually, wait. It was after that. He pulled the sword out and stabbed his fingers into my gut. Immediately after that, I snapped out of whatever it was I was in. I must have blinked or something because one moment Crazy Snake Lady was standing several feet away from me, and the next my shirt had been pulled over my head. What the hell? I yelled, flailing my arms. Her fingers jabbed me several times, and suddenly my arms were hanging limp at my sides. Shut up and be still, she snapped, sounding distracted. Why? What are you doing to me? Shut it, she snarled, leaking a bit of killing intent. I snapped my mouth closed and swallowed nervously. A few seconds later, she had yanked my shirt back down. I think I preferred the shirt up, though, because she was in my face and looking absolutely furious. You let that piece of shit mess with your seal and didn't say anything about it? Are you fucking insane? What? What did he do? I thought she would explain, but she just grabbed me, and all of a sudden I felt the world lurching around me. That happened several more times before I found myself standing outside of a very familiar door. Crazy Snake Lady was saying something, but my head was still spinning and I couldn't quite make it out. When my head finally cleared, my shirt was pulled over my head again, and someone was poking at my stomach. Hey, quit that! I yelled. I tried to flail my arms again, but they still weren't listening to me. I'm sorry about all this, Naruto-kun, but this is a very serious situation, I heard Hokage say. Well, if it was the old man, I wasn't going to worry about it too much. He knew what he was doing. He kept poking my stomach for about a minute. Then he said, "This might sting a bit, Naruto-kun." I didn't even have time to ask what he was talking about before he stabbed his fingers into my gut. The air whooshed out of my lungs, and I had trouble catching my breath for a few seconds. What was that for, Gigi? I complained. They lowered my shirt again, and I saw the old man standing before me, looking unamused. Orochimaru tampered with your seal, Naruto-kun. Fortunately, it wasn't anything destructive, but it must have affected your chakra control and access to the Kyuubi's chakra, he explained. He focused on me, his expression serious. Why did you not report this, Naruto-kun? I didn't actually know he'd done anything, I muttered. I thought my chakra control was a little off, but I just assumed it was because I was still recovering from my wounds. The old man nodded after a few moments. Very well. In the future, if you ever think your chakra control has been affected for any reason, please notify either myself or your instructor immediately, even if you think it's just your imagination. Do you promise? Yeah, I promise, I verplied, frowning. Did Snakeface do that to me the first time? Was that why Arrow Sennin punched me in the gut like that way back? Why didn't he explain what he was doing? Thank you, Hokage-sama, Crazy Snake Lady said, shocking me with how formal and polite she sounded. If there's nothing else, I would like to return to our training session. Of course, Anko-chan, the Hokage replied. He turned to me, adding, be sure to follow her instructions, Naruto-kun. She is still young, but she's one of the best ninja in the village, and she rarely teaches anyone her skills. What? She's crazy. You can't dirk. Crazy Snake Lady grabbed the back of my shirt and began pulling me out of the office before I could finish what I was saying. All I saw before the door closed was the Hokage smirking at me and laughing to himself. Crazy Snake Lady dumped me in the clearing back in the training ground, my head still spinning from whatever it was she was doing to move so fast. Now then, it looks like I'm going to have my work cut out for me. From what I saw in the prelims, your taijutsu is shit. The only jutsu you ever use is the shadow clone technique, and you can't even tell when someone is using a jinjutsu on you. If you ask me, you should have lost to the Aburame kid. What? Screw you, lady. I beat him fair and square. You didn't lay a finger on him the entire time, idiot. If the fights weren't restricted to that small arena, he would have had you easily. As it was, I can think of 3 different ways he could have won just using skills he displayed in that short fight. Bullshit. She just shook her head and held up one finger. Used his bugs to suffocate you instead of just draining your chakra. She raised a second finger. Stabbed you in the back with a kunai when you lost track of him the first, second, or third time. She raised a third finger. Used a jinjutsu to lure you out of the ring and force you to disqualify yourself. And I'm not even trying yet. I could go on all day. Face it, brat. You only won that because the other guy wasn't willing to go far enough to win. If you'd been facing Gaara, you'd be dead and then some. Kid may be crazy as fuck, but when it comes to that, he's a ninja through and through. I opened my mouth to reply, but couldn't come up with anything to say to that. Was I really that close to losing? Was I really that bad? What about my shadow clones? I finally asked. He couldn't do anything to counter those. Crazy Snake Lady smirked. Maybe, maybe not. We're getting off track, though. What has One Eye had you working on? I glared at her, but eventually gave in. Both Kakashi-sensei and Hokage-jiji seemed to think she could help me, and after listening to her tear my performance in the prelims to shreds, I was starting to think that maybe she really could. I've been focused on my chakra control mainly, and he's also been working on my taijutsu. How far along are you in the control exercises? I've got water walking down pretty good. To know what's after that, though. Man, not too bad. I know your taijutsu sucks, but what about your ninjutsu? Is the shadow clone really the only thing you know? I know another one, but Kakashi-sensei made me swear never to use it where it could possibly hit my allies. Crazy Snake Lady blinked at that. One Eye taught you something that dangerous? Sorta, I said. I think it's mostly because I put too much chakra into it. Which jutsu is it? Oh, the Kunai shadow clone. She snorted, looking amused before her expression suddenly froze. Show me, she said, her voice carefully neutral. We're alone here, right? She nodded impatiently, pointing towards the far end of the clearing. I shrugged and pulled out a kunai, tossing it and running through the hand seals with ease. As expected, a wave of black appeared and swept through the clearing. The next thing I knew, Crazy Snake Lady's arm was hanging off my shoulder and she was purring into my ear. "Brat," she said, "I take back everything bad I ever said about you. Like that my taijutsu sucks and dash." "No, you still suck," she interrupted me, "but there may be hope for you yet." I thought that meant she was going to teach me some sort of awesome jutsu, but she spent the next 2 hours running me ragged instead. I had to run around the clearing while dodging thrown kunai, snakes she had summoned, surprise attacks from her directly, traps she'd somehow found time to lay out, and more. The worst part was she barely seemed like she was paying attention, because she kept muttering to herself and shaking her head. She finally let me go after making me promise to show up at 9 the next morning. I wanted nothing more than to crawl back to my apartment and collapse, but I still hadn't run into Eros-Senin yet. I wanted my awesome summon contract back, damn it. So, I made my way over to the public bathhouse. It didn't take long to find him at all. He was crouched near the fence, peeking through a small hole and scribbling in his notebook. "Pervert," I shouted dully. I was too tired and too used to how he was to muster any sort of real outrage at the moment, but I still went through the motions. After he had escaped from the many female bathers, he turned to me angrily. "What the hell was that for?" There was some absolutely amazing research material in there. Yeah, I muttered, stifling a yawn. It had been a really long day. "Instead of wasting your time with perverted stuff, you should help me train." And why should I help a brat like you?" Brat. I was getting really tired of everyone calling me that. "Because I'm a future Hokage, Databayo." Eros-Senin wasn't even looking at me. He was too busy staring at a civilian in a low-cut dress who was walking by. "Stop ignoring me, damn it." Oh, you're still here." He sighed, looking annoyed. I could make out a small smirk on his face, though. Fine, you promise not to interrupt my research anymore, and I'll show you a thing or two." "Fine, I won't tell everyone you're a pervert, but you better teach me something good." Yeah, he muttered, making shooing motions with his hands. "Meet me at the north gates at 2 tomorrow. Now scram." I finally made it back to my apartment and had a chance to check on my progress. Naruto Uzumaki, Genin. Level 6. Threat rank C. Experience points 4, 842/7000. Teacher Anko Mitarashi. Statistics: Power 7. Precision 3. Toughness 5. Vitality 10-15. Skills: Fuinjutsu 0/1. Jinjutsu 0 out of 6. Kenjutsu 0 out of 1. Ninjutsu 28/31. Taijutsu 8/11. Abilities: Army of 1/1. Kage Bunshin Barrage ***. Traits: Jinchuriki. Kami S Luck. Will of Fire. Other than my teacher being Crazy Snake Lady now, and I prayed to ramen that was not permanent, not much had changed. Still, I was getting closer to my next level, so I should be at least level 7 by the time the finals rolled around. Active mission: prepare for the exams. Active mission details: you have 30 days to grow as strong as you possibly can. Make the most of them. Arc Chunin exams. You have completed. D ranks 15. C ranks 0. B ranks 0. A ranks 1. S ranks 0. Special events 4. You have unlocked. Achievements 8. Special characters 0. Special missions 1. That was the first time I'd actually seen mission stuff. It didn't tell me anything I didn't already know, though. Special events, I said, hoping that whatever had happened with the achievements didn't happen here. Passing on knowledge, Sakura. Growing closer. Teammate. Ingsputon. Haku. Wave. Alternative ending 2. I got the whole passing on knowledge thing. I taught Sakura-chan tree walking and water walking after all, but what was with that teammate thing? We did have lunch that one time. Was that it? The thing with Haku made sense, but what was this crap with the second alternative ending? I'd only changed it once, hadn't I? Wave alternative ending 2, I said. Nothing. Oh, come on. Army of one. I called out. I was met with a snort of amusement from Anko. That's the name of the technique? Seriously? Hey, it's an awesome name. Anko just shook her head, although she did look thoughtful. I guess you did use against the Aburame kid, didn't you? I just thought you were talking shit when you said it before, so I'll give you that. And you could do it without hand seals. Not too shabby. So what does it do exactly? It just keeps me from getting hit. It only works 10 times though, as far as I can tell. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked nervously. She just smirked and then vanished. A moment later, my eyes crossed as a hand swept through my vision, the wrist seeming to stick out from my face. Holy fuck, Anko cursed as the arm abruptly jerked backwards. I spun around to find her staring at her hand, her eyes slightly wild. She blinked rapidly, looking to me, then back to her hand several times before she shook herself. You weren't joking, were you? She said. I told you. I pointed out smugly. She nodded, a slow grin spreading on her face. That's one, right? A kunai appeared in her hand, whipping forward and digging into the dirt behind me. 2. Her hands blurred as she summoned up a large brown snake and sent it towards me. Its jaws closed around my leg and passed through unhindered. It puffed into smoke a moment later. 3. I tried to tell myself that her voice wasn't gleeful when she said that. She thrust her hand forward, numerous snakes appearing out of her sleeve and trying to wrap around me. They all passed through unhindered. 4. Or is it? For the purpose of the technique, is that considered one attack or several? I don't know, I admitted. I hadn't even thought about that. She frowned, visibly annoyed. Well, what did the manual for the technique say? There wasn't one. I growled, annoyed myself. Everything would have been so much easier if something or someone would explain how half this crap worked. How the fuck did you learn this, then? It just told me how to do it, not how it worked. I finally tried. She rubbed her hand across her face and let out a sigh. You would be stupid enough to just try any technique you could get your hands on, wouldn't you? She said. Hey, I started before realizing that I'd done exactly that with the Kage Bunshin. She flicked her wrist, and a sunbon flew through the air, passing through my hand. Well, the technique's not used up entirely, she continued, ignoring my abandoned protest. We'll assume that's 5 for the moment. She paused, tapping her hand on her cheek for a moment before nodding. Her hands blurred again before she stomped her foot. I stared at her, wondering what she was doing, then my vision went dark for a moment. I blinked and saw a wave of dirt plowing into the ground in front of me. 6, and you don't have to see it coming. That's handy. All right, now you try to attack me. I paused, eyeing her suspiciously. You aren't going to pull any of those fucked up moves like you did yesterday, are you? What do you got to worry about? You've got your special army of one technique up, don't you? I frowned at her, but eventually shrugged and charged forward to deliver a straightforward punch. She caught my attack in her own hand, and then my world exploded into pain. I came to my senses a few minutes later, curled up in a fetal position and whimpering while my hands shielded my crotch from any further attacks. Sorry about that, she said insincerely. If I knew it was going to work, I might have used another counterattack. Might have. I squeaked, doing my best to set her on fire with my eyes. It didn't work, but that would totally be an awesome jutsu to have. 1. She shrugged in response. Well, we didn't make it to the full 10, so clearly something went wrong. We'll have to try again tomorrow to narrow things down further. And I've got some other things I want to try as well. You suck, I wheezed. The whining of weak-ass genin. It's like music to my ears. I followed Shikamaru out of Lee's hospital room, my mind still focused on Lee's condition. I hadn't made it past the Chunin exams yet, but seeing the shape he was in now, it was hard to imagine how he could recover. Maybe there was something I could do about that. Congrats on making it to the finals, Shikamaru offered as he plopped down on a nearby bench. Huh? Oh yeah, thanks. You too. You've gotten a lot stronger ever since we graduated, he continued. I blinked, noting that he had somehow managed to stretch out on the bench in that brief time and was staring at the ceiling with his hands tucked behind his head. Hey, I was always awesome, I retorted. But yeah, I've really been training hard. So what happened in the forest that both you and Sasuke got hurt like that? Oh, we had a run-in with that snake bastard, I growled, frowning. I'm definitely going to smash his face in next time, believe it. Snake bastard. Oh, Orochimaru. He's after Sasuke for some reason. Shikamaru just hummed thoughtfully, his eyes still staring at the ceiling. Finally, he said, I noticed that you managed to pick up some new jutsu as well. I thought the clone jutsu was the one you had so much trouble with. It was, I admitted, but that's the basic crap. Shadow clone is awesome. And that barrage thing? That's something you picked up recently, too. Yeah, that thing's great. He just nodded to himself, then pulled himself off of the bench. Well, I need to get going. Good luck with your training, he said, waving as he walked off. Thanks. You too, I yelled back. I scratched my head as I watched him leave. I didn't talk to Shikamaru a whole lot, but that conversation seemed a little off for some reason. Meh, whatever. I still needed to visit Hinata while I was here. Last time she'd been really messed up and couldn't get any visitors, but she was in one of the normal rooms this time. I made my way down the hall, smiling politely at the nurses who were hurrying back and forth. I'd had problems visiting the hospital before, but as long as I didn't make a whole lot of noise, they didn't get upset at me or anything. I tried to liven the place up years back. The orange walls looked absolutely awesome, but nobody seemed to appreciate that but me. It even made me paint them white again. That was just mean. I paused outside of Hinata's door once I found her room, feeling a little awkward for some reason. I quickly shook it off, though, and walked on in. Hinata's bed was the only one in the room, and there were a lot of different flowers and cards stacked everywhere. I glanced at a few, noting that they said something along the lines of "Get well, Hyuga-san." Didn't know that Hinata was that popular, but then again, she is really nice, if a little quiet and weird. The girl herself was currently asleep, resting on her back with her eyes closed. She was covered by a thick blanket and propped up against numerous pillows that looked ridiculously fluffy. I shuffled awkwardly, glancing back at the door. I didn't want to just leave without saying hi, but I didn't want to wake her up either. She looked really comfortable lying there, and I know I'd be really mad if someone woke me up from a good sleep. I could just leave her a note. That should work. That way she'd know I dropped by, and I could still let her sleep. Perfect. There was a small notepad and a pen sitting on the table next to her bed. I grabbed those and settled into a chair, the pen poised over the paper. Dear Hinata, I began, then shook my head. I was writing a note, not a letter. I tore off that sheet and tossed it aside. Hey, Hinata. I started again. Yeah, that was better. I stopped by to say hi, but you were asleep and I didn't want to wake you. Hope you are feeling bet dash. With a growl of annoyance, I tore off that sheet and tossed it aside as well. That didn't sound right for some reason. Hey, Hinata. I came to visit you, but dash. What are you doing? I heard a curious voice ask quietly from beside me. Gah! I let out a strangled yell and almost leapt up from the chair, barely controlling myself in time. Hearing Hinata make a noise and shift in her sleep, I clamped my hands over my mouth to avoid disturbing her further and risk waking her up fully. Once she settled back, I removed my hands and turned to look at who had spoken. There was a small girl, looking like she was maybe 6 or 7 years old, standing next to me. She was watching me with one eyebrow raised and a smirk. She had long brown hair that fell down her back, along with one long strand that hung down in the middle of her face. She was wearing a dark gray sleeveless shirt and loose black pants along with a pair of ninja sandals. Her most prominent feature, though, was her pale, pupilless eyes. "What are you doing?" she asked again. Amusement cleared her voice. "I was writing a note," I replied. She crossed her arms and looked at me like I was some sort of idiot. "Obviously," she muttered. "I meant, why were you doing that here?" "Because I was writing a note for Hinata." Obviously, I snapped back, just barely remembering to whisper so as not to wake Hinata. She sighed and shook her head, her expression somehow conveying that her opinion of me had dropped even lower. "Clearly you came here to visit her. Did you not have the sense to prepare a card or flowers? Even those who can't be bothered to visit personally at least did that much. If you're trying to impress father, then you have already failed miserably." I tilted my head to the side, feeling both confused and annoyed. "What the hell are you talking about, Chibi? I was here to visit Hinata, not whoever your father is. Who are you, anyway?" Her eyes widened, which looks really, really strange on a Hyuga, I noted, and her mouth dropped open. She just gaped at me for a second before her mouth snapped shut and her face flushed red. "I am Hanabi Hyuga, heiress to the Hyuga clan," she snapped, her chin lifting in the air. "I am not Chibi, you cretin. As for my father, he dash." I got it. I interrupted her, not really paying attention past her name. "Look, Hanabi-chan, I really need to finish this note, so why don't you run along and find your father? I'm sure he's worried about where you are." I made a shooing motion with one hand, the other already working to finish the note. The pad was suddenly jerked away from me, and I turned to find Hanabi holding it and staring at it. "Your handwriting is horrible," she said triumphantly, smiling like she'd just won some great victory. I reached out and snatched the pad back. "My handwriting is fine. I can read it without any problems, and so can everyone else. Maybe you need to get your eyes checked." She spluttered at me before snatching the pad away again. She may be small, but she was quick. "The note is insipid and bland," she said this time. "You should save yourself the embarrassment of anyone reading it and just leave." "What the hell does that even mean?" I growled, try to grab the notepad back. She held on to it this time, latching on with both hands and leaning back to put her weight into it as she tried to keep it away from me. I held on with one hand, slowly pulling it back towards me despite her efforts. "Stupid," she hissed. "My note is not stupid," I growled back. "And if you meant stupid, say stupid, instead of making up words." "Idiot," she grunted, digging in her heels and leaning back even further. "What are you doing?" a male voice asked calmly, while still managing to convey disappointment. Hanabi abruptly let go of the pad, falling backwards and landing on her rear with a small yelp. The hand that had been pulling on the pad, now that there was no resistance, flew backwards and smacked into my face, landing square on my nose. "Ow," I muttered, shaking my head to clear it and massaging my nose to try and relieve the pain. "I would like an explanation for your behavior," the man said again. I turned to find another Hyuga, this one with long black hair and dressed in white robes, standing just inside the doorway. His entire form seemed to radiate a sort of stiff disapproval. "I was just writing a note for Hinata when Chibi here interrupted me." I explained. I wasn't sure why I did, but something about him reminded me of Irika-sensei or Hokage-jiji when they were scolding me about some prank I'd pulled, and I just reacted. I saw a strange boy sitting in Neisama's room and talking to himself, so I confronted him, Hanabi explained quickly, her tone suddenly very formal. "I was not okay, maybe I was, but I was just saying what I was writing," I admitted. "I do that sometimes." Then the rest of what she had said hit me. "Oh, so you're Hinata's little sister. Why didn't you just say so?" Her face twitched and started to grow red again. "I did," she said firmly. "No, you didn't. You just said you were the heiress or whatever." She made some sort of weird strangled noise, then just hissed, "Idiot." "Hanabi," the man said, his voice firm. "Such behavior is not befitting of the Hyuga clan. We should never address other people in such a manner, no matter how accurate it may seem." "Yeah, what he said," I added, nodding in agreement. Hanabi just stared at me for a moment before turning her attention back to the man who was still standing in the doorway. I understand, father. Hey, that means you're Hinata's dad, huh? Before he could reply, there was a noise from behind us as Hinata slowly sat up in her bed, rubbing her eyes. She said, blinking. What's going dash? She cut off abruptly, her eyes widening as she stared at me. Then they rolled up in the back of her head, and she fell back on the pillows. Hey, I called out, jumping out of my chair. Is she okay? I made to rush over to the bed, but a hand clamped onto my shoulder before I even made it halfway. She is fine, Uzumaki-san, Hinata's dad said firmly, looking down at me with that same blank expression he'd had since he first showed up. I will be sure to let her know that you were concerned for her when next she awakes, but I would like to spend some time visiting her privately, if that is acceptable. It was phrased as a question, but the way he said it made it very clear that I was supposed to agree. Yeah, I got it, I said, nodding. Family and all that. Hope she gets to feeling better soon. I added. I appreciate the sentiment, Uzumaki-san, Hinata's dad said calmly, as he released my shoulder. The doctors tell me she should be fully recovered soon, so you may rest easy. Awesome, I replied. All right, I'll get out of your way then. Later, Hinata's dad. Later, Chibi. I called out as I left the room. One last glance as I left showed Hanabi's face slowly turning red again, and the corner of Hinata's dad's mouth lifting upwards ever so slightly. Naruto, where the hell have you been? Sakura-chan called out from across the street. I was on my way to Ichiraku's after another brutal training session with Crazy Snake Lady. So far, we determined that her snake jutsu thingy only counted as one attack, and that counterattacking didn't make any difference, even if she was holding on to some other part of my body. I'd never been happier not to get kicked in the balls in my entire life. Her plan for the next day was to use her dirt wave jutsu again, to see if that made any difference. My training with Arrow Sennin had turned out to be pretty short. I had no problems summoning Gamabana on the first try, something that actually shut the pervert up for a minute. Once I'd impressed the Toad Boss, and he'd gone back to wherever it was he stayed when he wasn't summoned, I went back to bugging Arrow Sennin. He just brushed me off when I asked him to teach me something else, though. He wanted me to keep practicing my summoning and get to know the toads or something. I mean, yeah, toads are awesome, but couldn't he have taught me some other technique while I was doing that? And I wasn't just asking because that meant all of my training time was overseen by Crazy Snake Lady. That wasn't it at all. I just got done with training for this morning, so I was going to get lunch, Sakura-chan, I replied, smiling at her. She paused, staring at me with narrowed eyes before sighing and shaking her head. You're going to that ramen place again, aren't you? Of course. She sighed again, looking indecisive for a minute. Fine, whatever, but this isn't a date, all right? I'm just sick of trying to track you down. Ah, ok, Sakura-chan. But why were you looking for me, anyway? I asked as I resumed my journey to the ramen stand. I assume Kakashi-sensei talked to you about your training for this month? Yeah, he arranged for someone to take over my training, but I kinda wish he hadn't. Sakura-chan looked surprised at that. Really? Why? I mean, I know you train on your own, but you seem to benefit from focused instruction. I blinked, sorting through what she had said before shrugging. Yeah, I learn fast when someone is teaching me, but the lady he picked, I leaned towards Sakura-chan and lower my voice. She's insane. She frowned at me. You shouldn't insult your teacher like that, Naruto. She's taking time to help you out, after all. It's the crazy snake lady from the exams, I said flatly. Oh, she said quietly. She finally just winced and patted me on the shoulder sympathetically. She can't be that bad, can she? I mean, she was probably just acting like that to scare us. I shook my head vigorously and shivered. She was being nice, I insisted. Sakura-chan just patted me on the shoulder again. We arrived at Ichiraku's shortly after that, and I settled in to eat my usual lunch. 10 bowls of the Uzumaki surprise, coming up, Tsuchiya-san said cheerfully. Uzumaki surprise. Sakura-chan asked blankly. What's that? Our Naruto-kun here, as I'm sure you know, likes to eat ramen. Sakura huffed at the understatement, causing Tsuchi's smile to widen as he continued. In exchange for offering him a discount, He agreed to serve as a taste tester for any new ramen recipes I can come up with. Sometimes that's just tweaking one of my old recipes, and sometimes it's something completely new. I grinned widely. Tsuchiyajisen's ramen is awesome, and it just keeps getting better. Sakura-chan just nodded, then turned her attention back to me. Anyway, the reason I was looking for you is to ask about your new techniques. She trailed off for a moment, then shook her head and focused. Where did you learn them from? Do you think I could try learning them as well? I winced. It's not really something I can just teach you, Sakura-chan, I said apologetically. There's some very special circumstances around how I got them. Her eyes narrowed at me. If you're going to try to tell me about that reliving event stuff again, she growled, threatening. I just shrugged at her. I tried telling her the truth, but she didn't want to listen. There wasn't much else I could do. Fine, be that way. But if you aren't going to help with that, you can at least be my sparring partner every now and then. I'd love to, I said enthusiastically, but Crazy Snake Lady has been training me pretty much nonstop, all day, every day. I could try to spar when we finish up, but that'd be pretty late. Well, why don't I just join you then? Even if she doesn't want to spend her time training me, I'm sure you would benefit from sparring against someone closer to your skill level, right? I could just watch and work on my own stuff until then. I stared at her for a moment, then shook my head frantically. That's a really bad idea, Sakura-chan. What? She growled threateningly. You don't think I could keep up? I know you've got more stamina than me, or anyone else I've ever met, she added under her breath. But that doesn't mean I'm weak. That's not it at all, Sakura-chan, I protested. It's just she's crazy. Honestly, Naruto, Sakura said dismissively, how bad could it really be? Fufufu, Crazy Snake Lady chuckled to herself. Little Pinky want to play, huh? I would be very grateful for any assistance you were willing to offer, Mitarashi-sensei, Sakura-chan said politely, though her smile was a little strained. I'll be sure not to interfere in Naruto's training otherwise. Fufufu, Crazy Snake Lady laughed again. You guys are on the same team, after all, so this'll be a good chance to add in some teamwork training as well. She looked back and forth between us for a few seconds, then nodded to herself. All right, Blondie, we're going with the usual for now. You've got 30 seconds to prep Pinky, then it starts. I paled even as she vanished into the trees. What's the usual? Sakura-chan asked curiously. I try to survive her attacks as long as I can while trying to identify the real one. Sakura-chan's brow furrowed. The real one? What? She uses a lot of clones. Yeah, I said. Look, we need to keep moving. She just gets worse if you stay in one place for too long. Sakura-chan nodded, looking a little nervous but also a little excited. This is really different from how Kakashi-sensei does things. It'll be a good change of pace. What kind of attacks does she use? Taijutsu. Some basic traps maybe? Exploding tags, venomous snakes, poison kunai, this funky-ass taijutsu that really hurts even if she just pokes you. Nasty jinjutsu. Sakura-chan was rapidly getting paler. She opened her mouth to say something, but clamped it shut when my hand whipped forward and caught a viper that had been lunging toward her face. My other hand lashed out with a kunai and stabbed its head, dispelling it. Sakura-chan stared at me, wide-eyed. Oh, and she always starts early, I added belatedly. My ear twitched as I heard the continual hissing sound I'd learned to associate with exploding tags. I grabbed Sakura-chan's arm and pulled her with me even as I jumped away, barely avoiding the explosion. Come on, Pinky, Crazy Snake Lady's mocking voice rang out from the trees around us. Surely you can do a little better than deadweight. Fuck if I'm going to bother wasting time on someone that pathetic. Sakura-chan's eyes narrowed and her face flushed. She shook off my hand and clenched her fists. I'll show you pathetic, Shinaro, she shouted into the forest. The only response was more mocking laughter. And dead, Crazy Snake Lady said as she tapped the handle of her kunai against Sakura-chan's forehead. After seeing what Blondie here can do, I expected more from his teammate, she added. You're quick on the uptake, but your physical conditioning is shit. Sakura-chan just continued to lay on the ground, her breath coming in ragged gasps. I wasn't in much better shape, as I was trying to ignore the burning sensation spreading throughout my body from my thigh, where one of her snakes had bitten me. It seemed like she used a different one every time, and some of them hurt. She didn't even bother giving me an antidote anymore, telling me to work through it and learn to deal with the pain instead. It was kind of hard to concentrate when it felt like someone had set you on fire from the inside, though. Thankfully, I could already feel it starting to fade. I still think she was just being sadistic, though. Hey, she did really awesome for her first dash. Shut it, Blondie. The only reason she wasn't out in the first attack is because you saved her ass. She did a little better after that, but most of what I saw today wasn't teamwork, but you carrying her. You lasted 40 minutes longer than this yesterday, when you were on your own. Hey, you were pushing a lot harder today. I insisted. She turned to look at me and shook her head. No, I wasn't, she replied. You were having a harder time because you were forced to look out for her too. But, oh, do better, Sakura-chan panted, forcing herself up off of the ground. Her cheek was swelling up where one of Anko's clones had punched her, and her lip was bleeding, but her gaze didn't waver. Not gonna give up. Crazy Snake Lady looked her over once, then snorted and shook her head. I'll believe it when I see it, she said dismissively. You're done for the day, she continued, jabbing her thumb back towards the village. If you decide to show up tomorrow, you better do a hell of a lot better than this, or I'll make you regret wasting our time. Sakura-chan glared at her defiantly, then began making her way out of the training ground. As for you, Blondie, we're starting again, and I expect you to last a hell of a lot longer. And we're starting now. I've been about to complain about how she was treating Sakura-chan, but I was forced to swallow my words and start running as several snakes appeared out of nowhere and lunged for me. Naruto Uzumaki, Genin. Level 6. Threat rank C. Experience points 6, 783/7,000. Teacher, Anko Mitarashi. Statistics. Power, 7. Precision, 3. Toughness, 5. Vitality, 10-15. Skills. Fuinjutsu, 0/1. Jinjutsu, 6 out of 6. Kenjutsu, 0 out of 1. Ninjutsu, 31/31. Taijutsu, 11/11. Abilities. Army of 1/1. Kage Bunshin Barrage, asterisk. Traits. Jinchuriki. Kami S Luck. Poison Resistance, I. Will of Fire. Will of Fire. Damn it, I muttered. I had been so sure I would get another level before the exams. But for some reason, I barely got any experience points despite all the training I was doing with Anko-sensei. On the other hand, my skills had improved a lot, and I'd picked up that new poison resistance trait last week. I guess getting bitten by all those snakes was good for something after all. There had been some other benefits, too. I'd learned more than I ever thought possible about the Army of One technique, for one thing. It turned out that the wave of dirt thing actually did make a difference. It used up whatever Army of One had left to avoid it. We'd also figured out that any techniques that could hit multiple targets at once like that did the same thing. She'd even used this one technique during training where snakes came up out of the ground all around her and tried to wrap around people's legs. I thought that would only count as one hit since it was basically just like the one where the snakes came out of her sleeves, but her next attack landed. Neither of us expected that to happen, which was kind of bad since she broke 4 of my ribs by kicking me in the side. That actually really bothered Anko-sensei for a little while, the fact that her kick landed, not that I got hurt. Once she decided that I wasn't going to die of my injury, didn't seem to bother her much. She kept ranting for almost 10 minutes about how it didn't make any sense, then abruptly stopped. She didn't talk about it anymore after that, and actually stopped testing the Army of One technique entirely. She wouldn't do anything even if I specifically asked her to, which sucked. She mentioned that she had a bunch more things to try, but she apparently no longer remembered any of them and had never told me what they were. Still, I had to get to the stadium for the start of the finals, so there was no way I could somehow manage to acquire the last few points I needed. Not that I knew how to do that, actually. I still hadn't figured out exactly how to get them. I just knew that the total went up a little bit every day, and that it seemed to go up faster when I was doing missions. For now, I just have to make do with what I had. Begin, the new announcer guy called out. Just like I thought they would, they replaced Cough Guy again. You are fated to lose today, just as Hinata-sama was fated to lose in the preliminaries, Niji intoned, staring across the arena at me. Cammy, but I was gonna love this. You should Sir Dash. Kage Bunshin Barrage. Unfortunately, it wasn't the start of the Naruto combo like I'd hoped. The thought of mule-kicking Niji in the face made me all giggly, but I'd take the swarm of clones that appeared. Niji vanished under the weight of dozens of copies of me, all of them flailing away as they attacked him. They dispelled a few seconds later, revealing a lightly bruised Niji who had activated his Byakugan and had a look of utter rage painted on his face. You, he snarled, before stopping himself with a jerk and taking a deep breath. Your attempts to defy fate, he continued, his voice calmer but still carrying a harsh edge, merely show the limits of your ability. You continue to rely upon the same technique, one which was insufficient against me. Your only hope of taking me by surprise has failed. Accept your fate and surrender now. Like hell I will. I shouted back. Why don't you try actually fighting, jackass? Niji smiled slightly, a manic gleam entering his eye. Then it is my fate to show you the futility of your actions. With that, he charged forward, closing the distance between us rapidly. Just like the first time we fought, he wanted to make a close-range fight. Part of me still wanted to go toe-to-toe with him just to prove yet again that I could, but Anko-sensei had threatened things if I did that. I shivered, making Niji's smirk grow even more. Then I tossed the rock I'd picked up earlier at him and rapidly ran through the hand seals required. Rock Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Anko-sensei had pointed out that the name itself didn't actually matter all that much, and I just liked the idea of changing it up like that. She seemed to find it kind of funny, too, if the way she kept bringing me weird objects to use was any indication. When the technique activated, what was a single rock turned into a nearly solid wall of stone, advancing rapidly across the battlefield. I didn't wait to see what he'd do. Based on our first fight, he'd pull out that spinny thing, then start bragging again. Instead, I moved on to the next part of the plan. Kakebunsin no Jutsu. I called out, creating several clones. They all moved to the edges of the arena, picking up several more rocks as they did so. I took a position along with the rest of them, tossing a single rock up and down in my hand. As the shadow rocks turned into smoke, revealing the last traces of the chakra dome Niji had created, I grinned. Gotcha, I said to myself. Your technique has failed again. Uzumaki, Niji called out. You cannot hope to defeat me like that. I nodded to the clone next to me, who grinned widely as he threw his rock and called out the name of the technique. I had just enough time to see Niji's eyes widen before he was blocked from my sight. I started whistling, leaning back against the wall and half closing my eyes as I watched. The dome dissipated again, revealing Niji, who was still unharmed but starting to pant lightly. I'm still unharmed. Use a dash. He was interrupted as the next clone threw its rock. You will not dash. Another rock. I dash. Another rock. A few more rocks after that, and he was gasping for breath, his legs trembling as he tried to glare me to death. He'd stopped talking and started trying to get out of the center of the arena, but my clones were waiting for him and made sure he didn't have a chance to make it more than a few steps. I wonder if this was how Anko-sensei felt when she was training me and Sakura-chan. No wonder she looked like she was having so much fun. So, I said as I pushed off the wall and moved towards the center of the arena, how's it feel to lose a match you were fated to win? He kept up his glare, his fists clenched tightly as I continued to move closer. All it took to beat you was a bunch of rocks and a single jutsu, I said. What does fate have to say about that? I finished as I stopped next to him and matched his glare with one of my own. His face twisted and his hand lashed out, glowing blue as it lanced towards my chest. I'd expected him to do that, though, and easily sidestepped before kneeing him in the gut. The air was driven from his lungs, and he fell to his knees, clutching at his bruised ribs. Fate is a bunch of bullshit. Nothing is decided, anything can change, and it's no excuse to act like such a stuck-up asshole, I said, slowly clenching my fist. I grinned widely and added, but I'll give you one thing. The moment you did that to Hinata, it was fated that I was going to kick your ass. He lashed out again, desperately, but he'd used up far too much of his energy doing his spinny move and was on his last legs already. I easily avoided it once more, then punched him in the face as hard as I could. His nose made a loud, crunching noise as it broke, and he collapsed bonelessly to the ground. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki," the announcer called out. I made my way back up to the balcony where the contestants were gathered, listening to the cheering crowd. Did they do that last time? I couldn't really remember, but I was certainly enjoying it now. I'd had a much harder time against Niji the first time around, but with my new jutsu and all the training I'd gone through, I'd been in control the entire time. It was a good feeling. "Congrats, Naruto," Sakura-chan said distractedly as I stepped onto the balcony, not even looking at me as she continued to scan the stadium. "Have you seen Sasuke-kun anywhere? It's his turn to fight." That feeling faded along with my smile as I saw Sakura-chan was barely even paying attention. "No," I forced out, pasting a smile on my face. "I'm sure he'll show up eventually, though. He wouldn't miss a chance to show off, after all. I wonder why he hasn't shown up yet. Do you think something happened? What if he got hurt? Or is Kakashi-sensei being slow again?" She scowled. "If he makes Sasuke-kun late, I'll sick Anko-sensei on him." Yeah, I agreed dully. She just kept muttering to herself and scanning the stadium. I turned and moved to the other end of the contestant section. "Way to go, Naruto!" Shuji cheered, clapping me on the shoulder. "That was amazing." He frowned suddenly, looking nervous. If we end up fighting, can you, not do that to me?" "I don't mean let me win," he said, waving his hands. "Just, huh? Oh, I wouldn't do that to you, Shuji. Niji just really pissed me off." Shuji relaxed, grinning. "Thanks, Naruto. I don't think I can beat you, but I'd like to at least have a chance, you know." "Hey, you made it to the finals this time. I'm sure you'll do. Or you're fighting Sakura-chan, aren't you?" He laughed and pulled out a bag of chips, shaking his head slightly. "I know you'll cheer for her," he said, grinning at me. "Just don't hold it against me if I win." I glanced back at Sakura-chan, who was still scanning the stadium and talking to herself. I'm not sure she had even noticed I had left. I turned back to look at Shuji. "I won't. Sasuke Uchiha has 5 minutes to report to the arena floor," the announcer called out. "Troublesome." Shikamaru sighed from where he was slouched against the railing. He turned his head to look at me. "Why isn't your teammate here yet? If he forfeits his match, that means mine will happen even sooner. Although I suppose I could just forfeit mine too," he added, looking thoughtful. Then he winced. "Never mind. He'll show up later," I shrugged. "They're not going to make him forfeit anyway," I added. Shikamaru hummed. "Whatever. Congrats, by the way. Niji was top of his class last year, and you made him look pathetic. Remind me not to piss you off." He had it coming, I pointed out. "There's all that fake crap, and then there's what he did to Hinata." "Didn't realize you and Hinata were friends," Shikamaru commented. "She's a little weird, but really smart. She figured out that army of one thing really quick. Plus, she's got the same Nindo as me," I replied. I felt a chill wash over me, and I blinked. Why was I feeling that now? "She does." "Yeah, she said so during the prelims," I replied, distracted as I worked through the problem I was facing. "Sasuke Uchiha has not appeared," the announcer called out, "so his match with Gaara of the Sand will be moved to the last spot. Will Chuji Akimichi and Sakura Haruno please report to the arena floor?" My eyes widened as I finally realized what I had said. "Son of a bitch," I growled, getting some odd looks from the other competitors. I hadn't meant to use Army of One now. Sakura-chan and Chuji made their way down, Chuji looking determined, and Sakura-chan looking distracted and worried. I was afraid she would remain like that when the fight started, but she seemed to shake it off and focused on her opponent before the announcer actually called for the match to begin. I'd seen what Chuji could do in the prelims, both times, and he seemed to be pretty strong. I'd been surviving Anko-sensei with Sakura-chan for several weeks, though, and knew just what she could do. That was why I wasn't at all surprised when Chuji suddenly wobbled on his feet and then collapsed after clashing with Sakura-chan and her kunai a few times. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. She poisoned her kunai, didn't she? Yeah. Anko-sensei gave her some tips, and Sakura-chan kinda ran with it. They're not lethal, though, I added quickly. Troublesome, Shikamaru repeated tiredly. Now I have to fight, and it's practically noon. You'll do fine, I said encouragingly. Now are you going to go down there, or do I need to push you? He shot me a glare before turning and slouching off toward the stairway. Why do the blondes have to be so troublesome? He muttered, more than loud enough to where I could hear it clearly. 'Cause blondes are awesome, I yelled at his back. Sakura-chan bounded up the stairs, smiling brightly. I can't believe I won, she called out as she floated over to me. I mean, I've been training hard and everything, but I almost never beat Chuji in spars back in the academy. This is great. Congrats, Sakura-chan, I told her, giving her a thumbs up. I wasn't quite as happy about her win as I thought I would be, though. Thanks, Naruto, she said, smiling at me. She glanced around. Has Sasuke-kun gotten back yet? I can't wait to tell him I actually won. Her grin widened. Oh, what if we end up fighting in the finals? Wouldn't that be great? Me and Sasuke-kun, winner and runner-up. He'd win, of course, but I bet I can really impress him with how strong I've gotten. I wonder what he and Kakashi-sensei have been doing this past month anyway. I bet it's going to be awesome. I felt my smile falter again, and I slowly lower my hand to my side. I'd really gotten used to the more serious and focused Sakura-chan I'd seen over the last month, but I could barely recognize that girl in the giddy one standing next to me. Where was the girl who faced off against Anko-sensei and didn't falter? The one who struggled through with sheer determination and kept standing back up after Anko-sensei knocked us down again and again? I like that one more. Shikamaru surrendered again, just like he had last time, and just like last time Sasuke team showed up at the last minute. It kind of was a cool entrance, but did he really have to show off that much? While he and Gaara started fighting, I started looking around the stadium, trying to spot the people who were going to attack. I remembered some fighting where Hokage was, and ninja clashing throughout the stadium, but the main fight had been with Gaara outside the village. I was all set for that, but it would be good to know what else was going on in case I ended up doing this again. Like in Wave, knowing what was going on ahead of time had really paid off, although not quite like I had hoped. Temari was watching the fight and looking a little nervous. Her other teammate, Kankuro, the one with all the makeup, was sitting in the stands closest to the competitor's balcony and looked just as nervous. Most of the other rookies were clumped together, and I saw Team 8 all sitting in a group. Hinata actually glanced over at me and saw me looking, but she immediately ducked her head and looked away. I really didn't get her sometimes. I caught sight of some ANBU standing around the top edge of the arena, actually out in the open for once. They were normally a lot harder to spot, if you could see them at all. I'd eventually learned that there were 4 of them in the Hokage's office at all times, but I'd never once actually seen them. The Hokage even let me poke around in his office once to look for them, chuckling to himself the entire time. Blood! I heard Gaara scream. It's my blood! My eyes widened in anticipation. That was what had happened just before. I yawned and rubbed my eyes. That happened just before all the fighting. I yawned again, then groaned in sudden understanding as I remembered what else had signaled the start of the fighting. Son of, I muttered as my eyes drifted shut. 1. I must have reread this scene 3 or 4 times before I realized that the man GQ Sharingan actually can do that with Amaterasu. I hereby take back everything bad I ever said about the Uchiha clan, and then reissue all of those statements because they can, under the right circumstances, set people on fire with their eyes, and they still suck. Since the last log check, Level 7. XP 1069/8000. New achievements, none. When I next opened my eyes, my face was hurting and Sakura was looking at me upside down, her head framed by the sky. Naruto Baka, wake up already, she yelled at me, her hand raised as if she was going to slap someone. Like me, apparently. I'm awake, I mumbled, rolling over and pushing myself off of the floor. It's about time. Konoha is being attacked, and you were over here taking a nap. Sorry, I replied, shaking my head to clear my thoughts and starting to scan the stadium. I could make out small pockets of fighting in all directions, and there was a weird purple, glowing box on top of the stadium's roof. I vaguely remembered that from last time, but I never did get the chance to find out what it was. I'll have to do that after I take care of Gaara. Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru Kakashi-sensei called out as he appeared next to us, holding off one of the Odo-nin with his kunai. Go help Sasuke. He's pursuing Gaara and his teammates out into the forest. Yep, same as last time. The group of us, me, Sakura, and Shikamaru, made our way out of the stadium, chasing after Sasuke. We even ran into the same groups of enemies we had the first time, with Shikamaru staying behind to hold off the group of Chunin and Jounin, and Shino showing up to take on Kankuro. That meant Sakura was still with me when we finally caught up with Sasuke. He was currently struggling against Gaara, trying to gain enough distance and time to use Chidori again. Gaara wasn't having any of that, and was already half covered with sand as he screamed insanely and kept shouting about his mother and blood. I grinned as I stepped forward, cracking my knuckles. I wasn't as pissed at Gaara as I was at Niji. Gaara had it worse than anybody, but I was also looking forward to winning this fight even more handily than I had before. I stared across the shattered remains of the forest, panting slowly. Giant raccoon thing taken care of? Check. Summoned Gamabunta and kicked some serious ass? Check. Easier than last time? Not so much. Maybe I'd zig this time when I zagged last time, but I would have remembered getting clipped by one of those giant balls of air the Ichibi was spitting out. And I definitely would have remembered Gamabunta snagging me with his tongue to prevent me from falling to the ground. Toads were awesome, but I was okay without going through that. Gaara was just beginning to shake off his daze, pushing himself up using his arms and looking around slowly. His eyes widened visibly, and he began scrambling backwards, the effort looking ineffective and vaguely pitiful. Stop! Don't come any closer, he screamed hoarsely. I sighed and began limping towards him, ignoring the pain shooting up my right leg and the fact that my left arm was completely useless. I'd barely taken 2 steps before I paused. I may not have remembered exactly how things went down up to now, but I remembered this moment vividly. Back what seemed like years ago, I had walked toward Gaara, prepared to give him a solid punch for being a crazy asshole, and then figure out what to do from there. I hadn't made it, of course, because something sharp had hit me, killed me. I whirled around, scanning the clearing and desperately wishing that I hadn't accidentally used Army of One earlier that day. It had stopped working by the time I got into my fight with Gaara, though I can't remember anything that should have used it up. I'd have to look into that later. I spotted Sakura and Sasuke off to the side, Sakura looking stunned and Sasuke staring at me with an expression I didn't have time to figure out just now. There were long lines of broken trees and shattered wood where Shikaku and Gamabunta had fought against each other, and piles of sand that the tailed beast had left behind. Then there were Gaara's siblings. Kankuro looked just as stunned as Sakura, but Temari looked both scared and angry, and she was swinging her fan in my. Holy shit! I yelped, dropping to the ground. I landed roughly, and my leg made an odd crunching noise that didn't sound good at all, but I avoided the blades of wind that swept through where my torso had been moments before. What the hell? I called out, rolling to the side and putting a tree trunk between myself and the crazy girl. What was that for? I won't let you kill him, she screamed. I wasn't going to kill him. I screamed back. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have bothered waking him up. The assembled ninja were silent at that, and I cautiously poked my head over the edge of the tree trunk I was hiding behind. Temari was staring at me suspiciously, but her fan was lowered, and she didn't seem likely to resume her attack. "We need to get out of here," Kankuro said as he shook off his surprise. He began edging around me, circling towards Gaara while staying well back from my position. Temari followed his lead, her eyes flicking between me and Sakura and Sasuke as if watching for any signs of betrayal. "Stay away," Gaara screamed. "Stay back. We're trying to get you out of here." Kankuro snapped back. "You're hurt, and if we stay any longer, more Konohinin will show up." Gaara fell silent at that, and looking past Temari, I could see the confusion spreading over his face. "You're helping me?" "Of course we are," Kankuro said as he slowly pulled Gaara to his feet, slinging one of the redhead's arms over his shoulder. "Why?" Both Temari and Kankuro flinched at that, and neither one answered immediately. "'Cause they're your family, you idiot," I yelled out. "You are one of their precious people, and they should be yours too." "He's right, little brother," Temari said as she finally lowered her fan and supported Gaara from opposite Kankuro. "We aren't going to abandon you." Gaara looked between them, his confusion giving way to wonder. His gaze turned back to me after a moment, his expression shifting into a more neutral mask. "Uzumaki, Naruto, I won't forget this." Before I could say anything else, Temari and Kankuro jumped away, taking Gaara with him. As they left, something inside me seemed to give way, and I felt myself falling forward. Someone caught me before I could hit the ground, but my vision was too fuzzy to see who it was. I could still hear him, though. "Not bad, dope." I came to a hospital room, staring up at a stark white ceiling. I could hear rapid movement back and forth in the hallway outside, and the gentle breathing of multiple someones actually sleeping nearby. As soon as I sat up to see who it was, though, the world turned gray. Checkpoint, Chunin exams victory reached. Saving progress. I felt a grin spreading across my face. I wasn't sure what the checkpoint thing was, but I knew what saving progress meant. The fact that I was in the hospital and not at Ichiraku's ramen stand also meant that I hadn't died, and that I had made it farther than I ever had before, including my very first life. Congratulations on surviving the Chunin exams invasion. Hell yeah. You have now completed the tutorial and are ready to step out into the world. What? That didn't sound right. No, that sounded wrong. I knew what a tutorial was. Irika-sensei made me sit through enough of them. But that didn't make any sense. If you want to review any of the explanations and tips provided during the tutorial, they can all be found under the hints menu. What? What hints menu? There is no fucking hints menu. I yelled. The thought that there was supposed to be an explanation for all of this, that something was supposed to guide me through all of this and didn't. I felt something stab into my palm and looked down to see that my hands had curled into fists and my fingernails had lengthened and sharpened enough that they had pierced through my skin. The following locations are now available: Mission Room, Hospital, Training Ground, Forest of Death, Outer Ring. In addition, the Teacher's menu is now available at the Academy, and the Options menu is now available at the apartment. The Academy? I asked hoarsely, shock rapidly defusing my anger. I was supposed to go to the Academy? I tried to remember the last time I'd set foot in a classroom, or anywhere in the building even, but I had avoided that place like the plague. Irika-sensei was awesome and had helped me out a lot, but he threatened to string me up and let the students use me for target practice if I came back, and played even more pranks on him and the other teachers. That other stuff sounded important, but I couldn't get over that last line. I had so many problems figuring out just what the hell was going on, and the whole time, all I needed to do was go back to the Academy. Hell, that even made a sick kind of sense. Where else would I go to learn something? I'd even relied extensively on Irika-sensei, an Academy teacher, yet I'd avoided the actual building completely. Wait, no, that wasn't right. The written exam part of the Chunin exams was there. What the hell? Why hadn't I seen anything then? You're now able to recruit characters. Many people would be willing to fight at your side and support you, but some will be much more difficult to recruit than others, while some will require strange or unusual conditions to be fulfilled before they will join you. Keep in mind personality conflicts and opposing goals as well, for not all of your potential allies will get along. That managed to drive thoughts of the academy out of my mind. Other people? Other people are part of this too? Who? How do I recruit them? As usual, I receive no answers. A guide is available for those who wish additional help or tips beyond the tutorial. Do you want to enable the guide now? Yes, I shouted. Finally, something to give me some real answers. Guide enabled. You may change this setting in the options menu. The moment the words disappeared from my head, I thought something had gone horribly, terribly wrong. All I could hear was laughter, deep, rumbling, echoing laughter that seemed to issue from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Not crazy. I'm not going crazy, I muttered to myself. The laughter trailed off slowly, fading in intensity until the gray world was silent once more. You actually managed to survive? Took you long enough, human, a voice said, startling me. It was a lot like the laughter I just heard, deep and rumbling, and the way it said the words made me feel like I'd just been insulted. Who is that? Try to keep up, human. You just enabled the guide. So who else would I be? You don't sound like a very good guide. I replied. I'm not allowed to lie to you, human, and watching you bang your head against the wall, while quite amusing, does grow stale after a while. I almost fear that you would remain mired in this situation forever, but you managed to pull through in the end, even if you had to rely on my power to do it. Your power? I asked, my voice squeaking at the end. The only powers I'd use were my own jutsu, Gamabunta, and... No. The gray world suddenly gained a bit of color as something red appeared outside the window. It shifted rapidly for a moment, the color uniform yet oddly reflective before it turned black. The black stayed for a moment before the red began bleeding in again around the edges. Then the object drew back further still until it revealed a burnt orange, something that I instinctively knew was fur. I watched in growing horror as the QB, somehow free of its seal and fully manifested, continued to back away, its tails lashing back and forth and casually destroying buildings as it moved. Once I could see most of its form through the window, the creature paused. A dark grin spread across its snout, its large white teeth gleaming in the sun. Then it opened its mouth and began forming some sort of sphere between its gaping jaws. No, no, I gasped, shaking off my fear. I looked around the room to find Sakura and Sasuke both sleeping in beds, frozen like the rest of the world. I ran to Sakura's side, desperately trying to pick her up so I could get us all out of here before the QB killed us all, but my hands passed through her form like she wasn't even there. No. I looked out the window again, just in time to see the QB unleash its attack, sending a blinding blast of energy screaming towards me. I closed my eyes and braced myself, expecting to die in the next few moments, and felt nothing. The laughter was back, the sound of the QB's amusement nearly deafening. I opened my eyes to find myself still standing in the hospital room, no sign of the destruction it had just caused remaining. It's almost too easy, the QB said, still laughing to itself. What the fuck was that? I screamed. A miniature version of the fox appeared sitting on the windowsill. An illusion, an hallucination, a joke even. You'd think after dying 4 times you wouldn't fear death so much. You are immortal in your own strange, limited way. I'm what? Well, you are and you aren't. It'll be interesting to see what you become in time. The fuck does that even mean? The fox's head tilted, and its red eyes narrowed in annoyance. Your stupidity can be tiresome, human. I almost regret that you had to suffer so long without help. The fox smirked. Almost. What did you do? I growled. My mind was still reeling from all of the shocks it had sustained, but if there was one emotion I could focus on, it was anger. Technically, you were supposed to be receiving helpful explanations and hints throughout this so-called tutorial. The fox said offhandedly, waving one paw through the air dismissively. But that seemed awfully boring. I decided it would be better if you had to make do without that. How fortunate for me that you didn't enter the academy. What? I yelled, stepping forward and leveling a glare at him. The fox narrowed its eyes again, because I found it amusing. What more reason do I need? I lunged at the fox, my hands stretched out to throttle the bastard, but my hands passed right through it. I'm an illusion, idiot, it said, shaking its head in disgust. I wanted to pull out my hair in frustration, but I tried to calm myself. Anger wasn't getting me anywhere. You can't lie to me, you said. The fox's eyes widened and its mouth dropped open. You remembered something I said more than 5 seconds ago. I forced my fist to unclench and took a deep breath. Is there anything else you hid from me? The fox grinned widely. You were more than amusing enough as it was. Besides, as imbecilic as you are, if any other information had been withheld, you might have been stuck in that tutorial forever. Are you actually going to help me? Of course, the QB answering, managing to look affronted at the suggestion. I paused for a second at that, surprised. Then I shook myself, remembering what I was dealing with. How are you going to help me? By providing the opportunity for you to gain direct experience and first-hand knowledge. Oh, am I boosting your self-confidence through the realization that you can provide entertainment to superior beings? I took a moment to translate that in my head. You're going to help me by not telling me anything and laughing at me. The QB actually looked proud. It's beautiful, isn't it? Then it began laughing, the sound echoing from all around me again as its form vanished. I barely noticed as the world returned to normal, though I did notice that the room seemed a little chilly and drafty. There was a stirring in the bed behind me. Naruto? When did you, Kaya? I whirled around, trying to identify the danger that had caused Sakura-chan to scream. I couldn't spot anything, just her sitting up in bed. She was wearing a hospital gown and was currently looking away, her hands covering her face. Sakura-chan, what dash? Put some clothes on, you idiot, she yelled, still not looking at me. I looked down, noticing that I was also dressed in a hospital gown. I paled as I realized that the garment didn't close all the way in the back and that someone had removed the rest of my clothing. All of it. My face turned red and I darted back to my bed, pulling the sheets suspended from the ceiling that served as privacy screens closed as I did so. The QB just continued to laugh. I managed to escape the hospital not long after that, fully clothed, thankfully. I say escape since I wasn't exactly supposed to leave just yet, but I had way more important stuff to worry about than what some stupid doctor had to say. I went straight to the academy, feeling a little weird to be going back. There was still a lot of activity over at the stadium, and the few ninja I saw were moving quickly and looked rather serious. I didn't hear any fighting or anything, but I guess there was still a bunch of other stuff to deal with. Oh well, not like it had anything to do with me. I kicked Gaara's and kept Sasuke from getting himself killed, so my job was done. I no sooner walked in the front door of the academy than I saw what I was looking for. Lessons. Hints. Teachers. The words were hovering directly over the secretary's head, but no one else seemed to be paying any attention to them. Hints, I said. The secretary started to look up when I spoke, but the world froze and turned gray, and she stopped moving. Hint number 1. These hints will provide useful explanations for how the world of Naruto works. For more comprehensive information, please consult the manual. Next, done. There's a manual somewhere that I'll probably never see, I muttered. Figures. Next. Hint number 2. The menus can only be accessed from certain locations. Apartment and Academy are the only ones available during the tutorial, but you will be able to unlock others as you progress. I growled as I heard the QB laughing again. The bastard had screwed me over from the very start, it seemed. If I'd seen this hint, I would have known to come to the academy, and I would have known what the hell was going on. Next, hint number 3. Character progress is permanent. This means that even if you die, you will keep all experience, items, skills, medals, etc. that you have collected. Note, key items and unique items are not retained. Kinda already figured that one out. I grumbled. So far, this wasn't helping me much. Next, hint number 4. Experience points are awarded for defeating enemies and overcoming challenges. Okay, next. Hint number 5. The experience granted for defeating an enemy depends on your relative levels. Fighting enemies who are a higher level will provide significant experience gains, while fighting enemies who are lower level will provide minimal experience. So that's why it's taking me so long to level up now. Well, now that I've passed the exams, I'll definitely be able to fight stronger people, so that shouldn't be an issue. Next, hint number 6. Challenges provide a set amount of XP, but only the first time they are completed. Hint number 7. Some challenges will provide additional bonuses or awards if they are defeated before you reach a certain level. You will never be penalized for being too high level for a challenge, however. I muttered, not quite sure what to make of that. I guess I could just try everything I could as soon as I could, but I'm not exactly eager to end up dying and having to start over again. Next, hint number 8. If you are having trouble, try completing the lessons. They will explain key elements such as skills, attributes, traits, and more. Lessons can be accessed from the academy at any time. Fucking QB, I growled again, which just started the bastard off laughing again. I guess I knew what I would be doing after I got through all of the hints. Next, I stumbled out of the academy, my head pounding as I tried to sort through all of the information I had found. So much of what I had been struggling with finally made sense. For instance, I now knew how to get an explanation for any of the abilities or traits I had access to. All I had to say was the word details, though nowhere was there any mention of how I could know what skills would be unlocked in the trees, or what other traits would show up. I now knew for a fact that I got a skill point every level and a trait point every 5 levels, and that I got 1 stat point every level that was randomly assigned. I even knew what those stats did, now along with things like hit points and defense ratios and critical hits, and dug. The teacher's menu had really confused me, though. There were 3 names listed: Anko Mitarashi, Kakashi Hitaki, and Jiraiya. But only Jiraiya's name had a little arrow by it, and nothing I said or did change that. I'd also found out details again, why some of my skills went up even when I didn't put any points in them. Oh, and how I could raise skills and what they did in combat, and how certain abilities required certain skills, and again. And that was just the hints. I'd originally planned to get through the lessons as well, but I'm pretty sure my head was already on the verge of exploding. I must have spent hours going over everything, trying to make sense of it all, and see how it tied back to what I had experienced before. Hours, and yet when I was finally done and the world returned to normal, the secretary finished looking up and acted like nothing strange had happened. Hell, the sun was still hanging high in the sky when it should have been dark by now. Apparently, it hadn't even been an hour since I left the hospital, but I just wanted to go back to my apartment and sleep. Naruto, I heard a familiar voice ask. I glanced up to see Shikamaru paused nearby, a concerned look on his face. I thought you were still in the hospital. I made a disgusted face and shook my head. No way am I sticking around there. It's boring, I told him. Weren't you severely injured fighting that Gaara kid when he went nuts and transformed? Sasuke and Sakura had to carry you back, and I saw Kakashi rush all 3 of you to the hospital. Me? Nah. I kicked his ass, I said, waving off his concern. Sure, my body had felt a little painful in places, but I was fine now. I was just a little tired afterward is all. Shikamaru opened his mouth to say something, then abruptly stopped and narrowed his eyes. That was you. You were the one fighting the Ichibi. Well, yeah, who else can summon toads? He didn't say anything for a minute, just looking at me with an expression that was anything but lazy. It was actually kind of creeping me out a bit. Before he snapped out of whatever he was in, Kakashi-sensei appeared next to me. There you are, Naruto, he said, settling one hand on my shoulder. Strangely, his orange book was nowhere in sight. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, I called out cheerfully. Rather than responding, he sighed and his hand tightened on my shoulder. You haven't heard, have you? He asked quietly. Heard what? I replied, my smile fading. I saw Shikamaru's expression tighten out of the corner of my eye before he looked away abruptly, his fists clenched. Heard what? I repeated, a sick feeling settling into my stomach. Kakashi-sensei knelt down until he was eye level with me, his expression solemn. I broke one of the hinges off my door as I threw it open, but I didn't care. Checkpoints, I shouted the moment I entered the kitchen. Chunin exams victory. I stumbled to a halt, frozen in disbelief. It wasn't there. No. Cancel. Checkpoints. Chunin exams victory. Bullshit. Why wasn't it there? I just spent 4 different lives doing that fucking tutorial over and over. Cancel. Checkpoints. Chunin exams victory. How was I supposed to fix this if I couldn't go back? Cancel. Checkpoints. I repeated, lurching sideways until I came up against the wall. Chunin exams victory. What fucking victory? Cancel. Checkpoints. I slowly slid down the wall and drew my knees up to my chest. Chunin exams victory. The stupid thing was broken again. Cancel. Checkpoints. Chunin exams victory. Cancel. You're getting annoying, human. Checkpoints. Chunin exams victory. Repeating that over and over isn't going to change anything. There are no checkpoints before that. Cancel. Checkpoints. Chunin exams victory. What does it even matter, anyway? So one of you useless wastes of flesh died. All of you are going to die in the end. If you're lucky, it will be at my hand. I slowly looked up to see the fox sitting on the table, its 9 tails waving in the air behind it. Are you done now? Finally. It's your fault. The fox blinked, looking surprised at that. Oh, this I have to hear. You hid all that information from me, kept me from figuring things out sooner. If I had known how everything worked before, I could have done something. Ah, you? You were lucky to have survived it all, human. In fact, you faced Orochimaru several times before. He wasn't even taking you seriously and still killed you 3 different times. If I'd known, I could have died again and accomplished nothing. You are a weak, pathetic human being. Your only redeeming quality is that you are blessed to be my container. Without me, you would be less than nothing. Bullshit. I have relied upon my power for every meaningful victory. That ice ninja, Orochimaru, soon as Jinchuriki. Always you call upon my power to prevail in the end. I tried to say something, anything to prove him wrong, but I couldn't. Every time I'd really gotten in trouble, I had tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra and pulled my way through. I couldn't even summon Gamabunta without using the bastard's chakra. I am not without benevolence, however, the fox said, smirking. As you have proven to be somewhat amusing, I could be convinced to allow you to continue using my power. If you bow before me now and admit your weakness, admit that you're nothing without me. If you grovel well enough, I may even deign to provide further information as well. I stared at the fox, my arms tightening around my legs painfully as I tried to rein in my emotions. I had lost Hokage Gigi, but by using this bastard's power, I did manage to protect Sakura-chan and Sasuke team, and probably a bunch of other people too. Like Haku, I would be more than willing to die too. Hatu. I lowered my head and rested it against my knees as I tried to think clearly. The first time around, I needed to rely on the Kyuubi's power to beat Haku. But this latest time, I hadn't needed to do that at all. In fact, I'd managed to save Haku's life, along with Zabuza's, and this bastard hadn't had anything to do with it. Same with Orochimaru. I may have gone berserk when I saw Sakura-chan lying there and called on his power, but it was the army of one ability that allowed me to survive that encounter, not the Kyuubi. And sure, I needed the Kyuubi to summon Gamabunta now, but Jiraiya could summon him without that. I bet I could do the same eventually. I just needed to work at it. My frown deepened. What did using the Kyuubi's power really get me, anyway? Other than when I used it to summon Gamabunta, I ended up losing myself and just attacking wildly. That was the exact opposite of what both Kakashi-sensei and Anko-sensei had been pounding into my head. Why such hesitation? 'Tis a small price to pay for the means to protect your precious people, is it not? I looked to the side, noting the words still floating in front of my refrigerator. Characters. Level up. Inventory. Log. Options. I idly noted that I had gained another level at some point. Not surprising, given how close I had been before the exams. It was the last item that I was interested in, though. Options. Hints disabled. Guide enabled. Notifications disabled. Auto level disabled. What are you doing? Maybe you're right, I said quietly. Maybe I'm weak. Maybe I'm worthless. But it's like you said, you didn't provide me any help. That means that I'm getting stronger, and I'm doing it without you. Human, the QB snarled, springing to its feet. Its tails were waving wildly behind it, and before my eyes it began to grow larger, swelling to fill more and more of the kitchen. The way I see it, I can use your power whether you want me to or not. You've denied me everything else, so I bet you would have kept that back too, if you could. Hell, you made it clear you'd be happy if I was dead, and yet here I am. Do not test my patience, human, the QB growled threateningly. I may have allowed you to live because you have amused me, but that can always change. Then kill me, I said simply, climbing to my feet. The fox paused, looking surprised. I've already died, remember? Several times, and yet I'm still here, and you're still stuck in my gut. The room was silent for several seconds. Well, are you truly so eager to die? I could stretch your demise out for weeks, making you scream for mercy while I dash. Blah, 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 I said. Enko-sensei is scarier than you are, fuzzball. Unlike you, she can deliver on her threats. The fox stilled for a moment before its eyes began to glow and it roared. I clapped my hands over my ears, my head ringing painfully as the sound assaulted my senses. It lasted for nearly 30 seconds, but the pain gradually diminished as I adjusted. I looked up to find the fox seething in front of me, saliva dripping off of its teeth as it snarled inches from my face. Even knowing it wasn't real, I still flinched backwards. It smirked suddenly. You forget, human, it said. I have witnessed everything that you have. I know what drives you. I know who your precious people are. You should take care, lest the next time you call upon my power you find that it is not your enemies whose blood stains your hands. Guide, disable, I said quickly, trying to ignore the rapid beating of my heart. The fox disappeared suddenly, leaving the kitchen empty and gray. It couldn't really do that, could it? I mean, if it could control me like that, wouldn't it have done so before? I really hoped that was true. The next 2 days passed by in a haze. I went to Gigi's funeral, and it seemed like pretty much the entire village was there too. There were a lot of speeches and all that, but I can't say I really remember any of them. After that, everyone seemed really busy repairing the village and taking missions. Kakashi-sensei said that the team was off of active duty currently. Once Sakura and Sasuke were cleared from the hospital, he was going to split what free time he had between them until missions picked up again. He would have started with me already, but told me that Ero-Sennin wanted me for something first. I tracked down the old pervert at the bathhouse again, and he told me that he had a mission for me, and to make sure I was ready before I took it. Then he shooed me away and went back to peeping. I thought that was a little odd, actually. I mean, if it was important enough that I couldn't work with my team or my teacher, shouldn't we be heading out immediately? Well, he did mention we'd be traveling, so maybe it meant I should pack first? Yeah, that made sense. I was heading back to my apartment to do just that when I ran into Shikamaru again. Hey, Naruto, he said as he walked up to me. Can I talk to you for a minute? Sure. I've got to head out for a mission soon, but I can talk for a bit. He just nodded and started walking, heading towards the training grounds. I followed after him, wondering what he wanted. We didn't exactly hang out a lot, after all. He finally came to a stop in one of the more secluded training grounds, then stretched out on the side of a small hill and tucked his hands behind his head. I heard that you and Sandame-sama were close, he said quietly. I'm sorry for your loss. I looked away, swallowing thickly. Part of me wanted to run back to my apartment to try looking for an earlier checkpoint one last time, but I squashed it quickly. Thanks, I muttered. I've heard a lot of rumors about what happened out in the forest. It's pretty clear that Gaara was the Jinchuriki for the Ichibi no Tanuki, and that Suna originally planned for him to transform in the middle of the village. If Sasuke hadn't pierced the sand cocoon, that could have happened, it seems. I nodded, wondering where he was going with this. There aren't any official reports, but everyone saw Gamabunta fighting the Ichibi. I nodded again, and then they saw the Kyuubi show up for a few seconds. I started to nod, then froze. Shikamaru sat up and turned to face me, his expression carefully neutral. Why was Gaara so interested in you? Back in the tower. I forced out a laugh, shifting on my feet and scratching the back of my head. Who knows? I mean, he was pretty crazy, after all. Who knows why he did anything? Shikamaru just looked at me for a few seconds, then nodded to himself. After seeing just how powerful Gamabunta was, I asked my dad about summoning contracts and how they worked. I breathed a little sigh of relief as he changed topics. They're really rare, maybe 2 or 3 dozen in all of the elemental nations, and most of them are considered lost. Konoha has 3 active ones, the slugs, the toads, and the monkeys. It's really impressive that Jiraiya-sama picked you as his successor for the toad summons. Congratulations. I felt a grin stretching over my face. I knew toads were awesome, but I hadn't known it was that big a deal. I'm the future Hokage. I boasted. Ero Sennin just knows a good thing when he sees it. It's also really impressive that you have the chakra reserves to summon the boss. According to my dad, there are only a handful of people in Konoha who could do that without completely exhausting themselves. Even some skilled jounin don't have the raw amount of chakra needed for that. I laughed quietly, starting to feel a little embarrassed. It wasn't often that someone pointed out my accomplishments like this. While I was laughing, Shikamaru stood up and faced me from a few feet away, his hands in his pockets and his shoulders slouching forward. I was curious, so I looked into what it would take for someone our age to have reserves like that. My laughter trailed off, and I started feeling nervous again. According to the sources I checked, it isn't possible. Human bodies simply can't hold that much chakra until they reach adulthood. Yeah, definitely nervous. I guess I proved them wrong. Then, It took me several hours to put it all together, to convince myself that I wasn't making a mistake in my logic. My mouth suddenly felt very dry, and my hand was starting to shake. Hey, Shika, that's great. But I've got this mission I really need to get ready for, so dash. Naruto. I know. Can't know what. I knew what he was going to say, but I really didn't want him to say it. What was going to happen now? Would he tell everyone else? Would Sakura-chan and Sasuke start looking at me like Mizuki had? Even Iruka-sensei had hated me because of the Kyuubi at first, and he'd known from the beginning. What were the odds everyone else would see it the same way he did? That you're the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. There was no way to avoid it now. He knew. Had he led me all the way out here, so he could try to finish the job like Mizuki had? That didn't seem like something Shikamaru would do. But then I hadn't thought that Mizuki-sensei was a traitor either. So, I growled, tensing. I was ready to move the moment he made a threatening gesture. His eyes widened slightly, but all he did was shrug and look away. Troublesome, he muttered to himself. So nothing, he said to me. It's supposedly some big secret and everything, but I think that's stupid. Maybe some idiots would somehow confuse you with the Kyuubi, but I'm not one of them, and I don't think any of the others are either. I'm not going to pretend to know what it's like, but I thought you deserved to know that I don't care about it at all. You're still you. Oh, I honestly hadn't expected that. My jaw worked for a moment. Thanks, I said finally, my voice hoarse. I looked up, wondering where all these raindrops were coming from. The sky seemed pretty clear right now. Shika shrugged again, his gaze fixed on some point off to the right. I'm not going to tell anyone else or anything, just so you know. I'm not sure if they'll work it out on their own or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of them suspected something, he added. I have to admit that I'm impressed that you managed to keep it a secret for so long. You never so much as twitched when the topic of the Kyuubi came up. I didn't know. I told him, rubbing my sleeve across my eyes, grateful to move on to even a slightly different topic. His head whipped around so fast, I thought I heard his neck crack, his jaw dropping open. You didn't know? That seemed to shock him for some reason. When did you find out? The night after I failed the graduation exam. He stared at me for several seconds, then his jaw closed with a snap. When Dad said it was a secret, I just assumed. He trailed off, shaking his head. He was silent for a few more seconds. Then, is that why you've been getting stronger so quickly? Now that you can use it like Gaara can? Not the same way, obviously, but do things with it. Yeah, in a way, I replied. Shika nodded again, his eyes turning skyward. Is that where you got that new clone technique? He asked offhandedly, as if he was talking about the weather. Nah, that's sir. He lowered his gaze back to me, looking curious, then he shrugged again. It's all right if you don't want to tell me. I actually feel kind of bad about how I handled the whole QB thing now. I didn't think you would take it like that. Of course, I thought you'd known for a long time, too. I drew in a deep breath and then let it out slowly as I thought. Should I tell him about what was going on? I tried with Gigi and Kakashi-sensei, but they just stopped listening after a while. I tried to tell Sakura-chan, but she didn't believe me. I hadn't even said anything to Anko-sensei about it, but she still started acting like she forgot all about it despite that. On the other hand, he was being really cool about the whole QB in my gut thing, and the worst that could happen is that he wouldn't believe me, like Sakura-chan. So I told him. I laid out the whole situation from start to finish, weird abilities, and waking up at Ichiraku's and all. Partway through, he had crouched down and made that weird circular hand sign like he did when fighting Tamari. I think Shuji had mentioned that was his thinking pose, but he didn't interrupt. When I was done, his eyes stayed closed, and he was silent for several minutes. When they opened again, all he said was, "I need to see your apartment." I led him into my kitchen and pointed at the words floating in front of my refrigerator. "There they are," I said, turning to him. "What now?" Shikamaru scanned the room slowly, his expression neutral. "I don't see anything." "What?" "But they're right there. It says characters and dash." I cut off as the world turned gray around me. Damn it, I keep doing that. Naruto Uzumaki. Shikamaru Nara. Okay, that really does feel weird, Shikamaru said from beside me. Yeah, it takes some get dash. I froze, turning to look at him. He was still scanning the kitchen, but there was a definite look of curiosity and anticipation about him now. More than that, unlike everything else that had turned gray, he still looked completely normal. You're still here? You can move? Wait, it listed your name. So it did, he said, a small grin on his face. Shikamaru Nara. We both waited for a moment, but nothing happened. Hey, why isn't it doing anything? I asked, confused. Shika, on the other hand, looked like he had just figured something out. I think for the same reason I couldn't see anything. You are the one that controls, whatever this is. You say it. Shikamaru Nara, I tried. Shikamaru Nara, Genin. Level 9. Rank C. Experience points. 2, 391/10,000. Teacher, Asuma Saratobi. Statistics. Power 4. Precision, 15. Toughness, 8. Vitality, 5. Skills. Fuinjutsu, 1/1. Jinjutsu, 10 out of 10. Kenjutsu, 1/1. Ninjutsu, 36/41. Taijutsu, 1/1. Abilities. Kagemane. Link to Split Kage Main 4. Traits. Nara Bloodline. Ninjutsu Affinity. Metals. Precision Metal X2. Toughness Metal X1. Why only those jutsu? He muttered. Hey, I yelled, pointing an accusing finger at Shikamaru. How come you're level 9? I'm only level... I trailed off, realizing that I still hadn't looked at the level up menu since the end of the exams. I've been distracted by other things, and I hadn't exactly felt like doing much of anything ever since I heard about Gigi. Level? Shikamaru prompted. I don't actually know what level I am right now. I've got a level up pending. I was only 6 last time I checked, though. I see. Why don't you take care of that now then? All right. Cancel. Level up. Congratulations. Naruto Uzumaki has achieved level 9. Holy crap, I muttered. I jumped all the way to 9 already? Naruto Uzumaki has 15 skill points to assign. Naruto Uzumaki may select 3 new abilities. Just how long has it been since you did this? Shikamaru asked. Since just before the third phase started. You got 3 levels in 4 days? Why aren't you much higher than that, if it happened so quickly? I don't know. I was just short of level 7 last I saw. Well, what did, I think I see, Shikamaru said, his eyes closing. See what? I'm not certain yet. For now, why don't we take care of this? Skills, I said, shrugging. I had known Shikamaru was smart, but it was really starting to sink in just how smart he was. I'd had a long time to wonder about this stuff, but he was picking up little things I still didn't understand like it was nothing. Fuinjutsu 4. Jinjutsu 6. Kenjutsu 1. Ninjutsu 37. Taijutsu 17. Interesting, Shika muttered. Your totals are higher than mine. With the 15 points you still need to assign, over half again what I have at the same level. I hadn't noticed that at all. Then again, I hadn't been paying that much attention as I was still overwhelmed by the fact that this was happening at all. That's because the teachers give bonus points. I may have skipped over that when I explained everything, sorry. Shikamaru nodded slowly. I think we need to go to the academy after this. In fact, I think we need to go to the academy now. Huh, but I thought that I was going to dash. You said that you had a lot of problems figuring out how things were working, right? And it only started making sense after you got out of this tutorial thing. Well, yeah. And also that there was an entire set of lessons that you didn't even look at. I get it, I said. I was torn between getting annoyed at Shikamaru's relentless logic and excited that I had somebody that's smart helping me with all of this. I was finally getting somewhere, and I didn't have to do it alone anymore. That by itself was more than worth it. Then I remembered what I was doing before Shika found me. Ah, crap, I groaned. I don't have time to do that. I'm supposed to be going on a mission with Ero Sennin. I should actually be packing right now. Shikamaru closed his eyes and sighed. Troublesome. Well, we could hit the academy and see if I can at least access that piece on my own. If not, we'll just have to figure something out. All right, I shrugged. Scene break. They're right there, I said, pointing at the words floating in the air above the secretary, who looked up, confused. Yes? Can I help you? My friend was just explaining where I could go if I needed any help, Shikamaru said smoothly. Oh, all right then, she replied, smiling. Is there anything you needed right now? Not right now, thank you. The secretary smiled and went back to whatever it was she had been doing, and Shikamaru turned back to me. Still can't see them, he said quietly. I think that's going to be true wherever we go. Where else are these things supposed to be? My apartment, and here are the only ones I've actually seen. I think it said something about the training grounds, the hospital, the mission room, the forest of the dash. The mission room? Shikamaru asked sharply. Scene break. Hey, Naruto, Arika-sensei said, smiling as he looked up from his desk. What are you guys up to? Just looking around. Our teams aren't meeting right now, but we thought we'd come by and see if there was anything we could help out with, Shikamaru added. That's great, Irika said, his smile widening. Well, all the available missions are on that desk over there. Feel free to pick one out. He frowned slightly and turned to me. Naruto, you're supposed to be going with Jiraiya on a very important mission. Don't keep him waiting too long. I won't, I answered, distracted by the words over Irika's head. With a firm nod, Irika waved us away and went to work. Do you see anything? Yeah. Missions. Records. Promotion test. But why is promotion test dash? Promotion testing is currently unavailable. Konoha requires a sitting Hokage before any testing can be performed. Hint, try completing more missions. So promotion test is one of the options? Yeah, along with missions and dash. Available missions. Jiraiya's search. Help Ero Sennin locate Konoha's future Hokage. Rank? Reward. That is getting really annoying, I growled. Shikamaru nodded. I think we need to be very careful about what we say from now on, or at least you do. I'll try to come up with something for that. In the meantime, is that really what you are about to do? How should I know? Ero Sennin didn't tell me anything about that. Shikamaru frowned. Then how? He crouched down, his hands going into that circle thing again. While he was doing that, I canceled this menu and went into the records. Completed missions. Dehonks 15. A ranks 1. A ranks. Protect Tizuna. Protect Tizuna. After convincing the Hokage to finally assign them a C-rank mission, Team 7 began their journey to the Land of Waves while escorting the bridge builder, Tizuna. Before they even reached the coast, however, my eyes widened as the entire course of the mission was laid out. It didn't mention every single detail, but everything it said was spot on, including the fact that Zabuza and Haku had escaped. When it finally ended, I noticed that Shikamaru was standing straight again, rather than looking calm or annoyed like he usually did. However, he looked a little worried. When did Jiraiya-sama tell you to be ready to leave? He didn't give a specific time. Did he tell you where to meet him? No, he didn't, I said slowly, trying to follow where Shikamaru was going with this. Shikamaru didn't look surprised, but he also didn't look any less worried. Try going into the missions again and saying the name of the mission. All right, cancel missions Jiraiya's search. Are you ready to start the mission? Note, you will not be able to return to Konoha for the duration of the mission. Note, you currently only have 2 characters in your party. You may have a maximum of 3 for this mission. The mission may be more difficult to complete if you begin without a full party. Say no, Shikamaru said quietly. I swallowed and nodded. No. Available missions. Jiraiya's search. Help Ero Sennin locate Konoha's future Hokage. Rank? Reward. Cancel, I said without any prompting from Shika. After the world turned back to normal, we both turned and walked out of the mission room. My feet automatically started leading me in the direction of my apartment, and neither of us said anything for the entire trip there. Only once we were inside and the door completely closed did that change. What the fuck was that? I screamed, grabbing my hair. What the fuck is going on? Why am I having to go to the mission room to start missions, and why can I say no like that? Does Ero Sennin know something? Is that why he didn't tell me where and when to meet? And why dash? Naruto! Shikamaru barked loudly, cutting off my rant. Calm down. I don't know what's going on either, but we're going to figure this out. Now then, let's just take a step back for a moment and think about this. I dropped into a chair at my kitchen table, watching him intently. He was doing that hand circle thing again. You confronted the Hokage and Kakashi with this information, and they seemed to be accepting until they abruptly stopped talking about it and forgot the entire thing. The same thing seemed to happen to Anko Mitarashi when you were experimenting with your army of one technique. Is that right? Yeah, it was really weird. Shikamaru nodded. And now Jiraiya-sama is assigning missions to you. But the only way you can actually accept them is through these floating words. Did that happen before? Well, no. But there weren't any words in the mission room before. And besides, Kakashi-sensei was the one actually doing all the mission stuff. Did anything at the academy mention missions? Yeah, I replied. I remembered that one clearly since it didn't have anything to do with, it said that I could accept new missions of the mission room. I thought that one was kind of stupid, but Shikamaru nodded again, like I had confirmed something. I really want to spend more time at the academy, but the mission to find our next Hokage is too important, and there's no way Jiraiya-sama will wait for long. There's something else it said that piqued my interest, though. You can have a maximum of 3 members in your party. You also mentioned something about recruiting, and I think it's obvious that you recruited me. Somehow. Yeah, I guess I did, didn't I? I kind of thought it'd be more obvious. Like, go all congratulations or something, I said, trying to make my voice sound deep. Shikamaru snorted in amusement at my attempt to mimic how the words felt when they were shoved into our heads. In that case, I think the first thing we need to do is recruit another person. If you can only have a maximum of 3, that means you have room for one more. I would suggest Dash. Sakura-chan, I yelled, jumping to my feet. Maybe that's why she didn't believe me before, because I was still in the tutorial. You try to tell Sakura about all of this? Shikamaru asked, his eyes wide. Troublesome. I'm surprised the entire village isn't filled with rumors about how you've gone crazy. I jumped to my feet and slammed my hands on the table. Hey, this is totally happening. He held up his hands defensively. I know it is, but you have to admit it's a little strange. I calmed down, feeling a little embarrassed at overreacting again. Yeah, I guess it is. But what does me telling Sakura have to do with that? He shook his head. She's almost as bad about gossiping as Ino. I hadn't heard a peep from either of them, though, so I guess Sakura kept this to herself. He shrugged. Still, are you sure you want to recruit her right now? It sounds like this mission could be really dangerous. Hey, Sakura-chan's gotten a lot stronger. She beat Chuji without any problems. Shikamaru frowned. Chuji didn't know about her poison kunai, he said defensively. If he'd known about that, things could have gone very differently. He's a lot stronger than people think. So you want me to recruit him then? Chuji was cool, but no way was he stronger than Sakura-chan. Shikamaru shifted, his eyes drifting around the room. No, he admitted. Ideally, we could recruit one of the Jounin, but it seems like whatever this is restricted to people our age. Given that, Sasuke might be our best bet. He should be recovered enough to get out of the hospital, and it sounds like our mission is just going to be traveling for a while. I growled. Why would we want him over Sakura-chan? Sasuke is the strongest genin I can think of that's still on his feet. That Lee kid might have been better, but he's definitely not well enough to leave the hospital. Maybe Niji Hyuga, but somehow I don't think you two would get along right now. You know, Isnapad. I may not do anything else to him, but he's still an ass. And who says I want to work with Sasuke? Shikamaru frowned. He is on your team, and he managed to hurt Gaara and kept him from transforming in the middle of Konoha. Do you think Sakura could have managed that? Maybe. He just looked at me, and I shrugged uncomfortably. Okay, probably not. But still, does it have to be him? Can you think of anyone else? I opened my mouth. That's stronger than he is. My mouth snapped shut again. Fine, I mumbled, giving in. Let's go recruit Sasuke. I'm sorry, dear, but Uchiha-san isn't well enough to leave yet. Is it something serious? Shikamaru asked, his voice filled with concern. Who knew he cared about Sasuke that much? The nurse shook her head. No, nothing like that. He's just strained his chakra network and fractured a few of his bones. We're keeping him around for observations for a few more days while he finishes healing up. When do you think he'll be cleared for missions? Oh, not for at least another week, the nurse said firmly. What about Sakura-chan? I asked. Haruno-san was released earlier today. I think she's already back home. Shikamaru shot me an annoyed look when I flashed the victory sign. So, looks like we get to recruit Sakura-chan after all, I said as we walked back towards the entrance of the hospital. Shika didn't look happy, but he didn't say anything else. We had just made it back to the lobby when it happened. The first sign that something was wrong was when Shikamaru stumbled to the side. Hey, Wadash, he started to say. The second sign was when I saw a flash of white from the corner of my eye, moving so fast that I couldn't make out anything but a blur. The third sign was when something rammed into my ankle and it exploded in pain. I dropped to the ground with a yelp, my hands cradling my poor, abused joint. What the hell was? I started to ask, then trailed off as I saw who was standing in front of me. That, Chibi said loftily, lifting her nose in the air and tossing her head to the side, was for calling me Chibi. She glared at me, her arms crossed, and one foot tapping on the floor. It would have been a lot more effective if we weren't more or less at eye level, despite the fact that I was sitting on the floor. "Did you just kick me in the ankle?" I asked. I wasn't even all that upset. Really, Anko-sensei had done far worse and more painful things just because it amused her. I was just torn between annoyance that she seemed to think it was her right to do so and surprised that she'd gotten the drop on both me and Shika. She may be small, but she was also fast. "Why? I just told you," she growled. "My name is Hanabi Hyuga, not Chibi. You are not permitted to address me in such a demeaning manner." I heard a sound from Shikamaru, but when I looked over, he was looking back down the hallway we came from, his hands stuffed in his pockets. I thought I saw his shoulders shake for a moment, but I may have imagined that. I turned back to Chibi and slowly stood up, maintaining eye contact even as I did so. I wasn't exactly tall, but I still had a good 40 centimeters on her. That spark of annoyance was growing larger, but I couldn't maintain it for long. She was matching me glare for glare, but from this perspective it really felt like I was bullying her. I let the tension drain out of my shoulders and closed my eyes for a moment. "Look, Chibi, I don't meow," I yelped, tumbling back to the floor again as more pain flared in my ankle. The same ankle. She stepped closer until her face was inches from my own, and she reached out with one hand to poke me in the forehead, a tap emphasizing every syllable as she spoke. "Kanataribi Fuga." Shikamaru made a strangled noise from behind me, and both Chibi and I turned to look at him. His shoulders were definitely shaking, but he just waved us off with one hand. I turned back to find Chibi still glaring at me, her finger poised to poke my forehead again. It was quite close to my eye, actually, which was making me a little uncomfortable. "Look, Sitch," I trailed off as the finger twitched, getting way too close to my eye. "Hanabi-chan," I corrected smoothly. "I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I didn't think you really disliked it that much." She relaxed marginally, stepping back and crossing her arms again. "Well, I do," she said firmly. "It is not proper for the heiress to be addressed in such a manner." I shrugged. "Whatever," I said as I pulled myself to my feet again. My ankle was still hurting a little bit. I think she hit the bone directly that second time. "I won't call you that anymore if you don't want me to." "Good," she replied, nodding firmly. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "I saw your battle against Niji. You are surprisingly skilled. You do not comport yourself in the manner of a powerful ninja." "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" "She meant that you are very good at hiding how strong you are, a valuable skill for any ninja," Shikamaru said as he rejoined the conversation. I grinned, rubbing the back of my head. "Yeah, I'm awesome like that." Chibi was looking at Shika, a small frown on her face, then she turned back to me. "Yes, I apologize if my words were misconstrued." "Ms. Kanwa, she didn't mean for you to take it the wrong way," Shikamaru answered, a frown on his face as he stared at Chibi. She was looking at him again and fidgeting a little, then looked away. "Yes, that." "Ah, don't worry about it, Sich, Hanabi-chan," I said, waving off her apology. "I didn't mean for you to take me calling you Chibi the wrong way either, so just forget about it." She gave me a really strange look before her eyes shifted to Shikamaru. Whatever she saw caused her to frown again, but when I looked over, Shika just had his normal lazy expression on his face. So I began trying to find another topic to talk about. "Were you here visiting Hinata again? I thought she would be out by now." "No, my sister was released weeks ago," she replied. "Father is here to see someone and wanted to introduce me to them. They're still talking, but I decided to wander around for a bit." "Ah," I said. "Well, that's good, I guess." She just shrugged. "It's because I'm the heiress," she said, sounding bored. I didn't really get that, but it didn't sound like she wanted to talk about it, either. "Naruto, the mission?" Shikamaru said quietly, motioning towards a clock. "Oh, right." Ero-senin was probably getting really annoyed with how long I was taking. "Sorry, Hanabi-chan, but we need to get going. There's this super important mission that we need to head out on." She looked at me, her expression reminding me forcefully of how her father had looked after he caught us fighting over that notepad. "Really?" "Hey, it is." "What is it, then?" "Finding the next Hokage," I declared proudly, just as Shikamaru piped up with "classified." I turned to him as he wiped his hand over his face and muttered, "Troublesome." Hanabi stared at me, her face growing red and her mouth twisting into an angry scowl. Fine then, go on your important mission, she snapped, stalking off without another word. What's wrong with her? I asked. Shikamaru just sighed. We'll figure it out some other time. Right now, we need to get moving. Right, I said, setting aside whatever was up with Chibi for the moment. To Sakura's house. Absolutely not, Sakura's mother said. What? But she's my teammate. I know that, and when your Jounin instructor says that you are ready to take missions again, she'll be there. Until that happens, I forbid it. My daughter was just released from the hospital and is still resting. I will not have her gallivanting around, especially not on a child say-so. Let me at least talk to her, I said. I said she is resting. She doesn't need any disturbances right now. Good day, she said firmly, then shut the door. Hey, I yelled, pounding on the door. What the hell, lady? Come on, Naruto, Shikamaru said, pulling me away. But I didn't even get to talk to her. Do you really think she's going to charge off on a mission that could take who knows how long in direct contradiction to what her mother says? Especially seeing as she just got out of the hospital today, and her mother has a valid reason to be worried? We're ninja now, I argued. We're supposed to be adults. And she's still living at home, isn't she? But damn it, I growled. Who are we going to recruit now? Chuji, Shikamaru said firmly. I'm serious when I say a lot of people underestimate him, and I would trust him with my life. I looked over at him, annoyed that we couldn't take Sakura-chan, but nodded. Chuji was cool with me, and if Shika was willing to go that far, I wasn't about to argue with him. All right, I'm sorry, dear, but Chuza just took Chuji out for an overnight training trip. If you want to spend some time with him and demonstrate some of the techniques he'll be working on in a less fragile environment. Shikamaru grimaced, but nodded. Thanks, Akemi Oba-chan. He turned and slouched away, and I followed after him. Well, what now? I asked. We could ask Ino, he muttered, then shivered. But honestly, that just sounds incredibly troublesome. Aside from Chuji, I can't think of anyone I want to work with on such short notice. He paused, and I noticed his eyes tracking to the side. After a moment, he shook his head and continued walking. What? I asked, looking around. I thought I saw. Never mind. All right. So what are we going to do? Shikamaru shoved his hands into his pockets and slouched forward, plodding along the street. I think you head back to your apartment, take care of leveling up, then meet me at the mission room. I need to head back home for a bit. I have to figure out how I'm going to tell my dad that I've been recruited for a mission with Jiraiya-sama. You don't have to come, I offered hesitantly. I mean, if it's going to get you in trouble, I can dash. Troublesome, he muttered. He stopped walking and turned to look at me. Look, Naruto, I realized that we didn't hang out all that much in school, but I'm not just going to abandon you. Whatever is happening to you, to us, hell, to the entire world for all I can tell, is huge, and you deserve better than to have to deal with it alone. I grinned at him, smiling so wide it made my face hurt. He just shuffled his feet and looked away again, muttering troublesome under his breath. I made my way back to my apartment, feeling lighter and more energetic than I had in days. Even if I had lost Gigi, things were beginning to look up. In fact, with Shikamaru's help, I bet we could figure out how to save him too. Level up, I said as I walked into the kitchen. Congratulations. Naruto Uzumaki has achieved level 9. Naruto Uzumaki has 15 skill points to assign. Naruto Uzumaki may select 3 new abilities. Ski. What is this? What's happening? I heard a panicked voice call out from somewhere else in my apartment. I whirled around, my eyes widening. I knew that voice, but what was she doing here? I stepped out of the kitchen to find her standing just inside my apartment, the door still half open behind her. Chibi looked at me, her eyes wide. What did you do to me? She yelled. Why is everything gray? I stared at her for a long moment, then stepped back into my kitchen. Cancel. Characters. Hanabi Hyuga. Naruto Uzumaki. Shikamaru Nara. You have got to be kidding me. What is that? Chibi yelped as she followed me into the kitchen. Her tone was getting more and more frightened, and for once she sounded as young as she actually was, rather than the miniature adult she tried to act like. "Cancel," I said again, allowing the world to go back to normal. Some of the panic bled out of her frame as everything gained color once again. "What are you even doing here?" I asked. "Why are you in my apartment?" She startled, looking around for a moment, as if just realizing where she was. "And never mind that," she snapped, crossing her arms. "Explain what that was." "Hanabi," I said warningly. She huffed. "I thought you were making fun of me," she admitted, acting like I was gullible enough to believe a genin would really have a mission that important. "Hey, I wasn't lying," I told her, offended. Then I shook myself. "What does that have to do with you being here, though?" "I was going to show you the error of your ways," she declared. Public humiliation seemed appropriate. You were going to prank me?" I asked, stunned. "Me?" Chibi tossed her head again and sniffed. A Hyuga does not engage in such crude activities. "Me?" I muttered again, still stuck on that. "I didn't get pranked. I pranked other people." "Regardless," she said firmly. "Now that I have explained, tell me what that was." I let go of that issue for the moment. "Prank me?" And looked over to the words floating in front of my fridge. "Don't freak out," I told Chibi gently. "Characters: Hanabi Hyuga, Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara." She jumped, one hand coming up to her temple as she looked around the room. Despite that, though, she didn't seem to be panicking this time. "Why is my name part of that?" she asked pointedly, her eyes narrowing at me. Nope, definitely hadn't imagined the last few minutes. "Great, just great," I muttered to myself. "All right, Hanabi-chan, have a seat," I said, motioning to one of the chairs. "This is going to take a while."